I'm feeling like it's pulling me under. You tell me take my hand and trust me if you can. I know I'll be okay if I hold you, and I'm not letting go. You've woken up this feeling inside me. It's opened up my eyes, this thing I cannot hide. Do anything to keep it around me, and I'm not letting go. I'm out of control. No, nothing's ever taken me over. I'm on a natural high. You make me come alive, and I can be as brave. Let me show you that I'm not letting go. I'm out of control. Don't know where this world will take me. I'm out of control, and I think it's gonna break me. I'm out of control. Don't know where this world will take me. I'm out of control, and I think it's gonna break me. I'm out of control. Don't know where this world will take me. I'm out of control, and I think it's gonna break me. Coming at you live, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break the rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddies do. Never going back, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, 'cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break the rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddies do.
I switch it, I'll melt your face off, disappear, I'm your eraser. In the cut just like a razor, murked up in this world, my blazer. I got all the boys on me, I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads, I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, 걸어 들어와, 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아, 애가 타잖아. You like whoa, 갈리 you 도 go. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, 'cause I like the ball, 멈추지 않아. 나는 내 그게 like a bag, 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해, 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss, 간지 with the sauce. 원하면 줄게.
I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해, 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane.
Coming at you live, real wild.
what you had. Sorry for the bad news, no it makes you sad. There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I said. When you see me come and get out of the way. Back in this lane, back in this lane. Back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라 해 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy.
Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 해. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex.
never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They've lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.
Welcome everyone to Worlds Countdown. For the first time in 3 years, the LCK will have a team in the World Finals. And now it is time to see which LPL representative will defend the title, as Top Esports and Suning have arrived at the next stop on their Worlds run. I'm Shox, joined by Kadril and Frosk. We're all decked out for the second semi-final. And as said, the LCK is back in the finals because yesterday, Damwon enacted a revenge that was a year in the making as they took down G2 Esports to earn their spot in those finals. And listen, it was super, super convincing from the side of Damwon. If a dancing Shelly didn't convince you, I don't know what will.
It was a bop, it was a shellacking, it was an absolute blasting there against G2. The only game that looked competitive was maybe Game 2. Game 1, I feel like, ended at 15 minutes. Game 4 literally ended at 18 minutes, the fastest game in World's history. Damwon had a statement to prove, and like, message received. I got it, guys. You were angry, you got your revenge. Welcome.
Yeah, and the fact they broke the world record for fastest Worlds games kind of summarized it. I think G2 threw a lot of things at them with the Lucian flex, trying to get a better mid matchup and stuff like this. And I just felt like G2 wasn't really there with the things that they prepared. I mean, Caps getting solo killed on the side STF matchup. I didn't feel like there was much impact from Mickey in some of these games. I think they dropped the ball around the jungle bot area, and they were just kind of drafting losing bot lane matchups, which I didn't really like too much.
And I think,
oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I think the coolest thing for Damwon fans is the evolution that the team has made all year. You know, in spring, they didn't look as convincing. Like when they first made their debut, everyone was really hyped. And then doesn't really promise. They kind of felt the last hurdle dropping the quarterfinal. Spring, still a little bit whatever. Summer, they start to peak. And then this was like the most important, highest prestige game that they've ever gotten to play. And now they go to finals. So it's been a crazy ride watching this team kind of cement themselves into the true diamond that everyone saw that they could be.
Yeah, and I think the flexibility they've shown is incredible. I mean, they're playing, you've got Nuguri who can play tanks. He's been playing Oran. He can play carries. He can play Lulu top. Then you've got the mid lane Showmaker who's just playing utility mids, carry mids. And they have so much flexibility around the jungle with Engage from Canyon on things like the Hecarim, even carry junglers, whatever you need, they can just do it.
And I love that they've answered so many questions on so many levels because there wasn't so much to take away from the DRX Best of 5 because we'd seen that a couple of times. And now they show everything that they've learned in the last year and really roll over G2 in both the draft, individual play, as well as the team fights, which honestly there were barely any because they always got the advantage and they absolutely played it out perfectly.
And now it's the final hurdle. But the thing is that Damwon really came to fruition in the era where there was no audience. You know, that's when they really rose, and they were always kind of helmed as like scrim gods. Like they were destroying Fnatic and Invictus Gaming behind the scenes when it was IG versus Fnatic in the finals, and people always knew that they were on the horizon. Now, their last test will be a world final in front of an audience. And so it's kind of like that final push to cement them as this new superpower.
And you gotta love the storyline altogether on LPL soil, trying to take the crown back to the LCK after 3 years of not being there. And Damwon Top was kind of the final that was promised, I would say, right? Yep. So Top now has to hold up their side of the bargain.
I have one last thing. It's a fun fact. Do you guys know the last time that an LCK team lost when they went to the finals?
Never.
Was it against an LCK team?
No, it was the first time that the LCK ever got to participate. Azuba Frost versus TPA. That is the only time that an LCK team, when they make it to a world final, has ever lost. Yes, they've beaten other LCK teams, but if they make it, they win.
Wow, we'll see next week. And when you're pushing the Nexus to close out the series, some players may hold their ultimates for one last team fight, but then there are those who really want to see Shelly dancing and say, I'm helping, brought to you by State Farm. Why do we have to talk about this again? But no, just kidding. In Game 4, Canyon make sure Damwon can get every charge possible when closing in on the series win. Why not add a little bit of insult to injury?
And it's hilarious because Dracos is doing his, like, we didn't expect the game to end here. Obviously, neither did she too. He's doing his crazy win call, like building it up. And I'm just watching the Kindred ultimate be placed on Shelly to allow her to get like 3 charges off with no HP, and it was just wild. I was like, oh my god, they're destroying them.
It's completely legal. Everyone's hearts are shattering as I think, wait, can they end? I think they're going to end. Oh, they ended. Oh, it's over.
Yeah, and I also really loved what kind of popped off on social media from the teams as well as in interviews. And I love that in this year, we've really seen the LPL and the LCK, also with like the English branded Twitter accounts and all that, kind of returning the favor in terms of banter and in terms of, you know, the shots that are thrown. And I think Damwon had like so many things yesterday. They had Shelly dancing at the Nexus. They
emotes.
They spammed the FPX and IG emotes to caps. They also had the reenactment of the victory celebration that G2 did against Gen G last week, and it was just so perfect. And I think we just have to celebrate the fact that this is happening and we're all throwing shots and we're all catching shots. And if you dish it out, you have to be able to take it.
Yeah, they're embracing the memes, and G2 were the ones who kind of brought it to the world stage, right? Just throwing the memes, emoting, like even in the voice comms, you can hear them laughing and trolling. And now Damwon, I like the fact they've embraced it and makes it more fun to watch. And I just think that, most teams should start adopting this.
I like it too. The total package. And heading into the semifinals, aside from the memes and the great level of play from Damwon, we're also curious about how the meta would shift. And what was very interesting in Damwon G2 yesterday was that heavy focus on support picks, especially the Leona, really taking priority in that series.
Yeah, I think there was 3 main support picks for me. There was Leona, Braum, and Pantheon. The Pantheon on Mickey's hands didn't look very successful, but the Braum, Hail of Blades, but Leona's the one I want to talk about. I think this champ just provides so much to your team, and just the way the support role works, it just slots in so well. Yes, you've got things like the Nautilus, but Leona, super good engage, can get the push, can win 2v2s, is pretty safe in most cases, the blind pick unless Caitlyn's picked. And just in general, if you can unlock the support role to be able to roam with Leona towards mid, get the engages in 2v2s, she always can pull the trigger and she's just so flexible.
Yeah, it's that setup that's kind of the big cementing factor, as long as all the other, you know, dominant 2v2 that you were pointing out, Kadriel, but the fact that you have these carry junglers that don't necessarily have inbuilt hard CC, and when you do pair them with Leona, she holds them, they punch, and that's how you get these guys to like really pop off. I will say though that the other support pick that didn't see any of playtime but was banned almost every single game, or every game, I'd have to go back and check, was Tom Kench. And he can obviously throw a massive wrench in Leona's plans, and as well as a lot of pick compositions plans.
Yeah, I think Tom Kench is a pretty good answer to Leona. Obviously, you can use a disengage, and I just think that when Leona can roam, it's basically like an AD carry showdown in the bot lane. I think you saw that yesterday with Perks, and there was just so much 1v1s and dives going on. And maybe Perks misplayed the dives here and there, but the 1v1s didn't go too much in his favor. But yeah, Leona, it just provides so much engaged CC, and that's what you need when you play a carry jungler.
And it's all about also kind of, as you say, connecting the singular picks, for instance, in the bottom lane to that jungle, which has been so impressive. And Damwon as a whole just came up with really good ideas against things that they knew would be picked on the other side. The Caitlyn was also a great example out of that game.
Yeah, the red side was winning most games. Red side always got got Leona, most of the games as well. And I think that when Damwon went back to the blue side in game 4 and G2 was on the red, they kind of expected Leona coming in on 4 because the 4-pick Leona was what was happening in most of these games. And as you can see in the draft here, what they did to answer this question was, well, if we early pick a Caitlyn, when Ashe and Jhin are banned, they won't really have an answer for it. You have things like the Senna, the Ezreal, even the Jinx is a good answer to Caitlyn, but the fact that they blind pick the Caitlyn, they leave up Morgana, and if they were to ban out the Morgana, they would ban Leona themselves. And then G2 can't pick Leona on 4, because if they get against Caitlyn Morgana, it's basically unlaneable.
Yeah, it was always prioritizing that stronger 2v2, and it just speaks to the strength of Damwon that there was so much versatility and flexibility in every single position. The Caitlyn pick to subvert the support pick or play mind games there, the fact that the Hecarim came out from Canyon, that Nagari can play, you know, the tanks, he can play the carries, maybe not the Fiora as well. That was a bit of a hit.
Maybe next time.
Maybe get him next time. But it just, there's such a complete package, and I think that's why they're one of the tournament favorites still.
Yeah, and I just think that if you look at yesterday's series, I think bot prio, winning bot, pushing bot is just so important.
And will we see the same thing today? We have Suning versus Top Esports. We're going to get deeper into it after the break. But in terms of draft priority, is there going to be a similar emphasis on that bot lane, Frost, you think?
I mean, the rules will be the same, and that's what Kadriel just talked about, you know, bot prio and how important that is to how it feeds into the jungle meta, because junglers are so important and the jungle pool is very specific. But I do think that there will be slightly different champion priority because of the players piloting the champions. Things like Bard will be a much higher priority. Things like the Nidalee, even though she was banned all the time, might slip through. Kindred, I mean, the list goes on and on because of the specific players that we have on the Rift.
And it's because it's a carry jungle meta. If you have bot prio, the support can run first, it can help the jungle, and if the jungle gets ahead, you can help the mid lane and the solo lane. So just looking at these key picks, I mean, if you look at the Worlds meta overall, when we came into Worlds, we were thinking of maybe we'll see some set, Volibear, those champs got nerfed, and now I think these 4 champs have kind of cemented themselves as the strongest 4 carry junglers. Yes, you have the Lilia as well, but it seems to have fallen off a little bit in Prio, and I think Hecarim's just a good answer if they do pick something like the Graves. And then you've got the Kindred, which is more of sort of a comfort pick for people who need to answer the Graves if Nidalee's down or Lilia's down, because AP junglers are naturally the counter to the Graves. So Kindred's just such a good response, especially if teams have like these dive potential comps.
I really want to see, because both of these junglers have that signature pick of the Lee Sin, I would love to see someone lock in the Kindred and someone try to take the Lee Sin to kick her off the Lambs or Spite, then like tag her with the Q and be like, okay, like farm it up, let's go.
As we're gonna see it today, hopefully, right? Do you want anything to add? I thought you.
No, I'm good.
Okay, sorry.
Just chilling, vibing.
Just making sure, you know. And turning into today's series, we do have a Red Bull top play that made a Suning rookie famous with what is now known as the Huan Fang. Check it out.
Bambi's out of the picture once more. Yagao is here, but 1 versus 3 is not where Galio needs to find himself. Justice Punch away, keeps alive yet again. Ben trying to chase this up, but where is that?
What?
It's Jin!
He's in the
enemy base! Behind the curtains with the curtain call! Everybody is done, man. Huan Feng is legendary.
I don't know if it is really already dubbed the Huan Fang, or is that just something that we're trying to coin, but I think it's worth, and that's what I love about Worlds and about international tournaments and moments like these. This now is like in the arsenal of the big plays, you know, and hopefully we'll see someone try to recreate it and maybe horribly fail as well, because that would be entertaining.
That was like a smeb all over again. Like that one will go down in the history books as the time that the Jin ended up in the enemy base.
Yeah, it reminds me of that scene from Awaken, the music video, you know, with the Jin just ready to pull out the ult. It looks so good.
Oh, you're right.
With the stars and stuff. Oh my god.
It's perfect. Maybe he was channeling that. Great stuff from there. So hopefully we'll see a lot of outplays of that sort today, because today's matchup between Top Esports and Suning, that does add to the monumental chapter of League of Legends that the LPL has carved out for itself. In the last 3 years, we have seen absolute domination and 2 world championships, Frosk, and it was a long time coming.
Yeah, that's kind of been like the soft theme, I think, of every time I talk about the LPL teams at Worlds, just because it's organizations that people weren't used to hearing about. You know, Top, Suning, JDG, most people had never seen these guys. It's not the Invictus Gamings, the FPXs, the RNGs, the EDGs, but it does start with IG. And I know that like European fans have mixed feelings about this. Yeah, it hurts. Invictus Gaming fans have really mixed feelings about this. This team, they never won. They never won Shocks. They didn't win for the longest time. They're one of the oldest organizations in the LPL. I know, right? And then when they finally did, they basically changed League of Legends. They changed the world. They said that it's an arms race now. If you want to actually be competitive, you have to have superstars in every single role. A team like Invictus Gaming and G2 don't exist without this moment. And that has bled over into Top and Suning. You know, now it's these very powerful rookies, 369, Ben, Huangfeng, Jackie Love, who literally came from IG, is now on top. This is the footsteps that IG has built that these new younger teams are walking into.
And I love this as kind of contextualization of now we're dealing with a League of Legends esport that has been
10 years.
10 years going strong, and all these different like eras are popping up. And we're now in the LPL era, and I love the way you put that the way teams win games internationally, the way teams win a world championship was changed after that IG victory, and because of what the LPL has shown in the last couple of years.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you look at historically, the LCK was kind of like when they played against LPL teams, or sometimes at times EU teams, it was kind of like controlling the beast. Keep it in its cage, make sure we don't fight too much, just out-clean them with macro, use brain over bronze. And now the beast's been unleashed in the last 3 years. I think that the IG showed that, and I think you can see it in the champions they're playing, right? They're not playing to scale too much, they're just playing for fights, and you can see throughout their drafts, throughout the last couple of years in the finals and stuff, you have like the IG with Kale and Kaisa with diving in with the KO ult for the AoE. Then you've got FPX with like the Nautilus mid, the Malphite mid, these huge teamfight wombo combos. So I just think that LCK has been able to embrace it over the last couple of years, and they've slowly grown into this more aggressive playstyle.
Yeah, and I think that's true with Damwon. And, you know, it's turning the page on 10 years, you know, finally deciding that the next generation of talent is what's going to lead you. You know, we still have the G2s and the Fnatic, and you do start to have those exciting rookies, the Mad Lions, the Rogues, things like this. Rookies coming into the LCS, but for the LPL, they've truly turned that page. And I think that's what's so incredible about today's series is the trajectory that these rookies or these new fresh faces will take. You know, will Jackie Love lead a very young team to his second world championship, or will Suning, which have so many first-timers, find their trajectory in the most important stage in the biggest spotlight?
Yeah, it is wonderful to see, and that's one of the things that makes not just the semifinal, but also the LCK LPL matchup in the finals so exciting. Thank you for laying that all out for us, Frost. We are going to take a quick break, but when we return, we'll tell the story of the old teammates clashing on the Rift as Karsa and Sword Art's paths cross once again.
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you play for reaching greatness, relentless, you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll ride into smoke when the fire is fierce. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die when the world's calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, legends never die. They're written down in eternity, but you'll never see the price it costs. The scars collected all their lives. When everything's lost, they pick up their hearts and avenge defeat. Before it all starts, they suffer through harm just to tell us a dream. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die when the world's calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, legends never die. When the world is calling out your name, begging you to fight. Pick yourself up once more. Pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die.
我打职业打到现在，一直以来的梦想都只有一个，就是想拿到世界冠军，想要拥有自己的皮肤。 就是如果打败了苏宁，然后进入了总决赛，这意味着就是我离我的梦想又跨进了一大步吧，就是已经到了我触手可及的地方了吧。
Fnatic want to make it to semifinals. The blast code is available. Hop forward.
Karsa is going absolute god mode to pull this game back.
之前我跟克卡上手很多次嘛，就是我也想学他的东西，然后他也想学我东西嘛。我打他的时候，他都是一下而稳嘛，现在肯定是不一样的。
One more arrow in his back. SOFM just makes it look free.
我觉得我们上次面对苏宁，可能那时候他们还没有现在这么强，就他们团队协作还没有现在这么好。我们打的时候可能还要更加注意。
Top Esports will have some numbers blocked down by the solo. Nemesis running for his life as So is self-made. He's already used the Lamb's respite. Knights, Zoe is terrifying. When you see the damage he's putting down, they're gonna get melted.
说实话是没有想过会在半决赛遇到 SWAT。一直以来我们打这些的梦想都是一起放在世界冠军上嘛，想不到我们见面还是在，就是我们两个还是要在互相厮杀的情况下。
Defensive flash away. The resonating strike self-made packing.
这次我也会把握好机会，然后也给你看一下，就是你离开闪电狼之后，我也有一些成长了，然后这次会打赢你。
Sword Art shows up. Here's some of that playmaking I'm talking about.
That was beautiful.
因为我们只有一边能踏上总决赛的舞台，然后也希望踏上去那个人能够完成我们两个一直来的梦想吧。
It is really the new era of LPL players here, and they are a force to be reckoned with.
I love that video so much. I think it's the 5th time I've seen it, and I'm still getting goosebumps. And there is so much to talk about here in the Return of Worlds Countdown. I'm joined also by a special guest, Clement Chu, of course, caster for the LPL. And Clement, it's so great to see you. I really wanted to ask you about the two gentlemen that we saw here in that epic last shot, Karsa and Sword Art, and about their history and about how important it is that they meet here in the semifinals. So maybe let's start off for people who may not know, what is the history between them when it comes to the Flash Wolves?
Sure, Shocks. When Maple and Sword Art first burst onto the scene in Season 3, they were seen as kind of upstarts that were, usurping the TPA members that were still active. People didn't really know if they would last or not, and the Flash Wolves that we know now really came together in Season 5 when they finally found Karsa. That year, they shocked the world by taking out the Coup Tigers in their own group. And starting from 2016, Karsa and Sword Art absolutely won everything for 4 splits onwards, until after a couple of unsatisfying Worlds run, Karsa decided to leave for RNG in 2018. So that's how it started.
Yeah, that's such a big story overall, an absolute domination back then with the Flash Wolves and in the LMS. Before we get to kind of the next chapter, what can you tell me about the relationship that these two have off the Rift, kind of the emotional connection and the shared goals for that World Championship?
The Flash Wolves have always touted themselves as being more than teammates. They called themselves family. They were very, very close-knit, and you could tell that when they got off the stage, Karsa would actually hold hands with the rest of their players. Now, in-game, these two guys were also the main shot callers for their teams, Karsa for the early game objectives and Sword Art for the later game decision-making. So these two guys were with the same voice, with the same mind, and in-game they even had the same song that they would sing together when the pressure was on, called On Top of the World. Now, it's really sad to say this, but by the end of today, only one of them will be heading to the summit alone.
Yeah, indeed. I had no idea about the song, for instance, and all those details. That is so awesome. But as you say, they parted ways and each went on that quest for the World Championship on their own. Tell me about the post-Flash Wolves era for both sides, for Karsa and Sword Art.
It's really hard to overstate, overstate how impactful these Flash Wolves members have been. And I actually look at the coaching staff, which have been criminally underrated. You know, the coach Warhorse on Flash Wolves just won Worlds last year with FBX. And right now, the Suning's coach was also a former Flash Wolves coach in Fluidwind, who is set to be, at the very least, a semi-finalist coach. Now, when Karsa went to RNG, he brought Uzi his first domestic and international title. And if you look at Sword Art, he brought an 11th place Suning team, showed the world Huanfeng, and now they're a top 4 team in the world overall. Also, his understudy in Shaoxi was nominated the Rookie of the Split in the LPL. So, you know, the Flash Wolves have been massively inspirational, not only for former LMS fans, but I think for PCS fans today, because they really prove if you're elite in this region, you're not a big fish in a small pond. You actually have what it takes to take on the world.
Wow, I love the way you are putting this, Clement. There is so much history in more than just Karsa and Sword Art, but they are a big part of it, of course, in the matchup today. So tell me, how do you think things are going to play out, and who will eventually make it to the final over the other?
Ooh, unfortunately, we have seen this play out before. Now, Suning and Top Esports did face each other in the semifinals, and it was a 3-0 for Top Esports. If you add in the regular season, it's actually a 5-0 for Top Esports. They have proven to be the more active team early game and also the better team fighters. Now, I think what's interesting about the matchup is you heard Kadrol and FLICKR talk about a carry jungler matchup, but this actually is reversed between Suning and Top Esports. Karsa was the dominant jungler, but he was actually behind 25 CS on average against SOFM throughout the series. However, he was far more dominant because he was able to gank a lot for his lanes and make sure that 369 always landed on the right foot in those very volatile top lane carry matchups. And when it came to the team fights, I think it also was a stylistic mismatch in favor of Top Esports. Suning is a team that relies on a lot of very difficult to execute playmaking from Sword Art and SOFM, and they're a pick-oriented team. But unfortunately, Top Esports, they're masters at counter-engaging. You think about how they won against DRX and how they won against Fnatic. They basically danced away from Engage's mid lane and turned those fights on their head. Now, if I was a Suning optimistic, I would say there's 2 points I would look at. Number one, I think Suning actually has the better level 1s. Top Esports is very risk averse in their level 1s. If you look at the Fnatic series, they did 5-man spreads the entire way through, and that is very exploitable. Number two, I think you can target the weak link, which has been Yu and Ja. If you are able to do what Fnatic did and put him on 0-3 start, you also make Jackie very ineffective.
Okay, that's a lot of info, which I'm sure my analysts will pick up from there. But so useful for going into this matchup. Thank you so much, Clement.
No problem. Great to be here.
Wow, fantastic insight there from Clement. And of course, your story can be as great as it is. Only one of the two players between Karsa and Sword Art will make it to the finals, and also only one of these teams will make it there. We got so much good information.
Yeah, I guess I'm done here. Thanks, Clement.
Yeah, actually, you guys are just done. No, first up, let's also maybe set the big picture for people who may not be as familiar with those two teams, FLICKR, and where do they come from in the LPL, and what are kind of their standings if you look at the regular standings in terms of what we can expect here in this best of 5.
So Top Esports, the #1 seed from the LPL, back-to-back finals for their domestic region. They did not win in spring. They lost to JDG. It went to all 5 games, but they did win in summer. Now, the big secret sauce that brought Top Esports together was first they acquired Knight, the golden left hand, the best mechanical mid laner in the LPL. Some people are saying the world. Then they acquired Karsa, one of the biggest off-season pickups of this year. And then finally, they got Jackie, and he was that secret sauce on top that helped even out their early game shot calling.
I really think Jackie made this team what it is today. They look so good, and I think Jackie I think he's just so confident on champion plays. The meta is so good for him, and wow, I think this team is just star-studded across the board.
Absolutely, and just last week we of course saw that even being down 2 games in a best of 5 in a quarterfinal does not faze them, pulling off the first reverse sweep in Worlds history. Clement already touched on it, and let's get deeper into that jungle matchup specifically. Such a marquee matchup. It can't get any better than this, but also a lot of differences in the styles between these two junglers, SOFM and Karsa.
I mean, you can look at the stats alone, right? You can just see it from the top stat. You can look at the damage dealt. SOFM's doing tons of damage, whereas Karsa is a lot lower on the damage. You look at the CS difference, you can see SOFM is power farming his way to victory, whereas Karsa is going for these kills. Just you can see from the kill assist squad, you know, Karsa is #1. SOFM's #12, so you can see the difference in playstyle. SOFM's farming, Karsa's looking for these ganks, and I think if you look at the meta in general, it's carry jungle meta, and I think that it's very volatile. If you go for ganks on carry junglers and you fall behind, then you are really out of it. Whereas on the champions before in the LPL regular season, in the summer playoffs, you had champions like Set, Volibear, Trundle, so you could go for ganks, and if they didn't work, you'd still be fine.
That's why what both these guys do is so impressive, because they're both the masters at the different styles. You know, Karsa will go for those ganks, and like Kadriel is saying, if you don't execute on them, you fall so far behind because you're missing time that you could be creating your own lead. But because of how talented Top's laners are and how talented Karsa is, it makes it work. And then on the other side, you have the mad scientist himself in SOFM, Style of Me. He is the most efficient jungler in the world. He will manipulate EXP, he will always get a CS advantage, he will always get an EXP advantage, and if he's left to his own devices, suddenly he's 2-3 levels ahead of you and he can hard carry a game.
Yeah, and I think if you look at their summer playoffs performance against Top Esports, Sunning, they were playing things like Skarner in the jungle, right? So they were playing these tank kind of junglers. They couldn't really play for carry junglers because the meta hadn't evolved enough yet, whereas now I think the meta's evolved to the point where you can confidently say carry jungles where I need to be, and if SOFM can power farm and Karsa does match him on the carry junglers and doesn't get ahead, then it's going to be very difficult for him, but Karsa against Fnatic, he really, really showed up.
And this is the million-dollar question now when these teams clash, because as Kadriel is saying, it's a very different game this time around, so you just can't take the 3-0 that Top once had over Suning. Is the meta the perfect storm for the Vietnamese powerhouse of SOFM to finally rise to greatness, to go to a world final in his first appearance? Or is Top Esport just the future that Suning want to be? This super powerful Trident team, this fact that Top can choose when and where they're going to beat you. They'll beat you in the top lane, they'll beat you in the mid lane, they'll beat you in the jungle.
And SOFM was the first Vietnamese player to ever join the LPL. He was hitting Challenger in solo queue in Korea when he had 100 ping, so I think this guy has definitely got the mechanics.
He definitely does. As a bit more micro in terms of picks and bans, yesterday we did see a lot of Kindred as well, and it's popping up a lot as an answer to the meta junglers. Kadriel, how much of Kindred do you think we're going to see today?
I think SOFM is the Kindred person I'm looking at here. I mean, you saw Fnatic against Top, you saw Selfmade put it out 2 games in a row. He won both games. He was legendary one of those games, so he was really carrying the games, and I think Kindred's a good response to these dive comps, especially Top was throwing these comps like GP Jarvan with a Sylas against Orin to get these full engage comps, and then Fnatic just last pick a Kindred and say, well, come at us, dive my carries, I'll just press Kindred ult. So even if they didn't have flash, they could respond to the plays, and I think Kindred is fitting into this carry jungle playstyle really well. It scales super well. If you have a roaming support, you can get the stacks really easily, and then when it comes to 2 or 3 items, Kindred is one of the strongest junglers in the game.
And I also think it's perfect at answering or band-aiding the thing that Clement was talking about. The fact that Top are a really good counter-engaged team and that Suning are more pick-oriented. A champion like Kindred, because of Lamb's respite and because of how powerful she is in prolonged team fights with multiple auto attacks, multiple dances of her arrows, means that like the team fight is never open as long as SOFM is alive.
Indeed, and I love that we see kind of the story of a rookie versus a seasoned veteran at the world stage kind of mirrored in every single one of these lanes, and maybe the most in the bot lane. Hwanfang up versus JackeyLove. As you said already, JackeyLove already has a world championship, and now he's chasing his second one, but Hwanfang is making heads turn with his play this world championship.
JackeyLove won a world championship in his rookie year. He could potentially take home 2 cups in 3 years. He finally came of age. It was basically an arms race of who was going to get his contract. Everyone knew that he was on the horizon. Okay, JackeyLove's going to be 17. We can finally sign him to a team. Invictus Gaming won out in the buying war. They had him on Invictus Gaming Youth and Young Glory. And Hwanfang was in a similar boat. He came through Invictus Gaming's youth program. He had a short stint on their sister team in Young Glory. He was now brought up by legendary support and Sword Art. And you can see the very clear trajectory of Hwanfang can be what JackeyLove is.
And look at his stats. I think this is one of the biggest clutch factors Top Esports have. And I think the reason that Top Esports struggled against Fnatic was because the amount of trades in bot. I wish there was a stat for trades per minute because Fnatic was really, really pushing them in, really trading heavily. So when JackeyLove tried to get to his 2 or 3 item spikes, it took him so long. So I just think that if he doesn't feel too much pressure in bot and he can scale really well, I think this is the man to look at in team fights.
Absolutely is. He was shredding Fnatic in those back half 3 games in the team fights. So let's get to predictions then. I know we have some tape of what already happened in the summer split, but the question for me is how much has Suning improved improved and what is their ceiling? What do you think is going to happen today, Kadril?
I don't know. I've heard some rumors that Suning is the best LPL team in Scrim. So I think Suning's going to take it. They look so good. I'm going to say 3-2 because I think it's going to go to 5 games, but I'm an SOFM simp. Just like Ender.
Yes. My heart really wants Suning to win. I really, really want SOFM to just pop off. But my brain tells me that top esports have this one in the bag. I think that Suning rely too much on the knife's edge of outplaying team fights and very intense mechanical plays. And I think pound for pound talent-wise, top have more flexibility in that they can play tanks in the top lane. They have a better mid laner. That Knight is just mechanically superior to Angel as well as more experience. And the only place that it is actually just a clear advantage to Suning is actually in that support position. So maybe Sorda gets his anime arc. Maybe he gets to be the hero today and the difference maker. But I think top have way too many things going in their favor.
Sword Art Online.
All right, let's see what happens. We're primed for a fantastic best of 5. And with all of that in mind, let's send it over to Freak and Kobe for game 1.
Looking good, Freak.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to Worlds 2020. The semifinals are beginning shortly. We get to figure out between Top Esports and Suning Gaming who wields all the eyes on them. Which team will represent the LPL in the finals for the 3rd year in a row?
Well, guess what? Suning have already taken down the LPL #2 seed, and their story of the underdog finding success is gaining momentum, Freak. They talked about it a lot already. This was the semifinals where Top Esports took the 3-0, but Suning have improved so much over this Worlds tournament, and it's building hype.
It is building hype. Again, underdogs, absolutely. Suning are 1-7 against Top Esports in the LPL all year long. That one game was back in week 5 of the spring split. It's been a lot of wins in a row for many people's tournament favorites here on the blue side in Top Esports. And the question remains, which of these two teams will try to be the 3rd straight LPL World Champion?
Expecting an Ornn ban on the side of Suning. One of the big differences between these two teams is the top lane, and it was very big in the last matchup that they did have in the semifinals. Bin primarily plays carries. It's been 38 games since he had an Ornn game that they actually played it, and that was one Ornn in a sea of carry top lane champions for them. They have been to every single game of the World Championship thus far, and they've got one ban left to do it. Or will they break their pattern?
Will it be 12? 3-9 makes it. Is it going to be Sword Art or Bin or someone else banning this one away? I saw it there. We added the numbers, and we got to figure out. No, Nidalee is going off of this one. This is interesting. It almost forces. I mean, you're seeing these jungle bans coming through. Graves, Kindred, Nidalee, arguably the 3 biggest junglers at Worlds so far. Lilia has not been played by Karsa all split long, Worlds included. It is something that SOFM plays, though, so Jhin, maybe the takeaway.
Huge takeaway from Huangfeng here. And I like that Jackie Love is taking away one of the best picks that Suning have found success with. Now, this isn't to say that's the only AD carry that they have. Obviously, his Misfortune bottom lane was also extremely strong. But again, your point on the jungle pinching here is very big, with also first pick not being used by Top Esports to try and take away the other comfortable champion that Karsa has shown. He has gone to the Lee Sin after the Graves and Nidalee have been taken away, and they are going to get a steal of their own. So both teams opening up this pick ban, attacking the other team's comfortable champions here.
This is very interesting. I want to think that Ashe is coming in for Huangfeng as the likely bot lane. And one thing I thought was interesting, as I was researching Suning's picks and bans throughout Worlds, they pretty much play standard 2-on-2s. Every single Ezreal game, they have played it alongside Leona to give engage potential. Every time he has played Ashe, it's been alongside Lulu. The Jhin taken away, that had its own, you know, duo picks there as well. We'll see if that does come through overall. Instantly, Set gets grabbed. And we're going to see the pick now for maybe Knight.
Now, Knight has been the most flexible mid laner that we've had at Worlds, and he could play the set. Orianna's locked in, though, so that's going to be extremely unlikely. As when you're facing an Orianna now on the side of Suning, you either want to go with an assassin to try and attack her close range, or outrange it with Zoe. I think that Zoe has been one of Angel's best champions, right up there with the Syndra, probably even the best. So I would try and grab something for him before the second rounds of bans come in. Orianna really excels in the midfield, that mid-range, getting a couple of extra levels into the W so you can clear that wave. He doesn't go with the Zoe. Azir also has the extra range, though, and you can do a similar thing.
So now we get to see the second rounds of bans come through. Angel going to pick his 6th unique champion of Worlds. Knight had played 9 across 11 games, and it's going to be his 3rd Orianna game of Worlds, but had the biggest champion pool at Worlds of anyone in this matchup. There's the Leona that, again, was played every single time alongside the Ezreal. Set was next in line behind that one. Of course, that one was early taken away, likely going to Yunjia down to the bottom side.
I think Nautilus is going to be really high priority for them then, because Suning, as we said before, primarily pretty much always play carries for Bin, and they will need somebody to engage for them. Sword Out is the engaged player for this team. As Kuma was talking about, he's also one of the big shot callers, calls those engages later on into the game. We eventually get our Ornn ban, but it's not in the first round, so they get half credit. Yeah. I would say, though, yeah, Nautilus, these other hard engaged supports should be what TES are trying to target here, deny them from Sword Art.
And I'm expecting to see the support grabbed pretty early from Suning. Top Esports, more than any other team in quarterfinals onwards. Counterpicks for 369, more than any team counterpicks for any other player. 369 gets the counterpicks for Top Esports, something like 70% counterpick rate, and he's not going to get 2 in this game. This is the benefit of Red Side, is that Red Side gets to guarantee a role gets counterpicked, and it's going to force 369 to blind pick as top laner, and we get to see what Bin's counterpick is going to be.
Hard engage here is locked in. They get the Rakan for Sword Out, one of the biggest playmaking champions in the game. I love its combination with Lee Sin as well. He can actually sync up so well with SOFM. They both have the dashes. You can play some really interesting vision games by hopping over walls and allowing your teammate to then hop to you. But it's a very quick double lock in here. Pantheon for very aggressive play on their bottom side too, with the point and click stun, and the Jace. Very, very powerful laner for the top side. Difficult to go with a counter pick here for Bin, since the Camille is banned out. That's one of the ones where you usually try and get a Hextech Ultimatum, set him up for counter kills. The Wukong is actually what they used in the semifinals.
Yeah.
Into it in the reverse matchup. And that was actually the best game of that semifinals for Suning, where Bin was able to get a counter kill in the 2v1. Roles will be reversed this time, though, with 369 on the Jace. And the reason you always get that Wukong very often into this matchup is his extra armor and regeneration from his passive that you try and stack up, and then look for your all-in opportunity on the Jace to try and get the kill. And that's going to require jungle attention.
Well, I will say, though, Wukong getting to stack armor via his passive and probably early Ninja Tabby as well. He's got a set jungle who's primarily physical as well, so it's similar damage typing. You've got an armor stacking top laner just natively. That's going to look pretty good for Bin overall. Now, he's got to step up against 369. That is going to be a tough matchup. If you're going player by player, you're really going TES favored almost down the line. But if you step up on the day and you do what needs to be done, then you're great.
And I do want to interject on this, because in the semifinals, this was such a catastrophic matchup for Suning because of the emphasis that Top put onto 369. They get him counterpick. It was the Jackson to Mordekaiser, devastating counterpick. Quinn into Renekton, devastating counterpick in the favor of 369. Plus, they sent Karsa to gank his lane early for him, getting him first kills in both of those games. So it's jungle attention resources. It is draft pick resources. So much that Top Esports tried to funnel into 369 to get that winning top side.
They funnel 369 in the early game. They funnel 369 in the late game. He is a player they absolutely play through. Top Esports' Herald control is like 1.27 a game. They get most Heralds. They play around top side. They sat Dragons for it, by the way. They have a very low first Dragon percent. They have less than 1 Dragon at 15 minutes on average. They are playing around top side in the early game, and you've got this Jace Wukong volatile matchup. We'll see how much Karsa can be up there. But on the other side, what's going to happen for Suning? Around the bottom side, we saw how well Huanfeng played in the quarterfinal. His Jhin for mid side, the base, yeah, the champ got stolen away. He's still outstanding. Their Dragon control is excellent. Suning playing around the bottom side most likely. We'll see how it shapes up, though, because you've got a volatile matchup top side regardless, and we get to figure out which team can play around it better.
Yeah, and we should start off this game by painting the entire picture from those semifinals, because while there was, counterpick top side, lots of ganks up early onto the top side, which resulted in a big CS lead for 369, there also was a big CS lead for JackieLove and Yuyanja in that series, and it was mostly self-earned in various matchups for them into Hongfeng and Sword Art, and that's one of the components that people are expecting to change because at Worlds, Hongfeng and Sword Art have really stepped it up. This has to be one of the differences for Suning to make sure they don't get a similar result as they did in the LPL.
A lot of phase rush on one side, a lot of Conqueror on the other. Suning hoping to do just that in this matchup, of course. Already one upset win with the quarterfinals going on. SOFM, I like this. Trying to play around the W as much as possible. Timing looked a little bit off, but there we go. Gets it going. He's going to be just fine overall. And Leashless blue on one side, Leashless red on the other. So both junglers taking a path that will get them in a top lane around 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Level 3 double buffs, ready to go, ready to rumble to turn that matchup around. 369, unfortunately, missing 100% of all CS so far in the lane.
Yeah, unlucky look right here so far for 369, especially with the Jace, because for Jace, another one bites the dust here. For Jace, though, especially with hitting the CS, you also need to try and find that harassment early onto the Wukong. Pushing up the CS there, you get access to the brush advantage. Then you can get off your Qs, get off your auto attacks on the Wukong, drop into the brush to drop the aggro from those minions, so you can drop off some of that extra damage back and try and whittle down that Wukong early on to open it up as an area for your jungle to try and take advantage of. And you mentioned the starts, Freak. Both junglers here on playmaking jungle champions for the early game, both of them starting their routes on the bottom side, clearing up towards top. And you can see there's already a defensive ward here from 369 in the jungle to see if SOFM tries to make his way there.
I'll wait to see if the matchup does come out to being much right now. Bottom is being pushed in on the top esports side. Not going to do anything because no junglers are around, so it's just the chance of denying farm underneath the turret. Very heavy clear for SOFM. Going to leave everything but the Krugs most likely, or clear everything but the Krugs, I should say. Karsa making his first foray forward. Sweeper online. Did not get a ward, as his CS is still 16, but has taken his entire left side jungle, left up his own chickens. That's what I'm doing, more of a full clear. And this is kind of par for the course for these two players. Karsa plays more around his teammates, plays more for vision control, and SOFM is a very efficient clear who has really, really high gold difference for junglers at Worlds.
Yeah, and that was the same in the semifinals as well. You know, there was a 30 CS lead at one point for SOFM. He also even got a solo kill on the 369, but Karsa did so much more for his lanes, actually getting those ganks off, and he is on the set. Set definitely relies on that playmaking, so we're looking at Pantheon lane. You can definitely try and play off there. Point and click into the set engage provides so much playmaking. And when you add a Jhin on top of that, even with a flash, it's easy to try and take down that kill because you get your W root from your Jhin after the flash, and you're able to secure it. Hongfeng, of course, does have Cleanse, so he's aware of the possibilities of the CC stacking bottom lane that is looking for kill pressure.
Yeah, nice deep ward comes down from Sword Art, spots the middle brush, which can track some of the lane ganking moves, and sweepers are down. Nice knock-up right there. For now, it's a 2-on-2. Back they go. Good damage. JackieLove gonna more or less lose that trade, but he's got regen. He went for the boots, multiple potions situation. He can step away from some of the CC. Obviously, plenty of regen. Not a problem down there. Great deep ward by Uyunjia. Makes sure they know the SOFM is back down on this side. They knew he took all 6 camps, then went back for the second respawn.
And speaking of potions, you got to keep track of the Wukong potions. As we were talking about the Jace, trying to constantly whittle down this Wukong, deny him CS under the turret. He had to burn the potion really early on, does have biscuits, so he's got the arrival there, and he's trying to sustain under the tower. But this is a matchup where Wukong just tries to scavenge CS and try and save life until you get to your level 6 point. That's why the Wukong is picked into Jace. You whittle him down there with your passive armor and regeneration. But then Wukong at level 6 with Conqueror, you have tremendous all-in kill pressure on the Jace. And this is where 369 taking a very intelligent recall right now to go back, because that's where jungle pressure starts to look towards the top side from the Wukong player. SOFM's just been power clearing, head down this entire beginning, waiting for him to get level 6 to have that possibility.
Yeah, well, you talk about Ben trying to weather the storm. First recalls come off, 4 CS difference, and he's 4 seconds later on the recall. Basically splits the lane equally.
What storm, Freak? It's just a cool breeze.
It's a cool breeze right now, and that's the thing. It's only a cool breeze so far with 369, and that means, honestly, so far so good. Doing better than last time they met. And I want to now see, as time ticks forward, we are 2 minutes till the Rift Herald spawns. The Drake is already alive. Right now, TES having pressure on the bot side, it's usually pretty easy port up the Drake and kind of guarantee that nothing is denied away and you know, there's no sneak for SOFM. But if you go based on trajectory and history, at some point, Suning's going to grab this first Drake, and Top Esports going to go ahead and grab that first Herald.
Well, already looking for some vision here. You see the pings into the river for Karsa, looking to try and preempt that play from Suning. He has been keeping up in farm with the Lee Sin as well for a set, which is very good numbers since SOFM has been power farming away on the Lee Sin. He will get the crab, but Karsa sneaks around to get that deep ward, and Jace does have teleport.
Yeah, good pickup there, manages to grab the scuttle right in time. Karsa gonna walk in and start fighting the Drake anyway, and even though his presence may be known, the timing is too off for Suning. They had to push in the wave and recall. I love this play for Top Esports. They shoved in bot lane. Once their bot lane's back in lane, they go for the play on Drake, knowing that they have control, and Suning must match the recall. Big play on the top side. Ben forces the flash away from 369. But hey, that's okay. You can go ahead and get my ult out. No big deal. We got Drake here on TES side.
And it's actually even better than okay for the Wukong side to get those flashes traded, because your cooldown for your ultimate comes up much quicker, and you can repeat force the threat of those kills. Dragon, though, going over to TES, as you mentioned. Good advantage there because of the backing of the bottom lane. And we'll see if they can actually make something with the extra global here. Pantheon about to hit level 6 for Yanja. He was one of the players on TS that was taken advantage of most heavily in their series versus Fnatic. And this was an area that people were trying to think, oh, maybe Suning will be able to repeat that success that Fnatic have. You know, maybe there was some falling off there from the side of TS. But this game is actually going much more similar to their semifinals series than it is to the series versus Fnatic, where Jackie Love and Yanja, they're just hard pushing, extra pressure here with this CC heavy lane and earning the CS lead for themselves.
This is definitely really, really well done overall. The blind pick, Jhin, came out, answered by Ezreal, no problem. Support pick, I believe. They got to see they got to grab the Pantheon once they saw Rakan, so support counter pick does manage to shape the lane quite a bit, and it means that it's an easy bot lane advantage overall. Plates taken, gank top side, easy ward hop kick. Q's gonna land, absolutely no way out, but he's gonna run for his life. The clone forward's been, needs another jump. The claw comes down, first blood to Suning.
That's the extendo smack right there. Wukong got the extra range on his Q, and Bin finds the kill. That's why you trade your flashes in the matchup, Freak. Jungle intervention here. SOFM actually changes the way that the series will go. Gets the first look on top side. Bin, though, he's got no flash as well.
Flash ult into the clone, does not find the stun. Karsa guesses wrong, but the chase down's gonna be easy. They got the move speed, they got the red buff, they're gonna get the counter kill, and Karsa makes sure he hands it over. 369 back on top. Sword Art over dives, ulti's gonna miss, and Wanfeng is in the wrong side of this one. A double kill for Jackie Love.
We're gonna have to take a look at why they went for that dive, Freak, because both junglers on top side, it's a Suning disaster. Jackie Love picking up both of the kills on that counter bottom side. What a big turn of events.
Yeah, I mean, this is massive. Jackie Love is ahead, and he's going to do good things. Let's watch this.
All right, so as we mentioned, the Pantheon level 6, they try and go for the kill onto Jackie Love for the tower dive because Pantheon's not there, but the global can be used back to your own lane, Freak. Yep. It's a level 6 Pantheon. Yanja comes right back, and he's there in time for the stun. Nice job holding onto the heal there, too, for Jackie Love. Yep. And good evasive maneuvers. He baits them right in, and he's able to find the extra kill there with the ultimate shot.
Yeah, he survives the entire gank, just 1v2 with his ulti alive, and then Pantheon helps guarantee that the Ezreal dropped, but yeah, that dive just failed by itself. I mean, Sword Art was dead before Yunjia was even in that fight. So, you know, rough stuff here for Suning, but that is it's a pretty bad look so far in game one. Every neutral objective so far has gone TES's way. Drake and the Herald, we'll see where it crashes, where they're going to earn their gold, but so far so good.
I'm interested to see how this affects the rest of the series too, and the Champion Select, because very clearly, as we talked about in the beginning of Champ Select, you know, taking away specific champions from the comfort, from the success that we've seen recently. Here's another engage on top side, though.
Bin gonna find that knock up. It's gonna be the flash kick and a Q easy pickup. SOFM grabs kill number 2. So top side, ironically, somewhat gonna be the point of strength for Suning. Bot lane, though, still just running away with it on TES's side.
I mean, SOFM topside definitely showing that they learned from the previous series. Here we go, sweep in.
Not quite in turret range. Shockup's going to clear the wave, though. Angel going to take some damage. Knight trades back, and now into the bot side again. An easy kill as they make sure Karza shows up, and they're going to summon the Herald, no problem. The full bot turret will die for this play.
JackeyLove saying, you guys are not the Fnatic bottom lane, and they go deep here. Karsa coming from the gank, also bringing the Rift Herald. That's going to be a full turret. This is ideal situation for Rift Herald usage. They get the kills. They're going to get the first turret bonus. They get all of the turret plates.
All right, not going to be too much there. He's fine. Going to walk away. No big deal. JackeyLove, now that he's 3-0, I got to start gushing about how good JackeyLove is. If
You're holding it until now?
I mean, I haven't gotten to cast a lot of JackeyLove BO5s, and now I get to. So JackeyLove may well be the single best AD carry in the world. There's contention that's maybe Ruler, but, you know, he's number 1 or number 2. And this is a man, by the way, who gets usually no help at all. He is 19th in the LPL for CS share post 15. They do not put resources in him. And yet, he has the highest damage per minute of all AD carries in the LPL. He does everything with nothing. This game, he's got 3 kills in first turret. He's going to do everything with all the gold, and he's going to 1v9 this game.
Yep, they try and dive him. They mess up the dive. JackeyLove punishes. Then Karsa goes down bottom to really make them regret their decisions. That's going to be Dragon stacking for TES as well. So if you look at the overall setups here with the strategy coming in from TES, this is exactly what they want because they're the ones with incredible playmaking potential on AD carry support and jungle. You start to get these towers down early, then you get the possibilities of Pantheon ultimates coming in and the long-range follow-up of Jhin W snares picking people off. Here's another look at the dive. Karsa, Hex Flash right on over the wall. They run straight at Sword Art and Wangfeng. Even with the Arcane Shift, nice slowdown there with the Smite. Overload of crowd control. They've got plenty of extra usages here, locking him up very easily.
Beautiful stuff right now. So a nearly 2,000 gold lead puts Top Esports ahead, plus the 2 Drakes. Heavily favored so far in this one. SOFM wants to steal. He's going to get it. Nice pickup with the Smite. Gets to get something done. Suning still needs to find a way to use this Wukong to win the game. They've got 3 plates topside, going for a bit more here. Plate number 4 going to be shared with SOFM, and they can knock the rest of this one down. They got 30 seconds to grab this next plate. Should be able to do so. 369 just forced to play in the backside. He went early Ninja Tabby. He's just playing defense. And he isn't bleeding too badly, but JackeyLove's being moved around the map. He's in the mid lane, gets plate number 2 down there. Top Esports off to a great start.
Yeah, wherever JackeyLove goes, you have to respect the TES presence. But Suning have some advantages of their own. The possibilities here, you know, Trinity Force built up by Bin, the Wukong greatly accelerated. And you definitely have the possibility for some large wombo combos with both AD carry and supports rotating towards mid. Sword Art with Flash available on Rakan. You can lock 2 members up in time for a Wukong ultimate and try and have one of those devastating combinations. Other than that, though, they have to worry about the presence from JackeyLove continuing to threaten around mid.
Now, 2 turret plates plus first blood difference, first turret difference, I should say, going to amount to about 450 gold. So not gigantic, but still obviously a meaningful difference here as the gold lead sits at still about 1,100. Knight going to get hit. He's not going to chase him. That would not be worth it. But you can see with SOFM putting in the pressure, he gets to contest the ward. Bot lane is being pushed in right now by Angel. And mid's kind of too hard to do anything with right now. They know SOFM's kind of around. They know that the Wukong could maybe move. And so no turret pressure really being done in the mid lane. And Suning actually weathering the storm. I mean, the gold has flattened out somewhat in the last couple minutes.
Yeah, I think the main thing they're worried about are the neutral objectives. You know, this is both Rift Heralds that have gone over to Top Esports. It is both Dragons for this early game. Karsa continues his similar playstyle. Ganks for the lane and focus on the neutral objectives, getting TES to a very comfortable mid game here. Again, though, it is all up to Suning to find this flank. That combination of the Rakan and the Wukong.
Yeah, I like it.
Is the power that they do have that they can bring here.
Easy shot comes through. Second turret goes down, so Top Esports add 500 more gold to the coffers, and suddenly the play space opens up quite a bit as there's a lot of jungle you can now own towards the bottom side, right? If you're trying to stack dragons, and realistically feel like they can do so, getting rid of those 2 turrets makes it the easiest to make that happen. Now a play in the mid lane, flashes, they're gonna find some kicks, but I think they layered it incorrectly. JackeyLove gets out because the kick was too early, and Sword Art knocked him up afterwards.
Yeah, you're going to have to decide which one you're going to blame for that, because once you do a kick, the kick actually animation will, or the trajectory that he's going to go, if you have another knockup, that stops the movement. So it was an instant kick into the W from Sword Art, and Sword Art's knockup means there will be no movement backwards, actually saving JackieLove's life here. So if we slow this down, there's some mechanics to look after. Gets the kick right there, right before the knockup, it looked like. And if he's not going to get that distance traveled backwards, he gets the walk out.
I'm going to blame the jungler here.
Flash.
As a non-jungler, Sword Art's play is the very, very standard Rakan play. It's ult, run in, flash W, and as Lee Sin, you have played around that so many times. SOFM just jumped the gun a little bit too early. It sucks to make that kind of mistake, but look, this is the case here. For 7 of the 10 players on either roster, it is their first major international LAN tournament. They've all got 11 games of experience. This is game number 12.
Yeah, if you take out the Flash Wolves players and JackieLove, then all the players in this entire game, this Worlds is their first international games. I would say also, counterpoint, that is the standard Lee Sin play there. Looking for the knockback. Here's Angel, though. He's got a
one on tonight, trying to run away. Got the shield, looks for more. Shockwave on a one. Other one gets stopwatch. Here comes the re-engage, though, with Carson's there for the dunk, and they're going to find the kill. Knight says, that's what you get for replacing me with Angel. I'm the better mid laner, and out they go.
Looks like that's going to be the end of that conversation, too. SOFM down, and it's going to be an easy reset here for Yuyanjia. Right back to the base. He's going to come out with his ultimate ready. Off of this reset, Dragon is available. No jungler for Suning. Guess what, Freak? That's a soul point.
Yeah, it's going to be the Drake dropping before 18 minutes into the game. At the very least, the next will live a bit longer, but Top Esports in complete control, 1,700 gold lead, plus 3 Drakes. Means you can kind of roughly double that in your mind. I feel like that's kind of about the worth of a Dragon in terms of expected win rate, but we still need to see Suning get more done than topside ganks this game, or this will just run away from them.
Yep, the bottom side definitely was a tragedy for Suning, looking back at how we got to this point. Here's another look at this play, though, and again, this play, the mechanics of it are fairly interesting, where you get the shockwave in, but really the important part is that they kill the jungler, and this is right before the soul point dragon comes up. So the target there and the focus from Top Esports, focusing down the jungler in this skirmish on bottom side, making sure that they get the kill that matters for their game plan, right on timing, means everything. It makes it look so effortless in the aftermath then, because you're like, oh, hey, what do you know? We're in this scenario. The jungler's dead and the dragon's up. Perfect. Yep. But it's just really good coordination here from Top Esports that gets them to that point.
And you can see now pressure on the bottom side. They will look for their 3rd kill here, Suning, and it will once again be on Jace. Here comes the chase down. Easy kick into the wall if they want it. They're going to go in for the play. A couple of knockups come through. Knockup comes down for Sword Art, and kill comes in number 2 for Bin. The Trinity Force Wukong is going to try to be the biggest carry in this game because they don't have a lot else going for him. As Suning tries to get back from a gold deficit with a single game exception, a 15-minute gold or deficit signaled a win or loss for Suning. They had a single comeback from a deficit. Otherwise, 15 minutes told them exactly what the game was going to be for the rest of it.
And actually, Freak, this too, the location of this attempt from Suning is calculated. You see in the red side jungle of Top Esports, 3 wards placed down. It's repeat attempts from Suning to try and find a pick on the bottom side of the map in preparation for this Soul Dragon. When you get that bottom side turret down, you have deep wards in this red side jungle. This could be that teleport flank from Wukong, that combination with the Rakan lockup that Suning are praying for at this point, because that is all that's going to get them back in this game.
So as mid is pushed in, Bin continues to grab a lot of the farm. You can see he's still getting the least of all of his, various carry lanes. 180, you can see 214, 195, but still going to be obviously quite relevant. Team outdone for a while. Triforce, Death Stance is soon. Yuyanjia going to fight for the wards, going to get those no problem. Sword Art going to fight back, and we'll soon see interactions. We know Mountain Soul is in 2 minutes and 20 seconds, and that will nearly spell the game. Bin's going to get out. Smite goes onto the clone, and Karsa not going to get into range easily enough. Not going to burn much. Of course, doesn't have flash, so walks away.
And Suning committing to the split push there. They have Angel holding the teleport on top side. He pushes the entire wave in. They have confidence in Bin to just escape that attempt. And they want to save all of these possible cooldowns of their teleports for the setup for this Dragon. But again, Top Esports, they're really good at doing their homework, doing their setup for these objectives. You see, they instantly sweeped out all the vision that Suning were able to lay down in preparation for this incredibly important fight. And that allows them to have the setup of their own, where again, the Jackie Love plus Pantheon point and click and then follow up CC allows for these pick opportunities.
Bin going to be the point of pressure. You can see jungle and support coming to join him as SOFM and Sword Art. Try to make sure that Bin is safe to knock this one in, push down the wave, get the gold, and maybe even threaten 369. You can see the Pantheon and the set coming over as well. So the same two roles coming to match. In fact, the map is pretty equally mirrored here. Azir and Orianna going to face off top side as well. Again, we know Mountain Soul is in 1 minute. Both of those players have teleport available, and Sword Art will very easily get away with the blast plan if he needs to, but he can wait for now, get another ward down. That's pretty smart.
And again, for Suning, this Bin versus 369 matchup is incredibly important. The Wukong now completing Death Dance is such a big component. They want to try and get the split push on the side going, push the wave to allow Bin more angles to try and come at this fight for. Trinity Force plus Death Dance for Wukong. He is ready for this 22-minute Dragon fight that's about to erupt. That's their hope. It's between these new LPL top laners that are fighting to become the biggest carry. And Red side should be the more dominant one. Should be the one with the counter pick, which they were able to use. They found the jungle pressure up there. They set him up.
Easy kill. Well done, Jace. Has his own Umbral Glaive to play for ward control. Bin wants to sneak in, gets the wave down, but here comes an engage to the bottom side. Looking maybe at Kars, but he's a tank. Not an easy target, but they get him to half, which is not bad so far. Between Lee Sin kicks and Streamer shuffles, they've got a chance at pushing the enemy jungler away. Suning need to claim this Drake or it's almost always game over. Top Esports staying together as 5. Suning playing a bit more split up. Sort of not going to hit with the Shock Blast, though. And will there even be an engage? They're almost late to the party. Karsa still only at 1,200 health. Gets a shield from Orianna, still waiting around for the play. Is there a room in for Top Esports? Waiting for Carson to go in. 1K health is going to be claimed by SOFM. And Carson down to 800. In comes Bin for the knockup. Doug puts him away. Looks for the re-engage on the back line. They've shut down Jackie Love. Bin doing the heavy lifting. Can he do the rest? He puts the team into it. Knight flashed the way to the wrong side of the map. And a shockwave is not going to do it. Suning mouth the comeback.
Suning, can they go over to Baron, push the wave, and get right over there? They do get the Dragon. They can get the Baron as well, Freak, just in time. Suning can pull this back. Karsa's still alive for Top Esports, though, and they're looking to contest.
Suning's only had one comeback win so far at Worlds 2020. Looking at the second so far, they've brought the game back to equal. They're still staring down the threat of a Mountain Soul with this Baron. It's gonna happen. The jungler's nowhere nearby. Karsa does not have a real smite. Baron will be claimed, and Suning will reclaim the gold lead.
Your past does not have to determine your future, Freak. Suning fighting back. Now with the gold lead, now with the Baron. They will not be the victims of another 3-0. See if they can pull it off. That flank from Bin and Sword Art that we've been talking about the whole game, trying to look for Suning, they finally find it. Bin goes in, he finds extra kill deep, then they get the section off on Knight 2. Nowhere for Knight to go. Flashes and dies as well. These are big cooldowns, big wins for Suning, and you see the reaction from the coaching staff.
Yeah, the underdog run definitely still alive. Suning looking for a bit more here as well. Bin got into the back line, and no one peeled. Shockwave came out later. The rest of his team not that great at it overall. So now what can happen is Red Bull Baron? How much can Suning get? The 1,600 gold is basically what you get for Baron just itself. They need to get more than this for the Baron to mean anything at all. Bot lane being pushed in, a couple of reinforcements are here, but it's 4v2 on the bottom side of the map. It's the other parts that are actually being attacked here. Wanfeng and SOFM gonna knock down this mid lane turret. 500 gold gonna be claimed, no problem. Top Esports knows better than to try, but the outer turrets are easy. The more difficult part is mid-tier 2 as they dunk right into it, and instantly Wanfeng is gone. Karsa makes the huge play in the mid game.
All right, TES now with a power play, and it is up to Suning to release the pressure. They cannot get more than that single mid turret with the Baron buff. This is actually a very measly Baron power play on the side of Suning, considering how much standing gold was still on the map. Really big play here from Karsa to cut off the push from Suning.
Onefoot had actually gone for the more defensive option too, going Iceborne Gauntlet against 4 AD.
Yeah, he took cleanse.
Exactly, I'll stack the armor, but you're not going to survive the Karsa dunk unless you got Quicksilver Sash. And he's going to finish Death Dance first. We'll see what comes out next. But that Baron power play, yeah, it's just that 1460, right? That's just Baron itself. That's nothing special. So top Esports, yes, they'll have to come back from a gold deficit, but in 2 minutes, that next Drake spawns, and if Karsa lands that smite, it's a really, really good chance to win that game overall.
That's the big issue with giving up so many early dragons. Every 5 minutes, you're faced with this heart-pumping decision. Oh, well, Sordart's got a heart-pumping decision of his own. Does have the extra mobility of Rakan, so not too bad.
All right, no problem right now. So, once again, just wait around for crossing the T's out of the I's. As you mentioned it, Kobe, doing your homework, making sure you are set up. Nice little recall stop there. No kills, no problem. But mid lane is under fire. The last 15 seconds of Baron buff is ultimately not going to mean too much. Yunjia has to lose his recall again. Swordart trying to be the most annoying player in this game, and it's worked out pretty decently for him.
I also have to say, level 16 now on Bin. The extra experience here for Wukong down in the side lane. You see him split pushing there is really big. That level, extra level into your ultimate for Wukong with the Conqueror, with the full build here basically, and a stopwatch. Bin is a guy, this is a rookie for Suning. Yeah. Joined this year, and they have just done everything to set him up for success. And it has really paid off for them. He's already had some huge plays here at Worlds. The Gangplank barrel heard around Europe to be able to get them that victory over G2. See if he can have a similar impact in this series. Karsa, though, he's got the flank.
Karsa's going to look for one flank yet again, finds a single stun, and it's not going to be a team kill. He's not going to knock down his old teammate. Swordart gets away. No dunk used. Going to save that cooldown for the all-important Drake fight. And SOFM, he's so sad. There was a ward right there. Knight saw him. He's like, I'm going to play it back. You're not going to get the kick on me. I will stay alive for this Drake fight. And once again, it is a battle that Suning must at least get the smite in.
And that's it. They've got extra resources to send.
Swordart, it's been rooted, it's been dunked, it's gonna be a kill. No, it's not. He ults, he gets away, jumps back to his teammate. And that is some important cooldowns missing. Swordart, of course, burned his own ulti, but it's still gonna be a 5v5 in the bottom river. Drake is alive.
Pretty big setup here. TES trying to find their way just to even let Karsa get a smite fight, because the rewards are tremendous for TES if they win the smite fight, and the losses aren't that big. One single Mountain Drake going over wouldn't be the end of the world. They're trying to force it now.
It's going to be a battle. Who's going to get the kick? Who's going to make the smite come through? The battle comes in again! It goes to SOFM with the steal. The re-engage with the double shockwave is good, and Jackie Love finds the kill in a Swordart. Jackie Love looking to attack. He's going to go down to Bin yet again. Angel gets the double scoop, burns his Zonias, but the re-engage looking pretty good. The front line is squishy. Yunjia goes down. Knight is on the run. He just cannot survive. And SOFM goes in for more. A double kill for Bin, and 3-6-9. It's a 3 this game. He's going to kill a minion wave. He is going to die. It's going to be okay. Swags for his old team, and that's going to be a huge pickup and ace for Suning.
SOFM spent so much time in the LNG jail, and he's back. He's on the world stage now, and he is winning it. Suning with another big dragon fight, and they're going to take it right through to the Nexus.
You have to believe they close this game out. The first Nexus turret going to drop, and the respawn's going to take a little bit too long. The stopwatch drops aggro. The second one falls, and now it's the time for the desperation defense. They're going to try 2 versus 4. Already a kill comes through. Another one comes in, but the Nexus will fall, and Suning takes the upset win in game 1.
Underdogs rise up, Freak.
Yeah.
3-0 in the semifinals of the LPL, but Suning will not let it go down like that here on the world's stage. These guys coming together, so big for them. What a year it has been, too. From 11th place in spring in the LPL here to 1 game up in the world semifinals.
1-7 on the year coming into the series. 1-0 in the series itself. It doesn't matter what happened before. What matters is how you play on the day. The battle for who will represent the LPL for the three-peat in the finals. And it's 1-0 to Suning so far. Beautifully done. Now, episode 1 of Untold Stories, Top Moments from Worlds is out now. Hear the humble beginnings of Worlds episode 1, titled Freak's Basement. Weird. It's available free on Spotify. Please check it out. Yeah, you were, as a player, you did the worst of all the NA teams. We'll get more insight from the experts in a few moments as Suning came out on top in Game 1.
True.
It's invisible, but it's always with you. It's the defender of your decisions, the bodyguard of your buffs, the guardian of your greatness on the Rift. It's the Cisco network. Because when every click can tip the scale of an entire season, nothing less than the speed and dependability of the world's most powerful network will do.
back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk. The rookies of Suning came up huge in Game 1, and they are one step closer to the World Final. If everything goes across expectations with LPL teams and what they show, hopefully we'll get 5 games of this. But let's sing the praises of Suning and how they really turned around a doomed game in the early game. Let's start with the draft, where we see a stark contrast between playing for lane and playing for those team fights.
I think there's so many things you have to look at in this draft. The first thing is Top Esports first picking away the Jhin from Huang Feng. That's one way of saying it. Then Huang Feng responds to Ezreal. And then Knight pulls out the Orianna for a control mage. And then Angel responds with an Azir. And it's his first actual control mage we've seen in the tournament. So he's happy to match him there. And then SOFM blind picking the Lee Sin because Kindred, Nidalee, and Graves are all banned. So that only leaves Hecarim Lilia. So he blind picks Lee Sin. It's one of his comfort. The tank Lee Sin. He's a connoisseur of that. And then Karsa responds with Set, which it's a good response. I think Lee Sin's not too much for a farming jungler. You're not going to go into too much risk picking Set. You're not going to fall too far behind. But if you look at both these comps overall, what you're seeing is on the blue side with Top Esports, you've got winning lanes. You saw 3 prior lanes. You saw them having the push. You saw the double crab for Karsa. And on the right side, on the red side with Suning, you have team fight comp. Yes, Wukong's going to lose early to Jace, but level 6 he'll take over. Azir needs to scale. Ezreal needs to scale. And I think, yes, Suning made a big mistake in bot side, but when it came to team fights, they just took over.
Yeah, and what I think is really important about this series and this draft in particular is Suning went back to the old style that they were using in the LPL. You know, this wasn't the hard farming junglers. We just talked about, you know, will the perfect storm exist for SOFM to take a power farming jungler and just kind of outpace Karsa. Instead, they go to the Set Lee Sin meta, and he's ganking top lane. And this is what they did domestically against top. They would try to throw everything at Ben because Ben does play those volatile matchups and get it going for him. They had the last pick, the Wukong. They did get him the lead over in the Jace. It's impossible to play that matchup post level 6. And then they also out-team fought them. And it kind of goes back to what Knight said, which is you need to be aware that Suning are much better than they were. Their development from domestic season to playoffs now to Worlds, even when they played the exact same style, which in the past they had lost to top with, they were able to outperform because they can team fight now.
And that's one of the biggest takeaways here for me. We talked so much about the Suning possible ceiling and the fact that they, one, changed up their style from the domestic season to the World Championship, but then when they saw it fit, go back now to something that they're used to playing but kind of executed better against the team that they lost against. That spells out development.
And I think if you look at Top Esports, they have clutch players in every role, like we said. They had 3 winning lanes from the draft as well. And Suning was able to weather that storm. Yes, we went down 2 or 3 gold. Yes, we entered bot a little bit on the dive, and which we're about to see soon. And I think that if they can weather all of this and win the team fights, I think it's just so well played. And the last pick Wukong for me was just huge.
Yeah, that's it, right? The fact that they do get behind early, that bot lane goes wrong. I thought I was watching yesterday's match again for a second there. Let's take a look and see why exactly this went so wrong for Suning.
Yeah, they tried to chain the CC. The exhaust comes out. They don't have the ignite for the dive, but the heal was too much. I think Huang Feng could have ulted on the CC and then followed up with the Q if Jacula flashed away. But this is not what you want to do when you're playing strong side top. You're playing for the ganking top. 369's falling so far behind. The Wukong is scaling well. They took the full top tower in 13 minutes without the Herald. And then this was just a repeat gank. They didn't see Karsa on the ward. Yuanjia goes around the side, and Huang Feng does have the flash, but he just dies anyway.
And basically at this point in the game, Kitchener are like, ooh, this is I think you said hunting season. Like, this is a big go next here. Jhin is just massive at this point, but the map has been split. You know, so many resources have been pumped into that Wukong. So many resources have been pumped into the bot lane through the sheer outplay. And essentially, it comes to the dragon setups and the dragon fights and the river control and vision game from Suning, as well as teamfight execution, which is so crisp. You know, Jackie for how clutch he can be, he is a very aggressive AD carry. He does play on that line, which is why a champion like Ezreal is so pivotal for him. It allows him to play that fine line of maximizing damage output while playing on the edge of danger. In those team fights on the Jhin, he doesn't have the same safety. He flashed forward, Ben saw his moment and clapped him. And that's something that you expect. Ben out-team fought and flipped it with SOFM on those key dragon fights that pulled this game away for Suning.
Well, let's check out those movements on the Suning's Mercedes drive to victory. It is the Drake fight that then led to the Baron and really turned this game around. And as we were watching, both of you were saying, this is their chance. They have to make this one work.
It was the flank from Bin and Soda. They jumped on Jackie. Jackie flashes away. Bin follows with the flash and just basically solo kills in backline. And SOFM's kick on Knight was huge. And I think that the thing is, they have so much diving threat in the backline, and I just feel like Top Esports didn't have enough to respond. They have a Jace and a Set that can't really peel. The dive on the Jackie, yes, he's really fed. Yes, he's 3-0. Yes, he has an item up on Huang Feng on the Ezreal, but if he dies, the fight's over. And then it's all on Knight to carry. And then SOFM identifies, well, my top laner solo killing their AD. Maybe I should just kick their mid as well. Both their carries are dead. Get the Baron. The game's won.
And this is the thing. the meta was shifted by draft. They went back to the Lee Sin and the set meta, but one of the advantages that top do have over Suning is the ability to play tanks in the top lane. The Ornn ban is coming through. Cajal, you said it at top of day that Ornn has been banned by Suning basically every single game. They don't want to play into it. We know that 369 can pull out the Scion. G2, or excuse me, Fnatic had to get rid of that one because it was just so obnoxious. And it's like, don't play the Jace. Don't give the counter pick. Don't allow Ben to have a volatile top carry versus carry. Like, I know that both these guys can play carries, but one of them can also play tanks, and that helps with your engage issue. It helps with your disengage issue. You know, if you have these guys diving into the backline, but you have no one to stand in the front, like, you just get blown up, and that's what happened to top.
Top's on red side, by the way, if that can help you.
Yeah, I think everyone's choosing red side these days. Yesterday's series, red side choose. I think red side is just good for support or top counter pick, which you saw the Wukong, and I just think their team fights were just pure art. That Dragon fight, Sword Art got both carries, SOFM kicks in, Bin solo kills their AD carry. It was just lovely to watch, and I just think that they went into the draft knowing that they had the losing lanes. You know, SOFM passed a full clear. He didn't even pass to walk into river. I don't think he right-clicked the river until the second crab spawn, so he knew all his lanes were getting pushed in. He still made the top-side plays, and if you can weather the storm of the winning lanes, I think Sunning is just such a good spot in this best of 5.
You're falling in love with this team.
Yeah,
love it. They're very lovable.
I love their icon and everything.
But here's the thing, like, I'm so excited for Suning, but we do know that top are not out yet. And top, I have no doubt.
Oh, I'm never making that mistake again. Exactly. Don't you worry.
BSYY is going to take them into the back line and go, okay, our draft was probably an issue. What tools do we need? They're going to find it again. And if Suning want to go toe-to-toe in those team fights, top can also pull that out.
You really got to go. What do you?
Put Knight on a playmaker. He was so quiet this game.
Yes.
Okay, let's see what happens. Top is definitely going to come back with a bang. And after the break, freaking Kobe will bring us into game 2 of TES versus Suning.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete, seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
Promise tomorrow.
Playtime's over. They're mine now. Fear the assassin with no master.
We can always be the legend.
We the top again, I would help you lay the crown, but count us higher than a mountain. And we be up here for the long run, strap in for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger with everything I carry up on my back. You should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler, but we're taking Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come and get your sport out the head. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you coming, my name you ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
在以后，除了是傻子，还有其他吗？我左右，键盘琵琶在时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的打斗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all, I had to weather the storm to get to
W 你有 Q 吗？你有 Q 吗？我有 W 的。没 E 没 E 没 E。等，来，
我要绕过来，我要绕过来，等我一下。
没有。
看这边，看这边，看这边，看这边。卡牌有闪的。
卡牌没闪。
哦，卡牌没闪。
卡牌交闪了，刚刚。他辅助没血，辅助没血。慢点，再一把。哎，看这边，看这边。鳄鱼在我们屁股后面。那个慢点。我追到。
哎，高难枪。
我可以秒拿枪。看，没血，看一下。卡牌。现在鳄鱼。
卡牌没闪。
盯到了，给打，多一滴。
我2秒灯笼，1秒。
卡牌没闪。
我有灯笼了。
那。要看我。我觉得可以追，追。
我没灯笼了。Nice。
我这里追到，中了。
机械没闪。
机械没闪了，没血了，机械。
我灯笼10秒。
中上没闪。
今天跑了，中猜吧。
我帅。
中路要帮 A。
我们一起。
这个塔很关键。他们15秒后有 TP。
卡牌没踢。我不去。卡牌没踢的。
机器人1滴应该还好。
可以，那。
机器人没闪了。
这打怎么说？
You just heard Suning's comms from their win versus JD Gaming in the quarterfinals, and sounds the game presented by Bose. And I want to talk more about Suning's potential run here at Worlds, because it would be, to me, the most dominant and impressive run that we've ever seen at Worlds. If you asked a lot of people who your top 4 teams at Worlds would be, it would be Top Esports, Damwon Gaming, JD Gaming, and then maybe G2 as number 4. Well, Suning beat G2 in the group stage. They beat JD Gaming in the quarterfinals. They're currently beating Top Esports in the semifinals, and they would have to beat Damwon Gaming to win the final. You can't get a more impressive run than beating the 4 best teams in the world to hoist the Summoners Cup, and they're part of the way already.
That definitely would be true if they can get there. I would put some brakes on this hype train that is rolling out of control here for Suning, though, because I do still believe Top Esports is the more flexible team, and I expect now that they actually get red side, which both of these teams have higher win percentages on red side than blue side because of their preference for those counter picks, especially for top side, they will be able to make the adjustments where Top Esports are recognizing the main play that Suning go for are these mid-game team fights where Hwangfeng has already farmed up, Angel has already farmed up, and they're running off of their top lane priority from Bin. So if Top Esports adjust accordingly, get themselves a front line, get themselves something they can team fight those mid-game team fights with way better than a Jace pick, I think they'll be set up for a lot more success, because that Jace blind was definitely a little weird and probably was the straggler here in the last draft.
Yeah, I would like to see maybe that Sion that he played so well against Fnatic a little while ago. You're seeing the same matchups in a lot of places. Ezreal answers Jhin. Lee Sin is the jungle takeaway pick here. What I find interesting, though, is Top Esports have not banned away Kindred. This is a champion that we have not seen Karsa play all split. We saw SOFM pick it up for Worlds, did pretty solidly on it, but he's like, it's okay, I've got other champs in the pool. Maybe an AP jungler like Evelynn makes more sense.
Ezreal, yeah, definitely very comfortable for Jackie Love, his most played of the year by far. The Zoe we're looking for last game is picked up, so you do have range for range here. I like this for Suning. When you have Jin plus Zoe, you have definite possibilities for those mid-game groupings. You can get poke damage. You can really easily fish for these snares. Zoe Bubbles and Jin W's are so easy to throw out with very low cost, and yet the reward is so high if you do actually find somebody with it.
So is there going to be an answer to Zoe before the last, before the next round of bans can come through, I should say? Knight going to hover the options right now, trying to figure out what he can do against his old team. Suning was his initial foray into the LPL. They dropped him after a split. Angel replaced him. Next year, Knight came back, and Top Esports got better and better and better. 2 Orianna games in a row going to be his options here, and now we get to see bans come through. Both teams have the exact same 3 roles.
And Orianna is really not a spicy pick into Zoe. Zoe with the outrange and outplay possibilities on the Orianna. Orianna so much more utility and team fight oriented here. So Angel should be super comfortable on his Zoe, as he always has been. And we'll look at the support role for the main bans, because again, that's where a lot of the playmaking is going to be, since we also already had Kindred and Lee Sin locked in for the junglers. They're still looking for some front line here.
And Yuumi has been a pick that Yuyanjia has played a bit with the Ezra. However, it was like a 50% win rate in the LPL, and for a champion with, or a team with a 70% win rate, going 3-3 is not as good. So though it is a ban because it's a common pairing, still want to see if Leona is left available, because that is more likely than not what actually comes through. Waiting to see, though, if that is going to be the case, as they do still want a bit more engaged. Wouldn't be bad to join the Orianna and Lee Sin on the way in. Vladimir, interestingly, being banned away on the Suning side. I actually would have thought Vlad might have made sense considering the AD jungler.
Yeah, maybe they're thinking blind Gangplank then for Bin, because Vladimir, super good pick into Gangplank. If they went with the Ornn, it'd be their first Ornn in a very long time, 39 games now, I believe, for Bin.
I think it's the taunt hover.
I think,
like, look, this champ that we always ban.
There is a decently high probability with the Vladimir ban that they do go with the Gangplank, though. So it is going to be the first Ornn in quite some time here for Bin. They are really throwing down. They are almost predicting the adjustment of TES, I feel like. And they want to have the ones with the team fight, the guaranteed long engage startup here. And since you're already looking at the Leona pick in there for support, the other biggest counter to Ornn of the Braum for the team fight later can't get picked up. So I do like it there, and they kind of jump the gun and they take the Ornn first, only to have Gangplank answered on the other side, kind of as expected here for 369.
Sure, so it is going to be counter pick this time around for Top Esports. Every single time so far this series, we are seeing top lane picked last on the red side. Make sure you know your matchup and then try to make it look good. Now, once again, it's still physical damage jungle top on the TES side. Bin can fairly easily do armor stacking, and if he's not dead in the first 6 levels, it's going to look pretty good with the Sunfire Cape and Ninja Tabby. So we'll see what that looks like.
Yeah, and I would definitely say this Gangplank into Ornn pick is a lot about, hey, we are going to be playing off of this Leona. So Gangplank Ultimate is what he has over the Ornn for the early stages for that global. And you want to use that to follow around the Leona. This puts a lot of emphasis on the playmaking for your support, because Leona's so good at roaming around. You can either set up the plays in bottom side and have that AoE combination, or you can just use the Gangplank Ultimate on those support roams linking up with the jungle.
Alrighty, it's time for the players to do it all now. Final words from coaches have already come through. The champs are locked in. The lineups are there. And it's time for Top Esports to find their way back into the series. We are on to the Rift for Game 2 of our second semifinal at Worlds 2020. One of these teams will be representing their home country for the three-peat of the LPL at the World Championship and the chance to win Worlds on home soil for the first time since 2014. And Karsa is being invaded upon, and I don't believe they know. They see the journey. Now they know. He saw the journey, and Karsa's like, I'm out. I'm out.
I don't like magic. No magical journey for you, please. One of the things the analyst test did touch on at the beginning, the top of the day, though, were the level 1s that have been so standard for TES, and that magical journey rewards Suning with a deep ward and nothing more. Counter ward on bottom side, though. This is your standard reaction anytime you do sniff out that invade. Thank you, observers. You point out the ward here as Jackie Love was the one to actually walk deep into enemy territory and use his trinket first.
Now, what's interesting is you don't actually know for sure if people have recalled away just yet until you see them on the ward. You're not sure what Sword Art and everyone else were up to, but now they're spotted as they go for leashing, and it's going to be okay. Karsa can walk up and take his red buff here. 369, of course, spots bin, and everyone's going to be safe with red buff leashless starts on both sides. Another thing I want to point out, by the way, is Bard wants to learn Q and W in the first 2 and maybe even 3 levels. 2 points Q is not that uncommon. This is going to really, really hurt early lane pressure. Sword Art has only auto attacks and passive for early lane pressure.
Yeah, that's why we're seeing the engage.
Yep. Exhaust already burned on a Jackie, so we can't auto quite as hard. They're going to hit him back a little bit, but, you know, honestly, not so bad. This is going to feel pretty comfortable. Potions already burned on a couple of different players here. I think both Wanfeng and Sword Art had to pop that, but he's got 4 potions. Not going to be too bad.
2-for-1 deal on summoner spells, special in the bottom lane, Freak.
Yeah.
Are you buying? Because
I'm buying.
TES are definitely buying, and they're rushing for the level 2. You see how they're trying to crowd the minions right now. Yes, Suning are backing off. They cede control. They've lost the war over the damage on minions, and that is to be expected, as you talked about. When you do start the magical journey early, there is a price that you're paying. You either lose out on that lane pressure, or you lose out on what a lot of bards used to do is leave your health packs around for mid laners for the solo lane impact.
Yeah.
You get neither of them there. Meanwhile, though, junglers actually, we this time have Karsa making some sneaky moves as he gets around for a possible look towards mid. I think he was looking for Raptor counter steal here.
Maybe SOFM was going for that one, but wasn't. Says, okay, Kindred basically, I think you actually probably saw Kindred moving based on how the red buff was killed and said, okay, we know Krug's drop, I can steal this one away. But this is 2 games in a row. Karsa is not going for heavy clearing. He's playing the exact same champion, the exact same side SOFM did last game. SOFM went for the full 6-camp recall clear. Karsa going for an invade. Now fight bot side. Yes, indeed. Plenty of damage here towards Sword Art. They're going to land the Q. Magical Journey's away. That's going to be helpful. Miscommunication. Jackie Love is on the wrong side. And SOFM is right behind him. Where are the teleports? Oriana's got to come down. When can they get away? Flashes across everybody to run away for this one. They will live, but it burned so many resources.
Those are big cooldowns. Yes, the only discrepancy here in favor of top Esports would be the teleport that Knight holds onto, whereas Angel tries to make that trap come complete on the bottom side with SOFM walking down through the jungle. They thought they had them fully collapsed upon. In their reward, yes, bottom side for top Esports now have to play a lot more defensively. They're the ones blowing all their flashes.
First Kindred Mark is top side right now, and everyone's around to contest this one, so we're not sure if SOFM yet can guarantee that Kindred Mark, but definitely something we're going to watch for. 369 pushed in early on, has not taken his first recall yet. Going to do so right about now, try to finish Sheen. SOFM with mid control, going to have no problems here at all. Kindred Mark #1 going to come through. And we'll do our best to keep track over the course of time. Managed to get the first mark off the first set of scuttles.
Yep, first one there, you can get off the scuttles. Then the next 3, you can get off the shallow camps of the Raptors or Gromp or scuttles. And then once you're at that 4, that big break point where you get your giant 75 increase into your range, then you have to go deeper in to the deeper spawn camps, the Krugs and the Wolves or Buffs. So easy early ones to pick up. Let's see if they actually turn their sights towards the early dragon, though. With the change that we've seen in the bottom lane standings here, since we opened up the game talking about Gangplank Ultimate, and the big reason here for this pick for 369 for top Esports is to try and play. Oh, he actually splits them. Doesn't stop either recall there. Regardless, though, the big reason to pick that Gangplank is for that ultimate and the possibility of playing off your Leona pressure. A lot of that kind of relieved by Suning, going aggressive, getting some of those flashes down on the side of TES. Possibilities are still definitely there, though. You know, Sword Art's offensively blown flash there can also be punished just as easily as a defensively blown one.
This little free summoner heal going to mean that poke did nothing to Angel. Going to have no problems dealing with this one. Drake has spawned now, 5.5 minutes in. And Suning, small gold lead so far, and that's with fighting a Gangplank, who does print a bit of free money. That'll start stacking up as time goes on. Aggressive ward comes down. They know they're not spotted, hoping for an interesting play. Is someone going to run through the jungle? Not just yet. Sword Art walking back normally. Swifty's rush comes through for Wanfeng. No surprise there. Jackie Love making the right choice in building the pickaxe half of Manamune. I think tier by itself is actually a really big power drop, speaking of which, that's what Knight has, but mid lane's less volatile.
Plus, especially if you are trying to play off of, this possibility of bottom side plays, you'd rather have that, upfront damage right now. It is about to be level 6. There you go, 4369. And he even took the extra fairy charm in inventory along with the Sheen to make sure he's going to have enough mana to try and use the ultimate for that bottom side play. I would say that Suning should be looking for this also, though. As much as top esports, trying to plan around this, you should always be looking at the win conditions for your opponents.
And it's going to be pretty easy to get the small parts of the chickens, but the mark itself was taken away. Karsa took that camp in time. SOFM showed up about 3 seconds too late, and it will remain only 1 mark on the Kindred, but gets to fight over the red buff. Yunjia gonna be spotted out by a nice trap. Wanfeng, yep, he's like, I can actually just see you right now. Sidesteps as well. No problems, but now a fight into the mid side. A lot of damage. Angel gonna get away. Has to burn his real flash to do so, but stays alive. Karsa's first gank results in a summoner spell going away. As now SOFM shows in the mid lane. Knight hastes and walks out. Not gonna burn too much to deal damage to him.
Exhaust also used here for Sword Art. So again, we're stacking up these cooldowns that are being burned around this dragon area. I'm kind of waiting for it to open up here with Top's plan to try and see if they do force on an early dragon. See if we get the reset off here first to try and buy.
Nice, they hit him. That's gonna be the recall stop, and of course they know exactly where he is because you can tell that connected. It looks a little bit different, so he knows what's going on down there. Been trying to shove with the wave. Of course, the chain vest is already in. The time to gank top is pretty much past. Yes, it's possible, but the expenditure of resources is going to be really high, especially when you can just counterpunch and take a Drake. So seems like he's going to be on an island for a while over there on the top side. But again, you mentioned it before. It's why you pick Gangplank, so you can ult somewhere else and play around that Leona and have that happen somewhere else. So waiting for that top esports player on bottom side.
Mid matchup is pretty interesting if we consider this plan as well, because Knight getting his blue buff now, plus the tier that you mentioned him starting with, Orianna really focuses on just pushing that wave, trying to make sure Zoe doesn't get to roam around for bubbles. SOFM, nice hop over the back of this dragon. He's going to take that objective before they even get a chance, even with the Scuttle Crab there. And you see the pings and the support roam already to the top side for Yuyanja. It looks like it's going to be top esports. As soon as they hear the dragon roar, we'll immediately try and answer with the early top side.
See if they can do it. The Herald is alive, but maybe people can get there to defend in time. Sword Art walks by, says, hello, I picked up some chimes. I'm running fast. Don't worry about it. A couple of Caretaker Shrines for Angel. Make sure he's going to feel okay. Is down in CS, and then Karsa indeed is going to try. But that ward is going to spot the fact that they know it was at least leashed. Now, Karsa's not going to follow in, so theoretically, now that they watch it go away, they know what's going on. And we'll see if Suning is going to play around this very much. SOFM pretty easily sustains himself, knocking down camps on Kindred, and can very easily contest his Herald if he needs to.
So, interesting exchange of information. They saw SOFM walk over towards Gromp, so they're going to actually start off the Rift Herald, but the ward still is there and Sword Art's coming, so Suning not giving away that they know. That's one of the biggest things. You don't want to use your movements too early to alert them.
4K health, going to go for the engage now. The ulti is alive for SOFM. Q, I believe, didn't land, so he can't follow regardless. Takes the Ignite, walks away, still playing for this fight, though. Smite is up for Karsa, is up for SOFM, but he's not going to contest. So, he's going to pop the eye, going to burn the Smite, lay in the Q, and the top esports swag comes down. They do get Herald, and this, doing all the research, was what I expected to see. Top esports getting top side objectives, and Suning getting bottom side objectives.
Yeah, and they leave the Jin down bottom. So Wanfeng, he never even starts walking up towards that Rift Herald. So you know that Suning not going to try and contest there. I think is the wiser call for them. And Jin does get the minion wave into the tower. Jackie Love actually only lost out on a couple, though. He didn't lose out on too much since he had the earlier push, and Wanfeng had a long ways to go, and he's able to get back just in time.
Yeah, power spike's, of course, a bit different. BF sword plus upgraded boots, way better than pickaxe tier. So Wanfeng, yes, with some lane control kind of regardless. And hey, cashing in a plate is going to be pretty good. Now, the expected value of Herald, I would say, is very often just 2 plates. If you've got a winning lane, you can get more by knocking the rest of the turret down, but very frequently, you're just getting that much money, and half of that was earned by Wanfeng just shoving in bot side.
All right, let's see about the top side, though. Because, I mean, he shoved it in, but he didn't actually get a lot of damage on the turret, so I don't know if he's able to mine out enough to make that worth it, since you also get decent experience.
Yeah.
on that side, and Jackie Love got back to the turret fairly quickly.
Yeah, I mean, we knew one plate dropped, and I believe that was because of the support roam, but regardless, yeah, it's like 1 or 2 minions lost away on the Jackie Love side. A little bit more of attacks down here, but now we can see 369 gets Demolish available. Gonna pretty much get the entire plate up there, but has to dodge Turret Dagger, and you can see he's actually aiming at damaging.
Here comes Bard! Better
Yeah.
run, he's got pings all over him. Looks like it's not going to be a time, though, and Gangplank easily able to get away as they do get alerted for the double roam, too. This should be some power play bottom side for Top Esports. They just saw both jungle and support roam up to the top side. So you can see already Karsa and Yuanjia grouping up to get some deep vision for themselves, too.
Drake number 2 spawns in just 2 minutes. Suning, of course, got the first one, and then SOFM, for the entirety of Game 1, outsmited Karsa to claim the Dragons and prevent Seoul at the last kind of possible moment. Suning mounted that comeback and mounted that defense. We've still got a very close game. 100 gold continues to separate these teams. Drake on one side, a Herald waiting to crash on the other. It's got to be used the next 2 minutes or the plates will drop.
And I think the vision setup is so important for this as well, because if you're looking at the champions, you have so much pick potential from this side with Sword Art, Bard, Ultimate ready, sticking somebody in place for easy bubbles to land, easy Jhin follow-up there. It could be really bad if you don't have enough control wards in place for the setup here. And this whole time, SOFM just hard farming away here on the Kindred, is clearing a bit quicker than Karsa, getting his level lead, and getting to the point where he can try and be that extra force to fight over and contest that vision.
Sword Art right now going to have no problems knocking down some of the wards that were trying to spy on their own jungle. No problem at all. Zara Karsa, you're not going to get to fight me. I'm going to play far enough back that we're going to be safe here. Yuanjia comes in and does something similar, knocking down more of the wards inside the jungle, and we're going to have this contest coming soon. 45 seconds until this Drake spawns, and that's going to be probably the first big fight of the game. Trinity Force is done for 369. Manamune decently stacking up. If Jackie Love's recalls, I believe he can afford Sheen. I'm not sure he can actually make that play happen just yet, but 369 cashing in now topside as he gets his items done. He got 2 plates in about as many minutes.
And both top laners having teleport means that it could be a much more explosive fight if both teams decide to fully commit everything. I'd say one big discrepancy is Zoe item build versus Orianna item build. When you go for Luden's Echo first Zoe, you have a big power spike there, lots of burst damage that can come through, and the Archangel still takes a while to stack up and get your full value from you know, Seraph's shield and stuff like that, but here's the fight.
Big fight on the bottom side, they kick one back up to him, gets the ulti off, the stuns aren't gonna matter, and here comes the re-engage! First blood for Angel, and the teleport's already in for Bin, not gonna be answered by 369, just the ult, so it's gonna be plates taken top side, but first blood and an easy second Drake gonna come through for Suning.
Yeah, if I need a video to explain the Zoe with Luden's completed already at 13.5 minutes, Freak, that's it right there. He comes in, gets the extra kill, finishes it off, teleports topside to try and defend this tower from 369, who's been just working away on it too. And because of that pick, it is now Suning 2 Dragons, stacking up, all going according to plan. And since they made the adjustment, stepping away from what they've done for 38 games and putting Bin on the Ornn, they also have the team fighting in the front line to try and play off this Dragon stacking.
I don't think Karsa ever got to summon Herald because I think mid and bot looked totally fine, and I mean top, that damage was all 369, so the top Herald play did nothing.
Yeah, I mean, so look, he's got it right now. If you die with Herald, it's one of the worst feelings if it expires in your fountain, but here's another look. Boom!
Yeah.
You don't even have to wait for Jhin follow-up. It is Luden's Echo, Zoe, Q hitting. Nice job there by Angel. Signature champion and all. Now he's got spell penetration on top of it with his Sork shoes and some more safety for playmaking with the Zhonya's coming in. And as you mentioned, yeah, as a jungler, it feels so bad to die at the time and then have your Herald expire while you're dead and you can't summon it.
At the end of the day, the gold is still Top Esports' favorite, but again, that is Gangplank doing most of that one in terms of, I would say, you know, total minions killed and objectives completed. I still favor Suning right now, and that's pretty good because Kindred is going to outskill his Lee Sin pretty heavily. Karsa's got Ninja Tabby, and we'll see if he goes the lethality or the tank version of Lee, but his days are mostly beyond him, outside of synergy with the squad, kicking people outside of Kindred ults, things like that, but you gotta get things done from someone else. Essence Reaver halfway done for 369. Like, he's rich, and that's good for Top Esports. I mean, this is a player they play through so very often. He got counterpick, he got 3 or 4 turret plates. Like, yes, he's gonna be one of the big leaders, but it's gotta happen.
And I have to say, one of the big things with the game plan that we were looking for coming in, they never really got that big Leona plus Gangplank ultimate play. Maybe now it happens, but he's fallen asleep.
Falling asleep, rooted in place. Jin ult comes in yet again. He's got to run away. He'll stay alive. Easy pick up there on the Herald comes through, and a couple of shots mean that it's a disengage out of top Esports. Second Herald picked up there by Suning, and they can crack a turret with it.
I mean, people didn't talk about Angel that much, but when they did, a lot of it was for the Zoe too. And him finding these picks, again, it's so low cost for Zoe to fish for these. He just continually finds the Q hits. He finds the sleepy trouble bubbles. Now he might be a little bit of a bait.
Two in brush.
They're on the ward.
Angel's alone now. He does have teammates, but they're staying in Fog of War. SOFM now shows himself, and there will be a play. Sword Art reveals as well. They're going for the TP. This is a 5 versus 3. This is the comeback potential for top Esports. Angel not going to have an easy way out. They land the E, they land the Q. That's going to be a stun lock. They should get that kill, no problem. Shockwave comes in, and they will find a single kill. But they expended absolutely everything to find only a single kill.
Yep, and that bottom turret is gone. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Bin's taking that one all the way home. Cashes in right there for the bottom side. It is definitely a big kill there, especially since Zoe's such an annoying champion to deal with, and they continually have been poked off these objectives. Last time with the Paddle Star, then at the Rift Herald with the Sleepy Trouble bubble there. 369 eventually answers here with the top side, finishing up the work that he's been doing all game long.
Yeah, the difference in getting first turret itself is 150 bonus gold. That 150 bonus gold went to Bin. Now, I would say that's one of the least important champions to get extra money on. You're going to be happy on Ornn kind of regardless. You're always going to be a big front tank line, and getting a third of a Ruby Crystal extra is probably not going to make or break this game, but it still does mean he's done well for himself. Top Esports, their 1,000 gold lead, going to feel good for now. Keep in mind, in 2 levels, Bin gets to upgrade his items, add 2,000 gold of stats to his own inventory, and we'll see if Top Esports can start contesting these Drakes soon.
Yeah, I mean, SOFM also scaling really nicely here with the Kindred. Another damage source for them. They're feeling extremely good about the early stages of this game and how it's gone, considering the game plan laid out. I will say that you have your Seraphs transformed for Knight, so you have your extra shield, your extra survivability for this Orianna, but it is pretty difficult to get that combo that you're looking for from the TES side, unless Yuyanjia, who has been the most criticized player of the team, steps up really big. There's so much on his shoulders as the Leona. You hold this team fight together. He's got to be the one to find the combination here onto Angel to lock him down, because Huangfeng has a cleanse, has the flash himself too. It is going to be difficult on Angel with the double mobility summoners, but that's what TES have to look for.
SOFM continuing to do Kindred builds that are SOFM a bit unique. 3 games of Kindred, 3 games Edge of Night on that champion. Loves to play Provision Control. Does a good job of that one. So here we go. Drake number 3 on the board right now. Karsa's already at half health. Angel is finding the poke, and he has an extra ghost to fend for himself. There's a stun lock, though, and they're going to instantly delete Sword Art. JackeyLove gets the kill. Huanfeng opens up, and he's shut down Karsa. A big jump right there, and suddenly, no jungler on TES's side means no chance to take the Drake, and that's what Fem, uncontested, grabs Drake number 3.
Oh, and they're not done here. Angel throws out another bubble.
Flashes in for some damage, gets the ulti off in time. They can't kick him out. This is going to be a re-engage, a knock-up, and a kill just on a JackeyLove, but it's traded 1 for 1. Now the 3-on-3 continues. 369 ulti separates the squad for now. Bin left alone, but he's so tanky, he's hard to kill. Another Q is going to land the Drowsy as well. Not going to find it just yet, though. Yuyanjia gets away. 3v3 on the map, but 3-0 in Drakes.
And the critical part here, Freak, in the aftermath, the dragon does go over to Suning. As you mentioned, soul point here now. Trying to go for the crab, definitely well worth it, but the tower's going down as well, so even with those kills, going to the side of Top Esports, objectives here for Suning.
And bonk goes the turret. 2 turret kills for Bin specifically. He's been there for the team, had to blind pick, and he's deathless on Ornn. Looking really good so far. And this is looking more and more like Suning headed to a 2-0 start to this best of 5.
And this actually started in a dream scenario for Top Esports, where we're talking about, oh, Yuyanjia has to make a big pick. They walked right into him to give him that opening. But Angel finds the counter here. Again, he gets Karsa, and they take him down. Without that, there's no jungler left, so they move in here from side of Suning. SOFM, as you know, does go down in the end. They still get the objective.
And JackeyLove kited off the Kindred ulti, couldn't get back in time, went down pretty quickly, at least the critter kills away, but this is Suning favored now as we wait for Ocean Soul in 3.5. Top Esports, he mentioned the Leona engage being the way to make this one happen. So far, they haven't been quite enough in this game. Sure, he's got perfect kill participation. Sure, he's deathless. Vision. Bard ult used for vision. Yeah, didn't know if Top Esports was doing that in the fog. Shields come out, they'll stay alive. Sword Art just journeys away. He's going to be fine as he looks at his old teammate inside the jungle and says, all right, never mind. Blue handed off to JackeyLove.
Yeah, I think that's a worthy cooldown to use because you don't need the Bard ultimate to come up with a big pick at this stage of the game. The game is already going in your favor, so just use it to take away the small chance that TES might be using some sort of crazy Baron thing to really pull this one back. Like the use of the cooldown there, the safety from the big shot caller here, Sword Art from Suning.
And if I'm Suning, I'm actually happy to play just for the Drake, and as people like to say, coin flip at it, because that's sometimes been the better smiter so far this series. Like, you know, he 2-0'd him so far in the first game. I mean, so far so good in this one here as well. And if Karsa ever does show up, oh, there's a flash kick. This is slowing to Hwanfeng. He's trying to get away, but where are you going to go? Flashes into immediately slowed, then stunned, then cleanses. Q's going to come in, and Shockwave finally guarantees a nice big pick. Means the bot laner is gone. Is Baron even on the plate, though?
So Karsa takes it into his own hands, uses the flash to finish it off. Really clean pick here from Top Esports, and they have to use this for an objective pressure here. They're cleaning out all the vision around the Baron. 23 seconds left on Hwanfeng, though, means that there's not a lot of time to work with.
It's true. And now the Ornal's going to come in mostly, it looks like, for wave clear, and that's going to be fine because the cooldown's going to be up in time. 100 seconds is all it takes to have it ready for the next Ocean Drake. But Top Esports, they, you know, get an Ornalt out to make them kind of feel safe. They get a bit of damage in mid turret. They get to knock down bottom turret and get a couple of these lanes under their control. Now it's time to recall. You're 130 away, 125 from Drake. All right, time to restock your wards. Time to get ready for the climactic fight of this game. Suning held on against Top Esports at Drake fights. Now it's TES's turn to do the exact same.
Freak, this story of this game has been just such calculated and calm play from Suning. Look at these cooldowns, these resources they're using just to play safely. The Bard ultimate on the Baron, the Ornn ultimate just to clear out the wave. They know that they don't have to roll the dice here against Top Esports, and they're just biding their time, calculating, using these to wait for the Dragon. 50 seconds left on arrival. I believe the Ornn ultimate will sync up very shortly with that. So timely usage here, and they should be able to get the setup. I think the key component that might be missing, though, will be the vision around this, because they do need somebody to mark Leona. If they mark Leona and they keep him from getting that big engage, they don't have to worry about too much else. Since Karsa used his flash on the mid pick on Hwanfeng previously, he's not going to be the extra crazy mobility playmaker as he would be if he still had that cooldown.
I want to point out Majai's comes through for Knight at 7 stacks. If he wins a fight at all, it's amazingly gold efficient. It's only mediocre right now, but he needed the power spike because this is the fight that matters. Max CDR on top lane, max CDR on the AD carry. Another ult comes off, tags 2, and look at this health bar for Hwanfeng. It's down below half HP, but be careful of the re-engage. It's going to be Yuanjia kind of just marking and stuck in the 1v5. Health bar's running out, tries to pop block it, tries to flash to safety. Can they finish one off? The smite fight going to come through easily for Karsa, and the health bar's a solo. SOFM is in the danger zone. Is the re-engage for JackeyLove enough? Gets him low, goes in 1v3, but is stunned and shut down. That is far too much. Burns the flash to die. Karsa finds the kill on Angels, though, and they do find a single kill back. Ulti across the wall, not going to mean too much. Out they walk. Just barely. Top Esports get the 1-for-1, and they claim the Drake they needed.
Karsa is such a good bowler. He can do it with his feet, Freak. Kicks him right in for the last kill there. Full strike. He knocked up the whole team, got the damage. That was such a clean kill there for Karsa on the backside, and it honestly turns into mid-tower pressure getting a kill, plus objective for Top Esports. And critically, they deny the soul point. And this is a big soul. This is Ocean Soul. So Yuyanja, going in there, he had a risky job to pull off, and he did it. He survived. He got out to the backside. JackieLove, not so successful with his risky play. This is definitely an aggressive move that and associate with him, trying to flash in for that kill, but there it is.
Sword Art kills the team, accidentally, but now the fight towards Bin, he is slowed. He's going to be in a really bad spot. I mean, he's got flash, but it's just not going to matter. You don't have a good way out of this one. Kill comes through to 369. He gets his first kill of the game. And Top Esports feel they may have turned the corner now, as they have gotten kill after kill. It started 3-3. It's now 6-4 in their favor kill-wise, and looks like Baron's on the plate.
Yep, they're also turning the pages here, as Knight now with 11 stacks on that Medjai's after the consecutive plays here from Top Esports. 25 seconds left on the Ornn. He does have teleport once he arrives.
SOFM, no ulti, but does have smite, and they got to be careful about what this one's going to look like. It's a 5v4. They found the stun on Angel, this time over the wall. JackieLove finds the damage he needs. Easy pick right there, and it's SOFM against the world now. Now, Bin could TP in 10 seconds. Some time bought by Sword. Our ult's going to come through, steal the blue, I do believe. Maybe SOFM got it, but regardless, the Baron is still being attacked, and SOFM cannot join this one. Top Esports, it's their turn to find the comeback.
Yuyanja! Leona ultimate right when Zoe pops back with her ultimate there. He just clapped Angel right back to the fountain. Takes away any opportunity for Suning that they possibly were going to look for. JackieLove follows up on his lane partner's stun, goes over, gets the kill, and Top Esports fire back in such a big way.
Okay, 5,000 gold. The Red Bull Baron, I think it's going to be more than 1,500 this game. It feels like they've got what they need. Sword Art going to be found out, though, right in front of the opposing team, but the knockup comes through for Ornn, and they're going to kill JackieLove yet again, his third death of the game. And it's time to run away for poor Leona. Bin going to flash for the knockup, and they may just find that kill. The clap almost found. He can't quite reach this target, and they will get away. A shockwave on a 2! Forces the ult, but they could find Knight. He's forced to flash away now as well, but there could be more. No root just yet for Wanfeng. Knight not going to go to sleep, just barely. Barely keeps his eyes open, walks away, but still mid lane will drop as top lane tier 2 is killed by 369.
Yeah, remember, you're doing this play, these kind of rage plays versus a team that has Baron. Yes, you're frustrated that you just lost out in that big exchange, but even if you do chase down these kills, there's no objectives left on the map, no Dragon to fight over, nothing by the Baron pit, and the waves are pushed against you, so you can't even, exchange with a tower after that. Meanwhile, Gangplank with a Baron down there, it's now level 16, 369. Infinity Edge full crit build here with the Trinity Force for him, and he's about to show you why you want to get his hands on that Gangplank.
Yeah, he's rich so far. I mean, every G2 fan still knows what Bin did on Gangplank in the group stage, and 369 hoping for a similarly sized play here in the World Semifinal. Defensive control ward, and we know, again, Drake spawns in 1 minute. Ocean Soul would probably tie this game based on how much gold Top Esports has in their favor. That feels like about what it would do and put it back on equal footing, but so far in the driver's seat is the red team. Red buff goes over to Wanfeng. Easy fight over the wards, but Top Esports, they own most of the jungle. They own the roads in. And they've paid for them themselves here, and Suning gonna have to fight through a lot of vision to get a fight for this Drake.
And it actually feels like, with the way that it's going now for TES, like the team fights are gonna look so good for them. They've got, well, here we go.
Ward over the wall, looking at SOFM. They're gonna find a lot of CC. The kick over the wall can make it easy. They could find this kill, no problem, but he's gonna get back to safety. Looking at the kill already, though, the solo on one side and the Ezreal on the other. These are going to be snipes on both sides of the map now. Top Esports 2 for 0. They want bot lane tier 2. Still 10 seconds left on the Baron buff. They baited a fight. They don't care about the Drake. They want the base.
All right, Baron buff should allow them the keys to that base, Freak. Baron buff on this extra wave. They will melt through this turret.
It's going to be the inhibitor now as well. Is there going to be enough to defend this one? We are 25 seconds away from the respawns. The inhibitor is gone. The Nexus turrets are in the eyes of Top Esports. The LPL champions want to be the one to hoist the trophy. And they will simply take the inhibitor and walk away. Still 10 seconds on meaningful respawns. SOFM cannot be in range to smite in time as long as they take down this Drake quickly. But there's always a chance for a big play. There's always a chance that somehow you turn it around. Vision being played over. Angels alive walking. SOFM just now spawns. And this should be killed before he can smite. This should be killed before there's any chance to steal. Sword Art away from the engage. Wanfeng still waiting around. Maybe he can find something miraculous. Karsa blocks the W, gets the smite, no problem. And Drake count now 2-3.
This is a series of teams sitting on Soul Point, Freak.
Yeah.
And it's a takeover from the opposition. This time around, TES, their solo lane's getting massive right now. 15 pages now in Knight's book after this play. He's able to get the assist there with the Orianna ball. This time around, Yanja finds the engage onto SOFM, and then Jackie Love follows up with the snipe. That bottom lane has really been in sync this series so far. That is a death cap on top of that stacked Medjais, by the way.
Oh, but it might not be 15 stacks anymore. He's going to find himself slowed. Shockwave on 3, still killed off. Sort out the target. Karsa going to go bowling yet again, but is it going to be enough? The barrels. It's 800 damage and a flash follow. And Karsa's here. Can he find the kill on his old teammate? They played 200 games together. Right now, Tuan Feng back over the wall. He finds a low health Bard. He can't go for any more, though another kill comes across. Suning take the fight 2-1 so far, but there's blood in the eyes. These health bars are low, but there's not enough easy target access. Suning actually win the fight, and they can take some more gold.
Ooh, yeah, just barely. They can push the minion wave out, but they are playing with fire. That is Jackie Love Ezreal with a red buff right now. If you fall prey to an engage here, Yuyanja with flash, Jackie Love can definitely snipe the extra members, so they call off the push from the side of Suning. They back away with that little amount of gold. Now, all of these upgrades for Ornn are being handed out. You know, we had the Molten Edge down there just handed out as well. So Suning definitely have a lot of this late game value too. And it's a huge pick on the Knight, as we're talking about, because of the Medjais. Taking down those stacks really is important because they're getting multiplied by the death cap that is got in inventory. Since they try to commit so much here, though, you know, that teleport from Bin is actually going to be big as they try to play the map afterwards, and it becomes a push and pull here. Since Gangplank 369 is incredibly massive, and he's gone the crit build. The pros of the crit build versus, you know, the Leandries, which a lot of people really like, versus champs like Jhin that have to sit there in the ultimate, is the big explosions.
And that might be important in this fight because we're starting it yet again. Jhin right behind the team. He's ready to battle for this one, so it is a 5-on-5. Ultimately, Bin's Ornn ult does not land, and it's going to be nothing picked up here. 2-1 and 2 still regardless. Stoneplate there. Warmog's coming up soon. We have 95% crit chance for 369 until it becomes a steal. Not any higher. SOFM has to, they're going to kick him out of the respite. And Jacqueline finds the kill. Plus, they find a stun onto Sword Art. And Karsa follows. He followed him to China. He's going to follow him for a kill if he can. That's going to be Sword Art just barely living, but they've killed Tuan Feng. And it's only 3 left alive for Suning. They're running away as fast as they can. 369. If you can find those barrels, we'll find another kill. Gets rid of the slow, but it's now stuck inside the base. A drowsy Lee Sin will stay alive. Karsa's going to be fine. Knight shoves the team away, and it's time to go for the Nexus itself. The inhibitor number 2 in the mid lane will fall, and a 5v3 for a solid 20 seconds may just signal the end of game 2. A 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 gold lead. The turrets are going to fall down inside this Nexus, and when can the defense even begin? They find CC, they look for the target, but you don't want to go for Tank Bard. They will knock down the turrets, and they will go for the Nexus itself, but Angel is not finding any damage. Ben is back on the fountain, and Top Esports know they have done the job. Tied the series 1-1, and we got a series on our hands. Mark it off of the bingo card.
Honestly, where was SOFM going? What in the heck, right? Past the Raptors, deep into enemy territory. He gets picked off. Karsa boots him out of his own ultimate. And just like that, TES finish off this game, bringing it back to even in this series. Quite the exciting one we've got in store.
Well, it's not going to require a reverse sweep out of TES, but it's still a comeback in the fact that they lost game 1 and they were losing game 2. Tied in gold with Gangplank is a very big asterisk by tied in gold, while down 3 Drakes, but they made it work. Beautiful team fights, and 369 of the Gangplank did a whole crap ton of damage, and that is the proper medical term for what that is. So, when we wait for game 2, it is indeed medical. Trust me, Medic can prove it. We listen to Giants on the Spotify League of Legends official playlist during the Spotify song break. See ya.
빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아 once we go 내게 넣은 멜로 모든 배워 빨리 달려 넌 못 따라와 True damage we do it True damage 보여줄게 뭐든 쉽게 이기든 지든 My crew make the beat No one could stop us they'll try but they won't nada nos puede parar Oh no We're wide awake now Our eyes are wide open We're running this world We're keeping it turning We're living like giants Yeah, giants We're bigger than giants We
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone, where the LPL champions Top Esports have bounced back and tied the series in game number 2. Now, what we've gathered after 2 games, and I guess especially the last one, Frosk, you noted that it's very much the LPL-style meta, where there's not going to be too much that happens unless we're fighting over an objective, namely Dragon or Baron.
Well, the thing is we were also like, we set up at the top of day. Kajal was talking about like all the different junglers, the Nidalee, the Graves, the Hecker. And to be true, a lot of them are getting banned away. But Lee Sin has now just become like the big go-to. We also talked about Kindred into Nidalee. Karsa didn't really have the greatest early game, but he made up for it in team fighting. And like LPL and team fighting Lee Sins. It's not a word that you think that you would often say, but these Lee Sin players are able to make this champion be relevant at any point of the game. Karsa stole SOFM's build. He went for the tanky Lee Sin build, and they find the kicks at the perfect moment.
I think if you look at this game, there's 2 reasons why it was slow. The first reason is Suning never really got the lead that they needed. They had perma mid power, they had the Jhin, the Bard, they had the mid push constantly throughout the game, and most of the fights came around the objectives. And I think that the reason the fights came around the objectives was because you have the Bard, you have the Jhin. They didn't really make plays over sides. They had a tanks split pushing. They had the Zoe who was grouping a lot, and Knight was basically free farming alone. And they couldn't really make the plays to get a fight where it was decisive enough to say, okay, Sunning's winning the game. Because they were always around 500 gold down to 1,000 gold down, but they had tempo on the map. They didn't really use it to anything. They couldn't really force much, and it all came down to mistakes on the Dragon fights or just getting good engages.
Yeah, because you do see in that first one, Frost, that with the Jhin and the Zoe, they could always poke out Top Esports before the fight starts. So I'm wondering why not just do that again when the next Dragon rolls around.
I feel like you know the answer, Shox, and it may have something to do with an Ornn player that looked like it was maybe a first-time Ornn. No, it wasn't that bad, but it is a very different look from kind of the carry top laners that we've seen, the Wukong performance versus him on Ornn. Social media was lighting up. You know, if you don't know, it is very surprising for Suning's top laner to lock in something like an Ornn. A couple of ults went really wide. It didn't have the same pressure, and this is what Kajal's talking about. You know, when you're against a Gangplank and you have a Zoe can't side lane very well. Gangplank is always going to have side priority over the Ornn. Like, Ornn can like catch the wave, but he's not going to be able to like match the push there. And it was constantly situations where Suning would be grouped up. They had the strong 5v5, and maybe a better Ornn player could find those engagements that they needed to, but this Ornn could not. And so there was just more gold being funneled into top as they were just playing cross-map and not being punished for it.
I also think they didn't have much follow-up, right? Even if Ornn does find the engage, their whole comp space around poke, barring the Bard ult and then the Kindred. And I think that they did get good setup on the first couple of Dragons. You saw they got 3 Dragons stacked. They had the Ocean Soul point, but they can never really find the 4th. And I think that it came down to the fact they traded gold for Dragons most of the time, whether it was a side lane towers, it was just giving up waves to get the Dragon setup. And I think on the 4th Dragon setup, they just didn't get it, you know? I think top pushed them out. You don't have vision control with Zoe, Bard, Ezreal. You can't poke them as much, so you're relying on your own engage, but if they have flashes up or if they can respond well with Yuyanji on the Leona finding the engage first, then it's really hard for you to make a fight kind of start and win when you have poke comp, so.
And that pesky Leona again, who we saw also multiple times yesterday. Let's look at Top Esports and how they ended up securing Baron then at the end, because to their credit, they also kept the gold close. Even if in the early game it did not necessarily go their way, even if the Dragons necessarily didn't go their way, they waited their chance.
Yeah, and credit to Yanja and that Leona pick that you were just talking about. You know, he sees Angel come over the side on the Zoe, immediately locks him up, goes over the wall as well to make sure that there's no Zoe poke. Zoe loves these types of situations where it's just like fish in a barrel. And then 369 gets to have his Gangplank day. He's a huge Gangplank player. I think his ultimates in terms of his zone control, I would say he's a very good team fighting top laner as well as individual laner, but just where he was using his Gangplank ultimates to choke and close off choke points, to secure objective setups, it was just champions that top knew how to pilot really well. And even if it wasn't my favorite composition for them, I'm not saying it was bad. It's a situation where when they're on these champions, you know that they won't lose because they're so individually talented at piloting these picks.
Yeah, and it was so hard for them to find the fights. You saw that Jhin opens up the ult on the side of Huang Feng. The Gangplank ult just slams down on top of him. He can't really hit the players while he's taking so much damage. And then even after his ult is finished, he's too low to actually join the fight. And it all comes down to SFM with the DPS. I don't think they have enough consistent DPS to do it. And I think that it seems to me the last 2 series, it's like You pick Leona, you pick red side, you have a free win. And I don't know why. It's just crazy.
I mean, the reliable engage is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at this draft with that in mind. And also after the break, my analyst will break down the next pick and ban. So I mean, this has been the story of the whole world. And I know Frosk has talked about it a lot, but pick a bit more reliable engage from your side and you make it so much easier for yourself. What else are we looking at?
I mean, it's kind of like the idea that when G2 beat Gen G, I think it proved that you didn't have to necessarily play the dragon stacking meta, that you could actually play side lane. We saw Damwon then have a great answer composition to playing side lane, having so much mobility, the Twisted Fate Silas all the time, having mobility on like the Hecarim and things like this. For the LPL now, it seems to still go back into team fights. That's why we call it like the LPL meta. And it seems to be much more reliant on dragon stacking and these Baron fights. And so I'm curious if like we're just going to throw the Kindred and the farming junglers out and if we're just going to like hunker up, have massive 5v5 like meatball comps and just like run into each other. And then what will happen when you do have an LPL team that then faces the other side of the bracket, which seems more versatile in how it is playing out games, playing side lanes, playing dragon stacking.
Yeah, I think if you just look at the draft overall, the two things I didn't like from the side of Sunning is you're picking Kindred into Lee Sin, which is not really a good matchup because obviously you can get kicked out the ult. We saw that in the last fight. SOFM get taken down. And the thing is, playing Kindred, you're such a short range champ. When a GP ult's coming down, you've got the barrels, the Ezreal's poking you from long range, the Leona's ready to engage, the Orianna balls in your face. It's so hard to do damage, it's so hard to find good fights because if you did Kindred ult to your backline, the Orianna saves her shockwave for the Kindred ult to expire and then she uses it. So just too much AoE on the side of top esports for this Kindred to kind of come to fruition and be strong against the Lee Sin pick. And yeah, I think that they needed to swap it up in the jungle pick. And the thing is, they didn't have enough engage. I think that maybe an engaged jungler could have worked well. Something like a Skarner maybe.
Yeah, it was
Captain
so hard.
Flowers is perking up somewhere.
Yeah, no, he's like Skarner. No, it was just too hard to execute. You know, they had the range to get around all of the zone control, the Gangplank, the Orianna, everything that you're talking about. But then, like, if the Zoe bubbles aren't hitting, if the Jin's not landing, then it doesn't really matter. And it kind of goes back to what Clement talked about at top of day. Suning will often draft themselves compositions that are really difficult to execute. And I think in this comp versus the other comp, it was just difficult to execute on. And that's ultimately why they lost the game.
All right, let's see what happens in Game 3. After the break, we'll look at that matchup between Top Esports and Suning as they go into the next game.
Lovely.
Lovely.
Delay the recalls. The arrows. Look at the arrow. He can teleport. He stopped him.
This guy is a legend, and this play, one of his best.
It's a base race. Who's gonna win?
This series, by the way, is my favorite in world history.
Oh my God! Shockwave.
This play is the essence of SKT's domination.
보던 좋아할 거야. We're so tough, let's get it, show you out. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we're gonna wear the crown. You could go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. We go hard, till we get it, we go hard. We so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. Oh, 난 멈추지 않아. Oh, oh, we go hard. Oh, oh, we pop stars, stars. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we're gonna wear the crown. You could go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. We go hard, till we get it, we go hard.
光来这边，来这边，快！Q 他，他没有闪，运气死了，他没闪的，可以，他踢不到你，好，往后撤，10秒大不了，我等你，我开加速直接上，来，冲，我开加速，上 ，Q， nice， 我奶，死了 ，nice，
别跑了，一波了呀，5打3，哇，哎，没过，这可以，这真的可以。
Well, we're celebrating 10 years of Worlds action, and League of Legends keeps bringing people together on and off the Rift. Thank you to our friends at Oppo for highlighting the passion from the Chinese community. I think we've now also found out why the LPL players are so good. They, in fact, have to train, apparently, without a mouse mat, with, you know, a slide-out keyboard. They have to, like, bring files away when they're training so that if they graduate to the PC Bong and to the Rift, they're pro.
You know,
I love
Knight used to play like this.
No way.
Yeah.
Ah, cool.
He doesn't do it anymore, but there's pictures of him all over Weibo, you can see, because he's left-handed, and he actually just used to cross his arms.
We're just kidding, of course, but with that, we are going to get into Game 3 in today's LPL Clash. We'll be covering the picks and bans here from the State Farm Analyst Desk, and we're right into them, Cadril. Lovely.
Yeah, I think Sunning needs to ban away things they did before, things like the Lucian, the Syndra. We're looking at things like the Nidalee, the Ornn, whereas some target bans from top. We already see the Camille. I'm expecting things like the Graves, perhaps the Kindred as well.
There's also been a lot of pinch of the AD carry pool as well, with high priority on Jhin as a first pick. Even a conversation where we're like, okay, is it the Graves that's going to be a huge priority here? It has been banned away, but even when it's open, you know, teams opting into that Jhin priority.
Yeah, and we've seen it twice now. The Jhin first pick into the Lee Sin Ezreal 1-2 on red side. We've seen it from both sides, so there's the Kindred ban. That leaves Nidalee Graves open. If one of them gets banned away, I assume the other will as well. But we see the Knight's champion pool is being taken out, which I think is a very smart move. I think Knight's two best champions are Syndra and his Lucian. He has been on Orianna 2 games in a row. There's the Graves, so I'm expecting something like a Nidalee ban now, and then a Jhin first pick. Back to something like an Ezreal Lee Sin, perhaps. We might see a reverse of the same draft, because red side seems to be favored in these games.
It does. In Game 1, we, of course, saw Jackie Love pinching that Jhin away. So let's see what happens here.
Unless they want to swap it up and pick the Ornn.
The Ornn and...
Oh, it's the Lee Sin prio!
Is this what's going to happen here? I really think there's lots of counters here that SOFM can pull out. He can pull out things like perhaps something like a Skarner. We've seen him played in the past. The sets, what Karsa pulled out, which didn't go to much success because he didn't get too many early game plays in.
Even a Rek'Sai?
Even a Rek'Sai could be good. I don't like...
Can't believe what I'm hearing here.
Too much, but it's banned out. So 4 junglers down now for SOFM.
Oh, this is wild. Okay, so The cool thing here is, again, Karsa, SOFM, legendary Lee Sin players. And so the fact that, Jhin has been such high priority to then pivot and then have such high priority on Lee Sin. We already talked about, how Ezreal has been really influential from both of these AD carries. We did see a little bit of the hover of the Kalista, but, this is a lot of agency, a lot of, pocket picks for all of these players, and when it comes down to this mentality of the 51%, I can outplay my opponent, this is exactly the types of champions that you want, the Lee Sins, the Ezreals.
Okay, for someone like me who doesn't understand it that much, why would you go away from your comfort if it's open? Is this to pick away something that JackieLove is super comfortable on then?
Perhaps they're unsure of. The thing is, if you're playing Jhin into Lee Sin, you're very mobile, so if you can get instantly kicked out, if they pick the Ornn as well, you're super mobile. The Ezreal just frees up a lot, you can get the mid push alone, you're very sort of self-sufficient in a way where you can catch waves, you can be safe on your own, you can use your E away to get from away from the Lee Sin. But it can be countered. We've seen things like the Kai'Sa hovering the Draven here. The thing with Ezreal is it's a losing. Most of the time it loses lane because it doesn't have many push options, similar to Senna. Can take tower plays fast, but things like the Caitlyn, the Draven, even things like Kai'Sa do really well into him. So we've seen a Caitlyn pick here. Damwon did this yesterday. They picked Caitlyn on blue side, left their support pick to to the 4-5. But if they want to go for something like Caitlyn Morgana here, it can get counted. So Caitlyn Lux does work better. I'm expecting some kind of response from Sunning, perhaps Ezreal Karma if they want to match range support, or they can just pick up their jungler, because I feel like if they don't pick up their jungler on 3, they might struggle in the 4-5.
So JackieLove going for lane dominance here. He is a very well-known Draven player, so that hover is not just him playing. He can pull the trigger on that one. Kadra already talked about how these two champions will synergize together. You hit a Lux binding. We saw it from Team Liquid. The trap comes out. You can put out massive amounts of damage. And now I'm curious if they'll double down on it, as Kadra was talking about, and start to pinch maybe support pool. Like, maybe you try to take away the Karma to make sure that you absolutely win the 2v2, or if Sunning are just going to, sack the bot lane, they know that they have the Ezreal, he can play safe, he can farm from a distance, and then find a really strong setup support like that Leona, and then double down on SOFM, finding some sort of hard farming jungler, and then allowing Sword Art to be the primary gank assist or setup for that carry potential. Things like Hecarim are still available. SOFM does play it, even if he hasn't really shown it at Worlds so far, so it is an old school pick for him.
I like the Leona pick. It just solidifies your 3v3 to be stronger if you can get some sort of engage. It's really good against the Lux as well, so if this Lux or Caitlyn isn't running something like the Cleanse, they can get popped in a CC combo. So they're going to ban out mids, obviously, because they have the Orianna. They can ban away things like the Azir, perhaps even things like the LeBlanc if they want to. They're scared of the Lee Sin LeBlanc combo, whereas on the side of top esports,
take away the Zoe.
Or the Zoe, the side of top esports are going to ban away probably junglers here. I'm looking at, I think there's a lot of junglers open. I think SOFM must have said that he was confident. I'm a bit confused by the Jarvan ban because
it's because of the Orianna. They want a traditional cannonball composition, and it's like the LPL staple in Classic.
Yeah, Lee Sin versus Jarvan is quite fair for Lee Sin, but that makes a lot of sense for the team fight. So I'm looking at things like Hecarim Orianna here. I'm looking at things like Rek'Sai perhaps. Even Skarner could be good if they can find some carry top, which I think Sunning has always been leaning towards. We saw Bin on the Ornn last game. It's his first time on Ornn. This guy's always playing carry tops. They're definitely going to last pick top in this series. So
even things like a Gangplank are also still available. By banning Sylas, it does have me lean towards more of like a Gangplank and a Hecarim as kind of the picks to round out the composition, because Sylas obviously would be able to take away those big key ultimates, so it does make it safer to pick those champions when we do know that Knight and 369 could have also taken the Sylas.
I wonder if they might just want to pick away GP here, because GP is so good for their comp.
I think he's also really nice blind, unless maybe they go for Renekton.
Yeah, I think GP doesn't really have many counters, other than maybe some ranged top laners, things like the Jace, if you want to go into those kind of matchups.
Oh my god! It's going Hecarim. It's the ball delivery.
Oh, no.
This is like totally set for Hecarim.
Man. They're diving the backline. They definitely need to pick some sort of engage here. I'm expecting someone like a Hecarim on last pick. I'm expecting something like a GP counter top here for 369. It's such a good matchup. GP into Shen always has the push. They're going to go Echo, it looks like, into the mid lane of Orianna from Angel. And I mean, if you can look at Sunning's comp, you know they're diving your backline. Ezreal's playing on his own in the backline as himself. So the Shen, the Orianna, the Hecarim are all going in the backline. Ezreal's being self-sufficient. And I like the response from top esports. Don't pick a mage. Don't allow yourself to get dove. Pick an assassin with an ult, which can kind of play self-sufficient as well. So
great adaptation.
They've got winning lanes. They got a counter in every single lane. Doesn't look like they're going to go for the GP. They're going to go for something like the Renekton instead.
Yeah, I feel like they're going to try to split up fights. It's going to be diving into backline. Who gets there first? We have already set up the Hecarim. I expect either a Hecarim or maybe even a Nocturne would be the pick here. If you pivoted towards a Nocturne, it's because you are worried about that side lane play.
It's a River Shen.
Oh my god.
Is it a River Shen?
It's a hover, but you're so excited, so I hope it gets locked in for you.
I'm a fan of the River Shen. It's really good against Lee Sin. So they're definitely countering top here. Jax
The
into
mind
Renekton
games.
isn't what I expected.
This is
but
why you don't talk about hovers, Cadril. First lesson of picks and bans. You get too excited.
That is really naughty what they've pulled out there. I like it.
All
They've got the
right,
Jax
here we go.
They've got the Jax on side lane with the Shenald, so if they can get this Jax rolling, he's unleashed on the side lane.
And he's unkillable.
The problem I have is, I think Renekton beats Jax in the early game. I think that you have, yes, your mid lane's getting pushed in, but you really have a hard-winning bot as well. But they have a winning jungle. They have a really hard-winning mid as well. So
I need the notes on the river Shen, on the jungle Shen.
the notes?
Yes.
I mean, you
Well-
power
Give
farm
me the clip
until...
notes.
Well, let me tell you, he wins 1v1 against Lee Sin, pre-level 4. He doesn't clear too fast. He's a single target damage camp clearer, so you'll see him do something like blue gromp red, red blue gromp into Krugs. The Raptors are a bit annoying, but SOFM's a Raptors connoisseur, so you won't have a problem with that. And it's really good in mid 2v2s if you can get the taunt flash. It's really good on the ults because basically as soon as you hit 6, you can power farm. If the enemy jungle makes a play, you ult on the play. So not only have you got really good early game, you have really good dragon control as well because Shen is really good at doing the Drake with his Q and the W. You have really good, decent engage with Leona Shen now, and you have some side lane pressure into the mid game when the tier 1s are down for the Shenald.
But it's still an adaptation from SOFM. This is not the power farming jungler. This is about the setup towards level 6. Maybe he tries to hard farm for it to get it very early on and then making plays into the side lane, and most importantly, setting up his top laner for success. Like you said, Renekton versus Jax can be very brutal early on, but you want to make sure that you can get that Jax out of the lane and then make him unkillable with a Shin ultimate later on.
What we've seen is team fights. Who gets the edge here?
The thing is, top esports have drafted a 1-3-1 comp. They have Caitlyn Lux mid for the push, then they have Echo and Renekton overside. So they're not playing for team fights too much. Whereas on the other side, on the side of Sunning, you had a huge team fight comp thinking we're going to go for Hecarim last pick, but then they went for a 1-4 with a Shen ult. So I'm not sure. They have the they have the decent team fight comp with Ezreal and Orianna and stuff like this, but they have also decent side pressure. So it all depends. If the Jax is ahead, you have side pressure. If you don't have side pressure, you're going to lose the team
What
fights.
I'm hearing is both drafted side lanes, which means we're still going to see team fights because that's what we've seen. But we'll
Jax
see
is
what
flying in there
happens.
with Shin and Ori on top of him.
Very interesting
have so much
draft. I
peel
want
as
to
well.
know what our casters have to say about it. That's enough now. I know you guys are excited, but we're going to leave it over to Freak and Kobe for game 3.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you very much, Shocks, and we are on to the Rift for Game 3. A tie score between Top Esports and Suning in this best of 5, and already we get excitement as Suning are going for an aggressive level 1 in the bottom side. Yunja.
I think this is really smart because if you get a summoner spell off of Caitlyn Lux lane, you can destroy them.
And they're not going to go for more, okay?
Now, I will say that they used an early Caitlyn Lux pick from Top Esports in the first game versus Suning in the semifinals, and it creates this situation where both junglers, not just Karsa, have to deal with the possibility, there we go, have to deal with the possibilities of topside volatile matchup plus a Caitlyn Lux lane, which wants to perma-push, wants to get you under the tower, wants to farm their own turret plates off that tower, but has the possibility of falling prey to a Leona Shen combination. That's why a level 1 looking to get a summoner spell off the bottom lane could have been a really big thing for Suning, because they want to, try and use the threat of your all-in with your Leona Shen coming down there to punish the ever-pushing Caitlyn Lux.
And you can see Uyanja going for Summoner Heal. Now, Guardian is very typical for support Lux. It was actually nerfed and still being used all the time as they're going to kind of step up. It is going to be Relic Shield Lux, which gives her some more durability overall. They're going for autos and a Sword Art, and realistically, with the rank 1 W for Lux, you do not win any 2-on-2 as any champion. It is always a lead, so they can walk in and auto attack, and Sword Art must run away, makes them make the play happen, but now 369 going to play aggressively early on. And I am intrigued with how the early game is going to play out, because you have a pushing top side, a pushing bot side, but a losing mid lane, and Karsa has to navigate around both extremes of the map.
Yeah, and it creates a very interesting dichotomy. He's going for the red steel here first. This way, you circumvent the problem of a Shen going up to try and help Jax, because the analyst has touched on it a little bit, but Renekton can really lay hurt on Jax early on, and especially if you have a Lee Sin cycling on the top side of this map. By removing Shen's top side camps, you make it very inefficient for the Shen to go up there and try and help that matchup. And Karsa's going up there first. Rage Bar is charged up for 369, but he's low on health.
Is there going to be a stun? What's the timing and everything? But now another fight into the bottom side. Shields come back out. Jacula forced to cleanse. He's actually running out of health now. They are charging in. He's got a flash away to safety, but the flash stun for Sword Art. And first blood comes through. Trade it back, though. It's going to be a kill coming through for Ezreal. 1 traded back for Lux. Still, dead 80 carries for both teams.
Oh, you have to play that lane with no fear, Freak, when you're playing the Leona side of it. Let's see if the follow-up here on the jungle, though, SOFM.
Wants to stab Karsa in the back. Level 3 for both. Actually, no, only level 2 right now for Karsa. He's being pushed around, smites for health, and that means SLFM gets the very easy take of Gromp, and Karsa is on 2 camps to 4 right now.
River Shen cannot be trifled with, Freak. And he's
going to
keep laying it on.
Has to flash for the shield, flash to stun into the turret, and that's going to be a kill picked up, but a trade stun. It might be Bin going down. No! You gotta be kidding, Suning. 2 for 0 topside.
River Shen reigns supreme. Are you kidding me? SOFM style of me on full display here. He follows the Lee Sin up to the top side. Yeah, you stole my red, but we are going to get the Jax an early lead. Are you kidding me? This is an overwhelmingly great start for Suning Gaming. Considering the champion select that they had, this is a dream scenario. Renekton down in farm, down in kills to a Jax. Bottom side already burning summoners. The Leona playing aggressively, getting that advantage there. SOFM forcing the early smite for health from Karsa, finishes up the Gromp, and they go for the kill. Bin does not hesitate. This is a rookie on the world stage here. Semifinals. He gets the extra kill, and they're right back at it.
Well, Knight low on mana, gets taunted up. Now gonna look for his stun, but also if I'm gonna get out of range of that W. Shield doesn't mean too much. Knight can walk away back to mid lane as he had shoved and looked around. 4 CS difference in mid. Angel picking up a bit. Hex flash behind. JackeyLove gonna be found out, stunned in place. Not a lot of good out of this one. He's gonna fall. Huanfeng finds his 2nd kill of the game.
Oh, they've learned something after the first meetup here for sure. Sword Art also showing his style. Hex flash over to punish. The flares just keep on coming, Freak.
Oh, the G2 flare against JackeyLove. Like, you might have won in the final, but you're not against the LEC today, buddy. You're against the LPL, and we're going to take you down. Suning off to a great start so far in Game 3. Knight has ult advantage. He can tower dive a bit here against Angel. Gets some damage, walks away.
Knight's walking into the Summoner's Rift, and the whole thing's on fire right now. He's like, I'm ahead in CS here on my Echo matchup in mid lane. What's going on in the sides here? Top Esports, #1 LPL seed, are coming apart at the seams, and it is due to Suning's flexibility, something that they have been criticized for here. And they have really shown up such big moves here in the early stages. Now, got to calm down, though, and look at how they play it out, because the veterans here on Top Esports still going to try and retake control. The Caitlyn Lux still wants to pull the same game plan. Nice deep ward there from Sword Art. Does see the hover from Karsa, though, and they won't get it off the ground right now. I mean, this Caitlyn Lux being on their side of the map is just such beautiful vision here for Suning Gaming, because the aggressive play from Sword Art and Huanfeng, they have been able to take away any of that priority.
Nice little bit of damage there from Angel, and we've got a 2,000 gold difference. And I'm kind of stuck on the G2 flare, actually, because JackeyLove's finals victory was against Fnatic. I don't know if you want to like say, hey, look at this matchup you won, but if you're trying to find a BO5 to tilt JackeyLove, where's the Team Liquid flare? Where's the, hey, remember MSI semifinals from last year? Like, if you're going to pick something to try to tilt JackeyLove, it's like, hey, remember losing in the spring split to JD Gaming? And, I mean, it's not great, right? But he doesn't lose a lot of matches, so those are the only 2 I can think of.
Yeah, I can tell you're stuck on it, but it's fine, Freak. Shen now at the bottom side of the map, and remember, we're trying to set up the possibilities, and they're greatly enhanced by Sword Art playing so aggressively here with Huanfeng not hesitating to Arcane Shift in every time he goes for a combination. Now that you have the possibilities of Flash Shen following up, JackeyLove and here we go, another look.
They got the shields, they get the health going back, and now a root is a lot of damage back over towards poor Sword Art. 200 health left, and now Huanfeng is on the run. Suddenly they are out of damage, they are out of crowd control, and that is how those trades are supposed to go once you've got, you know, the ability to get your spells off and stay alive long if you're not getting bursted. We are between recalls for Huanfeng, right? No bonus damage, just the cool. That is not a lot right now. Once he gets a Sheen and some more, it looks scary again, but low damage.
I got to talk more about River Shen. You know, I've been spamming the jungle Shen. I love it so much when and showing up for us in North America. This is an ultimate already coming out of him into the 1v1.
And it's going to be a flash into the taunt, and Bin follows through for his second kill. Suning winning the bot lane, they're winning the top lane. Karsa can solo a Drake, but that is all that Top Esports are getting.
I wasn't even going to talk about the ultimate play. I was going to talk about the build. This is no support Shen from the jungle build, Freak. This is the solo queue hard carry Shen you love to see. He's going to turn his Tiamat into a Titanic. He rushes the Tiamat for the jungle clear because they had the successful play on top side and he got so much money. This means Shen gets to power through the jungle. Usually you'll have a slow clear, but with an early Tiamat rush off of that top side success, you get to your level 6 so quickly. He made the top side play. Bin, though, has to deal with Knight's roam.
And here comes the play to the top side. Now, Bin does have flash. Knight is not going to get the stun, but he's going to get part of a slow. A little bit of chase down, trying to get the passive off. Not going to be much more. Bin walks away. Still has a 23 CS lead. He's got 2 kills. He's up a level. Top diff is in full effect right now. And maybe Top Esports gets something back. They're fighting for top Herald, but SOFM is here. Angel is here, and we may see Bin come down soon.
Yeah, they're going to run him right off this Rift Herald. Looks like they have to wait for Bin to come down, though. This is a fully stacked up Rage Renekton.
Calling.
Teleport. He does have teleport, so just the recall doesn't mean they're giving up on it, though. They have Sword Art's roam. The AD carries are coming from base, and that's plenty of time. With that full leash on the Patience, plenty of time for him to get back.
And bot lane was mostly shoved in. It's going to slow push back towards Suning soon enough. They're going to have more farm down there when they re-engage into that lane. For now, we still have the Scuttle fight, the Herald fight, and it's going to be a full 5-on-5. Bin is choosing to walk instead of TP. Now comes the teleport. Now comes the 5-on-5 at 9:30 for Rift Herald, and here comes the brawl. Now, Suning have the gold lead. They spent all the money on Bin. He's the one holding all the cards, and the fight comes in. The smite goes through. I believe Karsa grabbed it, but now we got the fight coming across now to the front side. We've got the ults coming across. Sword Art going to stay alive and walk away. Bin going to come in for a bit more. Karsa over the wall stays alive. 269 pops the ult. He wants to go back in. It's actually SOFM who is holding on to Rift Herald, so it was Suning who grabbed it, and now the flash away. They are respecting 369's flash stun. When's he going to go for it? Looking at SOFM, he's going to find that stun. Now to the back line. The other side of the fight is the important part. Knight finds SOFM, but a re-kill comes through for Hwanfeng. Still the 4-on-4. Second kill comes through for Sword Art, knocking down the rest of the bot lane, and it's time to run away. Top Esports lose the Herald. They lose 2 kills. It's all Suning in game 3.
Welcome to the LPL side of the bracket here. We've got 2 fights going on. The deep chase onto SOFM does result in the kill on the jungler, but Suning always look for the possibility of the turn on this play. I was going to mention that the shockwave was held onto for so long by Angel. Once Bin finds the opportunity, they just cut off the backside. Knight and 369 dive so deep onto the jungle Shen to go kill him, it sets it up. Sword Art goes in, and Angel, he held onto that shockwave for so long. Patience is a virtue, Freak, and it paid off.
It really did. 4,000 gold lead with more coming in. Once Herald is summoned, we're going to see the Cinderholt complete from SOFM and then finish Titanic, as you were mentioning before. We're still seeing the scaling build out of the Oriannas. Angel, this time around, going for the more typical Archangel staff in the champion. Knight going towards most likely Proto Belt for extra wave clear. And we'll wait as more items come through. Manamune completed for Hwanfeng. Right now, just the BF sword for Jackie Love. So he is going to be still in danger. 0 and 3 on Caitlyn. In game 1, I said he was the best AD carry in the world. He's having a pretty rough series so far.
I have to say, Freak, considering the champion select, the way this early game has gone is just an absolute avalanche in the favor of Suning. And the reason this is so exciting for them is because, like all series long, we've been mentioning the history between these 2 teams of how much TES has taken them down. You know, Suning only winning that 1 game versus them in spring in the regular season. But it's about growth, and League of Legends is always about getting better, and especially here on the world stage, for Suning to show this is just tremendous.
Look at that damage. And of course, Shenalty is up, so Bin has a shield in his back pocket, forcing 369 away. They thought he was counterpicking Shen. They moved the jungle, and now a cleanse is going to get Jackie Love to safety. Dodges both ultis as a result. He's going to stay alive. And goes for a bit of wave clear. Should be not much of a problem, but first turret is gone. And they're going to get the second charge no problem here from Rift Herald as well. I believe they actually spot Karsa bottom jungle. Bin knows he is safe. SOFM gets a defensive ward down there, and they might take top lane tier 2 as well.
Yeah, the Jax bonk is way more fearsome than the Ornn bonk, Freak. That is a very different noise. Bin is living the Jax dream. Top side, both towers already down, greatly accelerated into the split push game. Meanwhile, Sword Art and Huan Feng still looking for those plays, keeping their tower pristine.
Between cooldowns for now, good damage there. Huan Feng takes a Q, good expectation for Jackie Love to Q to the side. One point about Caitlyn Leona I want to talk about actually is an interesting interaction. Caitlyn's E, the dash away, it does not dash if you are CC. Now a fight in the bottom side. 3v2 though, because Karsa was already there. I know your tactics, but the Shen shows up now as well. Can't find the taunt. Hilbert coming down now. This is a 4v3. Sword Art already knows he is dead. Karsa gets the kill with red buff, and a stun's going to come across now to SOFM. They are chasing in. They find the laser, and they're going to find 2 kills. TES showing signs of life. A Drake is available as well.
Nice double teleport counter here for TES. And the big part is, as you mentioned, an objective afterwards. It's not just a couple of kills, not just some gold in their pockets, which, by the way, they desperately need, but it is going to be Dragon number 2 for them. Angel doing some work himself, tries to get something by hand, but honestly, really good timing for that play too. You get a full reset since top 2 towers were both taken. 369 using his teleport early there is not punishable since there's nothing for Jax to really get. He has to push it up the really long lane, and Renekton gets the reset, gets to go catch the wave.
Well, if Top Esports can somehow stack this, it's going to be a sub 25-minute Ocean Soul. See, that's even possible though. Keep in mind, plenty of burst damage from the Orianna plus everything else combo coming through. May not mean too much for poor Jackie. You've got the very fast Mikhail's Crucible in for Uyanja. That's going to be nice. That's what he's going to spend those 2 kills worth of gold on. So Jackie Love, if he tries to net away from Leona, by the way. Never mind. We got to fight.
All right, so this is the replay. And as you were talking about, Karsa laying in wait, trying to pull it out. They were setting this play up for so long. And this shows so much of the foresight of Top Esports. Both teleports were preemptively looking down there. Karsa laying in wait. They knew they had to make an all-in play at this juncture, lest the game go completely snowball in Suning's favor. If not for that commitment, Freak, to a comeback play on the bottom side of the map, this would have just absolutely snowballed out of control. Even so, it might do that, given how strong Jax is and how open the possibilities of the split are for Bin.
It kind of feels like the more obvious version of Game 1, where Suning had a winning top lane, and he was able to win it on the Wukong. Suning now winning top lane, but a lot better everywhere else. Top Esports may just not have that ace up their sleeve to turn things around. The long story short, if you're CC'd, you don't move anywhere with the Caitlyn E. Unlike things like Arcane Shift or Rocket Jump, you just stay in place, shoot the net, and do nothing, which makes it very hard to evade Leona. Because by the time you see the E come out, it's too late. You will be rooted by the time the net comes out. So you have to basically predict when the CC comes in, or you're dead.
How fitting. Zenith Blade moves faster than light, basically. able to get there. Sword Art here continuing to push on the bottom side, regardless of who's there. You know, they have been able to rotate into the 1-3-1 here, and it's Knight going for the kill.
Huan Feng, okay, gonna burn the ulti quickly for health, but now Karsa gets the kick flash backwards, no way, out finds it slow. They might get more. Sword Art does have flash if he needs it, burns it here, but Knight is still in the chase. They're gonna have more damage. The Q comes through, and it's gonna finally get picked up. Knight gonna find the kill. The double flashes at a turret, and that's 2 crucial kills. The Echo has been unlocked to the side lane.
Yeah, Knight trying to pull this one back after the teleport play. Karsa coming in with that sweet kickback as well. Very timely for them. This is them clawing their way back into the game. And Echo will be the answer in one of these possibilities of trying to push out the opposite side lane here. Now, Jax extremely fed and is going to get to a super early Trinity Force at that 2-item power spike is going to be a massive threat, but Knight has quickly racked up 3 kills for himself. Proto Belt, and it looks like he's going into the Lichbane too with the early Sheen here, going for one-shot possibilities. I really like that because that's what you have to go for in games like this. You do have to be the true assassin, finding those extremely important kills onto the Ezreal, onto the Orianna.
We're going to see a tankier build at Karsa, though, stacking up. Might go for a Black Cleaver. That is part of the build, but you may see something like Warmogs instead, although that would be too early for the stacking. We'll see where it goes. There's a couple of different options with those items. Regardless, though, yeah, damage starting to come through. Wanted to see Knight find the assassination plays. Triforce coming in pretty soon for Bin. This is still looking pretty good for Suning, but it has started moving back towards TES. Next Drake spawns in 1:15, and that kind of signals, all right, it's time to get your recalls off, get your items ready. and hope you have enough for the next fight right now. Iceborne Gauntlet may finish in time for Huanfeng. Angel, of course, happily with Seraphs complete.
Super happy to see the plays from top as well. You know, them continuing to fire away and mechanically execute on these plays while they're down shows resilience on the world stage. You know, we mentioned already, if you took out Jackie Love and the two Flash Wolves players, then this is the first time at Worlds for everybody else in this game. And everybody's been talking so much about the high caliber of Knight. Glad to see that some losing side lanes aren't going to deter him from trying to make big plays.
And I was wondering in the series when Knight was going to show up. He's the 2020 Summer Split MVP of the LPL. Obviously, All-Pro mid there as well. 369 was third place All-Pro team, and that was it. That was the All-Pro team from Top Esports, was just Knight in 369, and Knight was first place. And finally, finding a game for himself where he is going to be the difference maker. He's going to be the one to do the heavy lifting, most CS on his team, most kills in his team. The mid lane turret will fall. Suning up to 3-0 on turrets. His Drake is alive now, and Knight is about to be in a 1v3.
Yep, they definitely want to play off the Jax on the side of Suning. They're trying to take down 3-kill Echo here. He goes for the wave first.
Delays the shield as long as he can and says, all right, there's no dive anymore. Angel took a shot from the turret.
Can't get out, though. Look at the mini-map right now. It's TES committing to this push on the other side.
69 TP. He is. All right, they're going to just join up with the rest of the squad. Now, Carson's sitting there just farming his wolves. Like, he's not part of this play. They're like, TP is enough. Just get your farm. It's okay. But this dragon is alive. And Carson's on the wrong side of the map for it. So no one is going to fight for this one. Drake will be handed over. Instead, top is pushed into the turret. 369 would have loved to get the turret as a trade, but because of the pressure bot side, had the TP and help out Knight.
Yeah, I don't think they can afford to lose Knight, because even if you do trade the turret in that situation, you're opening the map up further for Bin, for this Jax, who's about to complete Trinity Force, to just run rampant. And yes, it does hurt for top to give up that dragon, but because they're so far behind in gold, that's why often the early dragon leads like this, where you're losing in other parts of the map, you're giving up a lot of gold, don't make dragon stacking really feasible unless your opponents mess up. Because they're getting so much more gold, those fights around those, you know, third and fourth dragons are so heavily in their favor.
So it's time to stack up. You can see the gold has plateaued and come back somewhat. Obviously still very much in Suning's favor. Dragon Soul just tended to not mean too much so far in this series. Teams have gotten close and then it was too late and the other team is ready to go back for this one. TES shortcutting the Dragon Soul point. They're going at 2. And then, you know, it's time to go the other way with this one. Obviously, Suning have been in control the whole time. They've been getting top pressure as a trade for some Drakes that are fairly inconsequential.
And as we see the split push start to develop, Freak, I just want to re-emphasize and go into detail why it's so strong. Yes, you know, the Jax got super fed early. That's dream scenario. But this is a team with also the jungle Shen and a Leona for forcing on the other side of the map. So you are faced with this catch-22 situation on the side of TES where you have too many problems to deal with. The Shen can come stand united the Jax if you try and cut off the Jax and overload that side. Plus, you have to worry about dive opportunities from the Leona hard CC into shockwaves from Orianna, pulling off plays for the other side as well. So that's why, considering the drafts coming in, Suning are so happy here.
Yeah, the 4-1 split push is actually a 2-3 at any point in time where it looks even remotely close. And as you mentioned, right, the Leona can just punish the weak side when you do try to show up on a Jax. So good luck with this one. Trinity Force now completed. Bin is the strongest champion on the map. No one can duel him. Blue buff fight comes in. Orianna coming down. They find the stun, and this could be a kill. Oh, she is attacked, and goodbye. Uyanja tries to flash. Shield stays alive. Night Force ults away as well, but the blue is stolen. No kills. Good survival, I suppose, but Suning can still just flex their muscles across this map.
And honestly, he owes his life to Knight right there. Because Knight tries to apply pressure to Huanfeng in order to get them to stop chasing Uyanja.
Yeah.
And he's able to do it. It costs his ultimate. It does cost cooldowns for them, but he ensures the survival of their support.
Well, live another day, get a bit more time, no easy Baron attempts right now. Gold difference still sits at 3,000 gold. It's not gigantic, but it's certainly a big lead. It's certainly looking quite Suning favored. Item spikes are coming through. Leandry's now done for Angel. Iceborne plus QSS done for Huanfeng. He's going to be a difficult target to kill. We already mentioned the 2 items done for Bin, so he's going to keep running around the side lanes. And 4 turrets already gone. We, of course, saw top lane 2-2 drop to the first Rift Herald a while back. But the outers in mid and bot are gone as well, and we'll look for the next target from Suning. Next Drake's in a minute 45. I don't know if they're going to play for Soul or not, but they can at least go for another turret probably.
Honestly, I'm actually really impressed with how Top have played this, considering how devastating the early game was for them. And you always have to keep your mind open to the possibilities of the Echo one-shots here. So Knight's position with a teleport is going to be #1 priority for Suning to keep track of. Currently, he's teleporting and he's holding the, or he's split pushing and holding the threat of his teleport in a way to get gold back for TES. And they've been slowly clawing their way back into this game ever since the devastation that happened in top side and bottom side right at the very beginning.
Yeah.
Honestly, the composure of this team, of the #1 seed from the LPL, definitely showing up really big here.
I mean, Top Esports, it's going to fall tonight. It's the MVP of the strongest team in the strongest region in the world. The only region at Worlds 2020 with 2 semifinalists. We're seeing them right now. One of them must fall, and one of them will face Damwon in the finals to see if they can keep that 3-year LPL trophy heist going, or the return of the LCK. We'll see. Right now, Huanfeng just pushing down the waves, and we wait to see what the Echo can do and what the Jax can do. Top lane turret did fall. It was the first one for Top Esports. Good job, Knight. Has to respect Huanfeng. Gets poked down a little bit. Possibility of a shield stun.
Next wave gets into the turret here, and they're going for it.
They find the kick. They find the assassination. And Angel is just that for 40 seconds. We'll see a reborn later, but it's time for Drake #3.
Karsa the assassin. Now we're going again.
We got more assassination. Uyanja's going to go down. The support kill does not mean the end of it all, though. Can the 4v4 even happen, though, because Bin has arrived? Damage to Sword Art not rooted, though. What a great re-engage. Sword Art far into the opportunity.
All right, got to keep your eyes open here. Knight is actually looking for a burst play. You can go in, Karsa can jump to you, look for the long Q, and they get...
Chance at a stun, just ults away. I like the attempt in case of the miss smite. There's really no cost there, but SOFM does land the smite, does grab it, and now it's 2 Drakes apiece.
All right, Suning now stacking for themselves. I don't think it's going to turn into that. Could be a really long game, though, if we keep having plays like this. Karsa stealthily sneaks into the back. He bides his time, and he finds the priority target. And guess what, Angel? You're going right back to the fountain. That's for the Zoe game and all those Zoe bubbles he hit Karsa with. That's for making him die with the Rift Herald. Some sweet vengeance there for Karsa in this game. But honestly, again, the vision paramount. We keep on rattling on it. Karsa's always talk about vision, and it really does result in some of these game-changing plays.
Karsa smites in front of his brother, says, there's a chance you could have stolen this one, so we'll just make sure I grab this scuttle. No easy Baron sneaks. Now, it could be done with the blast plants from the red side jungle. That's actually a possibility for Suning. Doesn't seem likely, but it is one way you can play this because the ward control actually does belong to Suning around the Baron pit here. Clearing jungle camps for now. We sadly are not seeing Tiamat upgrade, at least not for a while. SOFM goes all the way to his next defensive item. You know, you got the Spirit Visage in there. Hopefully one day we get the Titanic.
I mean, I love the damage that comes out for it. The reason when I mentioned it, I'm talking about solo queue builds because the burst damage when you have a Titanic is so good. If you get your pass-through on your Q, you get a bunch of extra attack speed. It gives you the attack reset as well right when you go in. But he is known for his tanky builds, of course, even on champions like Lee Sin, even on Olaf. He was the one that kind of started that redemption Olaf way back in the day.
Yeah.
So not surprised to see the Spirit Visage here. Let's take a look at how Top Esports try and continue to defend. And honestly, they've done a very good job with this. Caitlyn easily able to control mid while you just have Renekton hugging the turret. And Knight is really the one that kind of makes the more adventurous side lane play, trying to get a little breathing room for them.
So trying to farm as best they can, but you can see the amount of farm earned by Suning generally higher across the board. Every single role has higher CS, even including supports. So Suning just getting more of the waves, more of the jungle. Obviously, we've already seen more turrets. Drake's already tied up. still waiting for the next big opening for Top Esports. They got the pick once in a while. They came back in kills. But farm and turrets, that still remained the gold difference. That's remained Suning being the better team so far in Game 3. Sword Art not going to be the easy target. Still fighting over wards back and forth. Losing Singularity gives some vision. Blue buff handoff goes to Bin, so he's going to have all kinds of mana sustain. Death Stance coming soon.
I also think he should be pushing really hard on this bottom side to gain some more territory for them. If they could crack secondary turret there, that puts so much more pressure on the Baron. Because bottom side is where you need to split push when you're trying to do the Baron dance for yourself. Furthest away requires the teleports in answer from TES. And there's really not anything that they can do about it. Here it is. This is the 1-4 with the Baron attempt just to draw out cooldowns. You have to be very, very quick about pulling off that Baron damage. You do not want to get caught inside the pit and get stunned up by an Echo. That would be devastating for them. So there you go. You get your short cooldown out. You keep Bin down bottom side and just back off.
That's Lux ult down. As you mentioned, shorter cooldown. She has, I think, 30% CDR in the current build, so not too bad. But then Jackulov also burns the blue trinket. So we got a bit of a downtime, but you can see Suning showing as they push the wave down. Nice route there, but they can't have the follow-through on a Sword Art. He's just too tanky anyway. And out they go. But it means that round 2 can happen. We're still about 15, 20 seconds from Lux ult being back up. So that is going to be a period of darkness that Suning can play around. But vision gotten. Karsa lands the Q on SOFM, says okay, still not on Baron yet.
Honestly, here's an option for you too. Teleport your Shen down to the bottom side with your Stand United, because top aren't going to start the Baron themselves, and you just bully down that tower with Shen Jax. Renekton cannot do anything to that. And that's a way to offensively and proactively use your cooldowns in this situation, rather than waiting around here where you do see, because Yuanjia has the early Mikhails. He talked about him rushing it so quickly.
Yeah.
Even the threat of the Leona we are talking about trying to punish on this side becomes null. And so if you're unwilling to kind of overload the Jax side, which I think is your trump card there, you know, either having someone trail that split push or even committing the extra cooldown to send Shen down there, you fall into the stalemate with TES where they are very happy to keep it going.
And Top Esports still keeping it going. The gold lead still sits about 3,000. That has flattened out. Now, third Drake is back alive. The recalls came through for soon. You can see the entire team coming out of the base. They delayed them as long as they could. They got the biggest spikes they could have. They have now walked back out of the map, though. In this Ocean Drake, you can see there is no contest here. He's going to spot it with the Scryer's Bloom. Theoretically, can look for the steal. Can go for it again. E over the wall, and it's not going to be enough. Shockwave comes through. Ult just gets him out, but Bin can find the stun. Isn't enough damage, though. That might be too much. The kick backwards. Shen over the top. The damage isn't enough. Has to jump back out to his squad. So it is not going to be any kills either side. Ulti's burned. Whoa, that is Swanfeng coming forward. He arcane shifted in, was targeted. End of the day, though, no harm, no foul. Everyone is alive. 3 Ocean Drakes to Suning.
You better be throwing all your honors at SOFM.
Wow.
SOFM is so good with the smites. He hits another one. They're pinging onto the Baron already. Teleport used by Bin right back out there.
I know several ults are down right now. I mean, there's actually no ults up for Top Esports. As ult finds a bit of damage, they are burning this one down, and the triple Ocean Drake keeps them a bit healthier while making this play, while playing for the bait. Shockwave not up just yet. Ults are missing for Suning as well. What's it going to be? They know what's going on here. Knight's still waiting out for his ult. He does have it now. And they can find the play. 4,800 left on Baron. They gotta get in. They gotta get in soon. It's 4K. It's high resolution Baron right now. Looking for the play. Forward they go. They find the stun. Knight gets over the wall. But he can't find his way back in. 369 cutting around back and forth. Still waiting for his own ulti back up. But Baron is resetting. And it's going to be okay. Top Esports managed to weather the storm. They managed to delay and let Baron reset and fight for the wards.
I'm sweating here, Freak. That is so much more risky than even calling for a 4-1 dive of Jax Shen ultimate. If we're in the split push scenario, you Shen ult on your Jax, you just dive the Renekton. If he backs away, then you just take the turret. But starting the Baron like that is so risky. And you see Top Esports just throwing out the skill shots, playing it calmly once again on the world stage. These guys in there, oh my goodness, keeping a level head here pays off so big in these late game objective pulls.
Angel on weird components, I want to point out. I don't believe NLR plus blasting builds into anything in League of Legends. Got a kick now in the mid lane, finds his old teammate and tries to find it, but a flash gets him to safety, plus the Shen ulti. Big cooldowns burned, but Karsa did use his own ult for this play. Shorter than Shen ult, to be fair. It is 30 CDR, it's not too bad. on the Shen side, but now ward control, river control goes to top esports. SOFM looking for a flank play, spotted by wards though.
Got your stopwatches as well. The Renekton now with a stopwatch for himself, so the dive on him is really infeasible. Meanwhile, pushing, they've got priority on mid, but he's here.
Looking at a route on Huan Feng. They're not going to find the stun from Knight just now as 369 pops his ulti, looking at SOFM. But all the while, the box from Jax come through, and they find turret kill number 5.
They finally get to that pesky second turret on bottom side with the 3-item Jax, Freak. Whew. All right,
yeah.
we're definitely going the long haul. We are definitely going into Soul Dragon territory here. This is going to be the Ocean Soul 2 minutes away. With the way that this has gone, I do not see them cracking through, even off of a pick, barring this Soul Dragon fight, which is going to be huge rewards for Suning. I think they need to invest a lot of these control wards first. It's almost 2 minutes before it comes up. If you just have your resets right now, make room in inventory for your control wards to move up so that you can actually play off the threat of that Leona.
But Kobe, Soul Point has lost every game this series so far. It's a dubious stat. It's just happened to become
quite
so far.
Dubious.
It is very dubious. I would consider it a positive to have Soul Point. It just has gone the other way. Jackie Love, though, finally on 3-item Caitlyn, has been there for a while, gets really good damage out there. With the shields, he's going to feel safe. We got Shirelius coming through for Yanjia, so it's going to be even more haste for the squad to get them in and out of fights as they need. Sword Art eats the trap, but still takes about 500 damage from big Caitlyn. The wave goes down. Top Esports feeling comfortable now playing around 3-item Jackie Love.
I would say as well, Jackie Love, if you're looking defensively, keep your eyes on him because he's going to have to pull the evasive maneuvers.
Yeah.
But if you're looking for the exciting play, it's all Knight. He's got a death cap on top of his Lichbane proto belt right now. You have to keep your eyes on the Echo. You have to mark this Echo with your stun. Either Leona or the Shen has to be peeling him because if Knight gets through with nobody CCing this Echo, that could be the way that this game actually slips through the fingers of Suning. And it is going to come down to this dragon fight without even the side lane preparation getting in their favor. It looks like the split on bottom side might be just a party for Ben.
Can they get him in time, though? 30 seconds, 25. Looking for the stun. Can they find him? They get a slow only, but they're going to follow through onto this one. The squad is coming around. The Huan Feng right behind. Angel nearby as well. SOFM waiting on the ulti. Ben has a turret, but that turret can drop pretty quickly. They get the kickback, but it's not an easy target. Karsa, there is a turret there. It's not going to work, and he dies at the crucial time. Ocean Soul alive in 7 seconds, and there's no jungler to steal. Here comes the TP play. Suning tries to end the game right now. Ben is on both sides of top esports. Puts on the dodge. Looks for Uyanja. Finds that stun. Looks for the shutdown. They're going to get the kill thanks to Huan Feng. Now on the backside, it's the ulti out of Knight trying to get alive. Angel got to be careful, does get away. Same comes through for Knight and Jackie Love, but it is a 5v3. Ocean Soul cannot be stolen realistically, and Suning should have all the cards they need to close this one out.
You 5-person gank Ben, he's gonna teleport right back out and 1v4 gank you. He cuts off their escape and they are able to pick up not only the Soul Freak, but control over Baron territory as well. TES will have one last thing to say about it. Spellbook over for the extra mana as well. Clarity popped out, but that Baron will be melted.
It's going to go down. You don't have much of a chance to stop this one. Full health and mana the entire time. Ocean Soul does not help if you are bursted. The fact that we have Mortal Reminder already in for the Caitlyn, the Executioners for Renekton, those are going to help in the team fights. But these are very clearly looking like one-sided battles. 5,000 gold difference. Axe replay here. Ben, 1v4 into 1v4.
I mean, he's able to kite out. He stayed in for the stun. He was able to get the range. And right here, too deep, man! Too deep, Karsa! Too deep, my friend! Oh, they wanted to make the big clutch play. That's one of the things where you know that you have to make a big play to come back into this game as Soul is arriving. But right there, with the extra inventory, they're not able to pull it off. Then Ben teleports right back out, cuts off their escape, using the counter-strike, dodging out on the skill shot. He actually just makes the entire play complete there. This guy has been on fire. He has not stopped since 2 minutes into this game.
Yeah. I will say, with his Red Bull Baron going on for now, that Uyanja did miss his light binding off the Lee Sin kick. He shorted it. True. The angle was wrong. That fight looks a little different. If he's rooted in place, he doesn't get the jump back stun. Shen arrives away from the turret, like it can look different with different mechanics. So I don't want to be like full Karsa screwed up because maybe it's different with the skill shot landing. Regardless, desperation was happening, and it's a 6,000 gold lead with inhibitor turrets likely to fall.
All right, now with the Baron buff, though, so much easier for Suning to play the split push game. 2 buffed up cannon minions right now will do the work for them. Bin does not have to risk anything for himself. Rest of the lanes will go down passively as Suning close in on top Esports, and they close in on set point of the series.
Looking likely here, it'll be a top Esports comeback that they can win, and a very big one at that. Suning already taken down to the very best teams in the world in their run to the Summoners Cup. Looking at another one right now. Looking at a 2-1 lead in the best of 5. Double match point. Bin looks at bot lane, respects the fact that there could be more of a dive, and Sword Art, that could be the target. No light binding, no play for the tank. And able to simply take chip damage again and again. Angel gets sniped pretty hard. The shield is sadly on cooldown a little bit too long. But mid lane turret at 1/3, bot lane below a half. Even top being chipped out a little bit by SOFM. Vin is just unattackable. I mean, he's got Guardian Angel, he's level 18, he's full health and mana.
Yeah.
It'll always be full health and mana because of Ocean Soul. Even against minions, it's not that bad of regen. And light binding's going to mean almost nothing here.
Yeah, I mean, as we said at the very beginning of the game, dream scenario for Jax. He's living the dream right now. He's fully operational inside the base. Cannot be stopped. He's going for the kills.
Goes for the flash stun on Jackalip. They're going to knock him down. A killing spree for Bin, and he wants even more. Yuyan Chad is stuck in front of the Nexus. Barely walks away. 369 the target here as well. Double dash the way on Renekton stays alive, but the base is in shambles. Suning take down a kill. They take down 2 inhibs. They will find a 3rd as well, and they will also look for the Nexus. 5v4. Baron times out, but the Ocean Soul is still on. They are ready to go for even more. How good can top Esports fight? Right now, 369 is going to lose his Guardian Angel, and there is not enough damage being dealt. Knight is going to try, he heals his health back up, but there's still no chance. They're going to find the Shockwave to knock down 369. They're going to knock down an inhibitor. They're going to knock down turrets soon. Huan Feng stuck in a bad spot, but he's still got the shielding. A double kill already for Angel, and they're going to look now for the Nexus turrets themselves. They may not have won an LPL title, but they will knock down every single LPL team when it matters most at Worlds, as they will knock down the Nexus in Game 3 to double match point for Suning.
What a story here for Suning. All the way from 11th in the regular season in spring in the LPL to game point, match point here versus the #1 LPL seed in the semifinals of Worlds.
And the pressure mounts and mounts and mounts for Suning. In your home country, it's been since 2014, the last time a team won Worlds in their own region. And we know we were going to have an LPL finalist. People thought it was probably going to be JD Gaming or Top Esports. Suning is showing that they are the best team from the LPL at Worlds, and they only need to close one more Nexus to prove that, and then try to do what Samsung White did in 2014, which is win on home soil against Damwon Gaming. We'll see if they can do that. And of course, throughout Worlds, MasterCard is highlighting everyone watching from around the globe in MasterCard's Fans of the Decade. Today, we say hello to Jenny, who's cheering for the LPL teams in Shanghai.
我印象最深刻的一场比赛是2015年的 MSI LPL 第一次在 BO5 的时候打败了 SKT 夺得了冠军。今年希望 LPL 在主场再夺冠军 ，LPL 加油！
Born free as the wind blows, as free as the grass grows, born free to follow your heart. Live free and beauty surrounds you.
Axe. Smell ready.
I don't really consider it gear. It's an extension of who I am. It blurs the line between fantasy and reality. Sometimes, I can't tell myself from my machine. I think that's by design.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment, now is your time. So prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Welcome to the climber. Reach for the summit. Visions brave the one falls steadily the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. As you fight among the dead beneath the dirt, do you know yet? Or do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you were, do you know yet? We don't die. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it. You deep in your blood, go and take it.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Zone. Now, Suning move on to match point in today's semifinal. Much in thanks to River Shin. I'm FLICKR, this is Kadril, and because we had a River Shin, we are going to use our resident jungle expert to talk about River Shin. So first and foremost, why was River Shin picked? We're going to go ahead and take a look at the picks and bans, and Kadril, kind of walk me through how he's supposed to work with these compositions.
Well, the thing I like about it is they see the Echo and they think, well, they have a split pusher. So let's pick away the Shen. And the Shen looks like, well, it could be a solo lane Shen. So then they respond with the Renekton. So we'll have top prio, maybe we'll have a winning top side. We can go for a 1-3-1. But the thing is, they put the Shen in the jungle, then they pick a Jax, which is not considered a huge counter to Renekton, but it will win over the side lane. And then we'll play for the 1-4 comp to counter their 1-3-1 to keep the mid prio to make sure our Jax is unleashed and have the Shen ults ready for him.
The other thing that I really like to see, we're talking about kind of the 1v1 dueling potential of Shen, especially in this particular jungle matchup across from the Lee Sin. So I believe that we do have the runes and items. We can go ahead and get those up on the screen. And can you kind of walk me through the power of Shen just in kind of like his base stats and how he's kitted out?
So I think the most important thing you have to note on Shen is the PTA. I think level 3 Shen with red buff, if he lands a taunt, pops the Q, he basically one-shots you. If you look at the items as well, we've got the Ultimate Hunter, he's got the Last Stand. Things like this are just so impactful on Shen because the Ultimate Hunter, if you get some kills early, you can use your ult a lot more. The Zombie Ward as well is super effective for clearing out vision. You get a big vision score, you get all the wards, the Zombie Ward is super effective. And if you look at the items as well, he went Lucidity Boots into Spirit Visage, and they only had one AP damage, they only had the Echo, but the whole reason for his build was just to go for CDR. Later on, he went for a Warmogs, full CDR for the ult.
Would there be another, because Kobe was talking about it on cast, would there be another option for Shen's itemization here, or do you think that this is just the best case scenario in terms of power farming, staying on the map as long as possible, and then being a utility cooldown monster.
So yeah, the Tiamat's basically for the clear. He wants to keep clearing while his team's fighting, and then the CDR is what he needs. I think the next item coming in could be something like a Knight's Vow, even a Locket, just go full support Shen. As soon as you land the ult, just pop all your support items.
Okay, perfect. Now let's actually walk through the clear itself and some of the decision-making that SOFM was making on this River Shen. I believe we have our clip. It's in 2x speed. Take it away, Cadril.
Yeah, so the thing that's important to note here is Karsa went red to red here. He does get spotted on this ward. That's one of his own wards, actually, but the blue ward here, so SOFM knows his red's being taken, and the thing is, SOFM's level 3, and Karsa's only level 2 because he only did red-red. He needs a Gromp to level up, or a Krugs. So he goes to the top gank, Bin easily gets away, and now the problem is, SOFM shows up, and now he's still level 2, the wave's pushing in. Karsa needs to get Gromp to level up so he can get level 3 to contest his top wave, but SOFM has Smite, he shows up. Karsa has the Smite too, but the fact that SOFM has PTA and he's level 3, it means that Karsa can't really fight it, and as soon as his taunt lands, it's kind of over for him. The PTA, the Q, the auto attacks, the W, Karsa can't. Exactly, and Karsa smites to stay alive, otherwise he'd have to flash. The fact that SOFM smites it away and now he's level 3, he can basically look for a top dive.
Yep, the slow push coming in. The fact that you said that he didn't get the Gromp, so he didn't get access to level 3, and then this is probably the best case scenario for Jax at this point. How, like, if this is your game, how doomed is this?
It's super doomed. I think Bin played it so well. You could see Karsa ward jump back to get to the tower, and then Bin hold the E and then E flash. So Karsa couldn't react to this flash. If he was to QE, I think Karsa could flash away, and there's a room for outplay. And I think the two most important things that came out of that play was, first of all, Jax gets a kill. Second of all, Jax gets TP advantage. In a carry matchup lane, if you have TP advantage, you can trade like a monkey, and then you can just base and TP back.
So at this point, obviously Ben is going to pop off. Kobe said it in cast, I'll repeat it here. He had the dream case scenario. He got to the late game Jax, he was virtually unkillable. He got to do whatever he wanted. Yep. Were there any options for top if they decided to go into the bot lane? They were trying to force ganks. If you were Karsa at that point, is it just like, see a top lane, I guess I'll see you next game, or?
Basically, I mean, if you look top, you saw like a Cull and a Executioners versus a Blade on the Jax, so never going to win 2v2, never probably even going to win 1v2 because the Shen ult can come out, so he has to play bot side. I think they did a good job around playing around bot side, even though Jackie Love and Yuanjia did get 2v2 killed by Nesrio Leona when they're playing Caitlyn, which is slightly illegal, but we'll allow it. And then they got some bot dives off. Knight got ahead on the Echo, but the thing is, the Echo is not enough to match the Jax. You can pop the dodge, he can't land the E, it's hard for him to get the passive off, and then the Jax naturally always wins.
Yep, so even though Knight got ahead, but let's go ahead and check out Suning's Mercedes drive to victory. Bin's escape before the Ocean Soul. So this Jax got ahead, he got rolling, and then when it really counted, he also made the great getaway. I believe this is when the binding misses and Karsa goes super deep on this kick.
Karsa goes way too deep. I think he thinks that he has way more time to buy, but the dodge comes out, the Shen ult comes out. Now he's stuck on her tower, no flash, gets taken down, and then Bin just instantly TPs behind them, and there's a lot of small micro things that Bin does here. He's level 17, he probably didn't notice it, but he instantly starts hitting the creeps, and you might think, why? Well, he knows he's a couple XP from leveling up, gets the last creep, levels up to level 18, now he's super strong, jumps in, gets the flash away from Jackie Love, and basically starts the fight. That's all he wanted to do. The TP wasn't for him to flank and kill all 4 of them, because it's a 1v4 situation, but his team's collapsing, he gets the engage, gets the flashes, and then they just win the fight.
Do you have any strong opinion if that binding had landed from Yuanjia on the Lux there, if maybe that would have been a difference maker? Because obviously top are just throwing the Hail Mary right before the Ocean Soul to try to get themselves back into the game, or even if it does, is it just too close to call?
It's a desperation play. I think that they had to go for it. I think if the binding landed, it would be the same outcome. Bin had the ult, he had the dodge up, he had so much to just buy time. Yes, the binding will land, he doesn't have much nasty. Yes, the Caitlyn will get the trap, but the fact that he can dodge the auto from the trap, the Shen ult will come in as well. I think the Shen dodge as well will come in. So many dodges, and then I think they would lose the fight.
Thank you so much, Cadril, for that intense breakdown. Now when we return, it is match point for Suning as they look to secure a final spot in the World's Final. Let's go.
Lovely.
What are you willing to lose? You cover your wounds, but underneath them a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist of the knife, a turn of the screws, it's all in your mind. And it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Well, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly.
我打职业打到现在，一直以来的梦想都只有一个，就是想拿到世界冠军，想要拥有自己的皮肤。就是如果打败了宋宁，然后进入了总决赛，这意味着就是我离我的梦想又跨进了一大步吧，就是已经到了我触手可及的地方了吧。
Fnatic want to make it to semifinals. The blast code is available. Hop forward.
Parsa is going absolute god mode to pull this game back.
之前我跟克尔上手很多次吧，就是我也想学他的东西，然后他也想学我东西吧。我打他的时候，他都是一下而我吧，现在肯定是不一样的。
One more arrow in his back. SOFM just makes it look free.
我觉得我们上次面对苏宁，可能那时候他们还没有现在这么强，就他们团队协作还没有现在这么好。我们打的时候可能还要更加注意。
Top Esports will have some numbers blocked down by the solo. Nemesis running for his life, as so is Selfmade. He's already used the Lamb's respite. Knights, Zoe is terrifying. When you see the damage he's putting down, they're gonna get melted.
说实话是没有想过会在半决赛遇到斯沃尔的。一直以来我们打这些的梦想都是一起放在世界冠军上嘛，想不到我们见面还是在，就是我们两个还是要在互相厮杀的情况下。
Defensive flash away. The resonating strike Selfmade packing.
这次我也会把握好机会，然后也给你看一下，就是你离开闪电狼之后，我也有一些成长了，然后这次会打赢你。
Sword Art shows up. Here's some of that playmaking I'm talking about.
That was beautiful.
因为我们只有一边能踏上总决赛的舞台，然后也希望踏上去那个人能够完成我们两个一直以来的梦想吧。
It is really the new era of LPL players here, and they are a force to be reckoned with.
In 2018, Karsa left the Flash Wolves to go play in the LPL. Sword Art is one game away from telling Karsa to leave and go play in the LPL again. Suning up 2-1 in this series. They took their upset in the quarterfinals over JD Gaming. They're looking to do the exact same here against Top Esports.
It's just such a cool story for Suning with how much they have grown over the year and coming to this point, being one game away from making it to the World Finals is so incredible. All right, back into Champion Select, though, because this is going to come down to it. Now, so much pressure on the side of TES.
Yeah.
Red side has been highly prized here.
It's won every game.
Top side counter picks have been the name of the game, Freak. Let's see what we're going to get into this time around. See if we do have the orange showing up in the bans again, if we are going to have the carry-carry matchup. Because Bin's already shown that he's very willing to play the tanks for Suning if they are going to leave it up. And if you're in a situation where 369 is basically guaranteed to be able to get a counter pick on red.
Lucian Syndra ban keeps coming through. Camille ban keeps coming through. Nidalee, not one Karsa wants to play here. We'll see what else comes out of this ban phase. Bot lane has really not been the name of the game here. It's been top focused every single time. And it's counter pick has mattered. Getting the early blind pick tank hasn't been enough. We saw the old LPL standby. I went and looked at what are the top laners that are played in the LPL on blue side. Renekton is #1, and it has a positive win rate. Was not good enough over in game 3, so you got to find something else. Last time Suning was on blue, it was Ornn. That wasn't enough either. I want to see what can happen, though.
Yeah, I mean, Renekton is Bin's most played champion of all time. But in the semifinals in the LPL, 369 picked Quinn into it, and they also got Ganks on top side, which subsequently kind of ran over the game. So they definitely have that in the back of their minds when they're considering these blind picks. The Azir actually taken out away from Angel, so signaling maybe more of the Orianna priority that Knight has had for most of this series.
I want to see what they can get out of this one. Are we going to see... We don't see the first pick Jhin. We hadn't since the first couple of games anymore. Lee Sin had been so highly prized, and you got 2 seconds to pick what you want. It's Ezreal. Ezreal's going to be early pick here for Wanfeng. Looked pretty solid the first time around, but you got still a lot left open. The Orianna's been contested back and forth as well. JackeyLove just kind of stopped playing the Senna that he had played so much of throughout Worlds. It was Karsa's most played, 5 Graves games coming into the series. Said, nah, we're finally back onto it now. This one finally comes through. But JackeyLove's most played was also Senna. That one has been left on the table a lot as well.
Yeah, and NSS was talking a lot about the Jhin priority before last game, which then kind of dropped off, and they've got the option here to pick it up for JackeyLove. But the Leona, Ezreal, has been such a great combination with the offensive capabilities. And Wanfeng and Sword Art played it so aggressively, going for these kills, earning flash cooldowns by themselves, earning kills for themselves in the bottom side of the map. It really did just determine a completely different story for Suning.
I want to see if they get more of a dive comp together, what's going to come through. You can't really pick a top laner and contest it with bans. They're going to go for Akali as the answer. Exciting stuff coming through here. Angel picked it up for Worlds, had not played it in the LPL in the summer split. And actually Top Esports says, you know what, screw it. Take your top lane counter pick. We're grabbing Ornn right now. We are team fighting you, and we will ban away the counters to Ornn.
Yeah, Ornn shows up as we were kind of expecting here, but not in the way that we thought it was going to. It's actually 369 and TES that blind pick for the top side. They've got both their solo laners locked in so early here. Yep. And banning out Gangplank also kind of does protect the Jhin, as we were talking about the Jhin before, because when Jhin ults and opens up, and then it's a very easy target for Gangplank, that could be another one of the things they may be trying to protect here, trying to get more safety for the bottom side of the map, put more into JackeyLove, because he definitely has been a super strong Jhin, and they started out the series that way.
Still interesting that Top Esports actually blinded both solo lanes in this game. Orianna got answered by Akali. Yes, they of course threw in 2 bans to cover Ornn. That helps of course quite a bit, but it means their last 2 picks are going to be answering bot lane, which of course is also being answered by bans, by the way, right? Ezreal, Leona are blinded. They're throwing in the Senna ban. They're going to throw in a bit more on top of that one. And then we'll see if this 2-on-2 is going to look good enough for TES, because they said, okay, we're going to make you play against Ornn for the first time all Worlds.
All right, so there it is. So is it going to be the misfortune then on the side of JackeyLove? He's really being kind of pinched here on the AD carry role.
I'm going to blindly say Ashe Lulu as a 2-on-2 that TES started playing at Worlds. The Lulu was a new pickup for Uyanja at Worlds. He plays it exclusively alongside Ashe, and it lets JackeyLove be a late-game carry that cannot be attacked.
And it would go really nicely with their 5-on-5 setup that they have right now. You have Orianna, Ornn scaling for those team fights later with Graves, Ashe, and if you supplement that with Lulu for it, that is a tremendous 5-on-5 setup. Meanwhile, Suning showing the Akali early. They do have the Assassin locked in. They're going to have to play a much more spread-out style, looking for those kills. They lock in the Jax here once again for Bin into the Ornn tank on the top side.
Now, Whimsy is very good against Akali, and it's very good against Jax, but you can't polymorph both of them. So one of them, if they are both fed, one of them is still going to kill the back line. And it's not going to be Lulu. It's going to be Tahm Kench instead as safety for whoever that assassin is jumping on. And it should make it pretty easy to save someone against Leona, but there is still a lot diving in. Jarvan over the top as well. It is still a very heavy dive comp for Suning, and there's only a little bit of peel on the top esports side.
Yeah, I mean, but that little bit of peel is so important. The Des touched on it at the beginning of the day, how TES have really prioritized counter-engage in a lot of their situations. So picking up that Tahm Kench to add that bit of disengage from a Leona that will collapse on you. Plus, you do have, especially once Tahm Kench gets to level 11 and you get the rank 2 in the ultimate and you get that extra range with it, it does give you some sort of means for traversing the map and trying to deal with some of the split style game that you're going to face when you're facing a team that's running an Akali Jax as their double solo lanes.
All right, final thoughts out of the coaches. Do or die for top esports. A week ago, they gave us the first ever reverse sweep at Worlds. It's not quite so dire. They managed to win game 2, but they've still got to win back-to-back games to stay alive at Worlds.
Deep breath here, Freak.
Yeah.
Just best of ones you have to visualize from this point on for top esports. One game at a time. They are the LPL champions. They want to be the world champions. And a lot is riding on their shoulders.
Meanwhile, Suning knows they're about to have the eyes of a nation on them. They took down JD Gaming, and they got 2 chances now. They got 2 chances to knock down top esports and be the last LPL representative left. And it'll be on Suning then to be the team to have the LPL 3-peat, to continue the LPL era. Otherwise, it's Damwon taking the trophy, and we are back to the Korean teams on top. We'll see if it can happen here. Top esports, can they win 2 straight, or does Suning close it out in game 4 or game 5? The Ornn comes through. They put a lot of faith on JackeyLove to be a big carry. On the Ashe, Tahm Kench gonna keep the backline safe. A lot of assassination potential through. Bin, he is a carry top laner. He gets counter pick against the Ornn, grabs the Jax, has a Jarvan to maybe upset that matchup even further. And we are onto the Rift.
Now, remember last game when they picked the Jax? It is such a fortuitous start for Bin because of the early attempted gank by Karsa and the jungle invade follow-up by SOFM, setting them up for that dive, all these early kills, the early money, the wave control set up to be able to bounce back that minion wave, all really set up Jax to become the monster that he was. This time around, you can't be expecting that same repeat of the start. But for Suning, they've got their eyes on the prize. And if you are the team from the LPL, you take out the #1 and #2 seeds, there is so much riding on your shoulders. With great power comes great responsibility, and they will have to deliver. Ward sweep does come through. They take out the early vision. And they're actually pulling with the Leona Ezreal lane. A lot of times with the Ezreal, they opt not to pull so that you can actually get to the minion wave so you don't get pushed in early on.
Yep, not going to be the case this time around, though. They will happily go to lane late. Meanwhile, Karsa solos his red buff, takes the chickens pretty well as well. Always important, try to fight that from long range. You can apply red buff to multiple different units there as you fight that Raptor camp. Top laners back and forth. Quick bonk gets grasp. And level 2 first will come to Bin, and that will be something to play around. I think there's a very easy interaction for the Jax Counter-Strike. When 369 casts Bellows Breath, you wait till it's done, you start Counter-Strike, and you will dodge every possible attempt to break the brittle. And then once it's done, out you go.
Plus, a little known thing for the Bellows Breath, it actually only applies brittle on the end of the poof when he spits out the last little bit. So champions that have mobility, like Jax, you can actually dodge out as long as, even if you get hit with the beginning of the Bellows Breath, if you dodge the last bit, you don't get the brittle
Already on the bot lane. They have found the best target. They have found Tahm Kench. Yuanjia is going to be hit here. He does not have much more to do. He's going to burn the flash. They find the knockup, though, on a Jackie-Love, and they're chasing for both. They're going to get the kill. Ashe is gone. First blood in, but there's a regank. How's the reengage going to look? TP's coming in, but a little bit late in this side. They find the near site. They find a slow. They find the chance of the kill on SOFM. It's going to be Karsa trying his damnedest. Can he get the attacks? It's getting blocked by Huanfeng. Finally a kill, but they will trade him back. It's a 2-for-1 so far, and they want more. Send him back home. 3-1. Yuanjia is gone.
Well, looks like another fortuitous start, Freak, as this is a 1,000 gold lead for Suning. 3.5 minutes into the game. Bottom lane gank from SOFM on the Jarvan. What a clear from him. Gets in there, is able to force out the flash from Yuanjia, make sure that he's far away from Jackie-Love, and Jackie-Love didn't flash the EQ from Jarvan here, so SOFM just changes targets. He goes right on Jackie-Love, no flash from him, he used the heal. Once that hits, Sword Art follows up, stunned up, and he is dead. Now they've got a numbers advantage if they decide to match your teleports, and this is gonna mean, again, so much for the game plan. Huanfeng there tries to flash in front of Karsa.
So much time.
He's trying to block the auto attacks from Graves because he can't get behind him. But what it really means is the ramifications for the bottom lane. Once again, the Ezreal Leona lane gets to play so aggressively here. Summoner spells were burned. Yes, Jackie-Love saved his flash. He went down. But it's the 2 kills to the Ezreal for your super early tier, so he's going to be stacking up very quickly.
Interesting to see Huanfeng actually go for the more scaling option, because if I'm Jackie-Love here, I'm like, okay, we are not just going to get
your eyes go big, you look for kills, more damage.
Well, yeah. I mean, ultimately, yeah. I mean, Pickaxe lets you really play aggressively and put TES down. And if you think that, hey, this lane is going to stop being volatile, look, we got our lead, let's just stack tier and get an early Muramana, that's fine, but you have kind of squandered the gold lead by not letting you win the 2-on-2 any harder.
Well, he's got a double buff for himself too, so
that'll help for a bit.
That's definitely going to give power for the meantime. It also means, since so many cooldowns were used on the bottom side of the map, that Bin gets left alone in that top side matchup with the Ornn. Gets to consistently threaten 369, and since he uses teleport early, he trades aggressively, trying to force out the same from 369.
Yeah, you want to try to get him to burn that as close as possible, get his health and mana back up. Wouldn't be much of a fight down here. Of course, level 9 on both. Temporary health and mana lead for 369. And he's got, yeah, and you can see, right, hops away from what would be the last part of the W, walks away. I believe he got grasp off just in time, but either way, doesn't mean too much. 6 CS lead. Karsa recalling near the lane if there is any kind of a gank. And constantly Bin jumps away to not be hit with the brittle.
All right, now with this Jarvan, again, you're looking to make plays off of other crowd control that you have set up in your lanes, but you can also turn your eyes towards an Akali once Akali's level 6, because Knight's Flash was used already, long cooldown still left on it, and if you get level 6 kill for Akali, for Angel, it actually can snowball incredibly quickly for the side lanes as well, because then Angel gets to threaten for those roams, for those ganks. He would probably want to go purchase first. He still has not gone to get his first purchase back yet, but that can definitely be another point of pressure. So SOSM has a lot of options open to him. Meanwhile, Karsa true to the whole series, still eyes on objectives.
And Infernal Drake is the easiest Drake to solo. It has pretty mediocre single target damage output. It's not terribly tanky, so Karsa has no problems doing this on Graves. Of course, he did get 1 kill, so that's double longsword plus red smite in pretty early on. Even has some clutch honey fruit to be essentially full health and mana for the next part of this one. So the game state is a 500 gold lead versus a Drake lead, and that's not too bad. Huanfeng burns his teleport now to get back into lane. This time does have the pickaxe, and now he can start playing for the lane. So it's time for Jackula's first recall. Doesn't get spotted. We'll see if it's... Okay, it is going to be towards the Blade of the Ruin King version of the build. Now, there's not a lot of health stackers on this team. Generally speaking, you know, you're not hitting that heavy of a front line, but it is 4x melee. You're going to get a lot of value out of Ruin King Hurricane.
All right, he goes for the invade here and has the deep ward to do the confidence with. So with a pushing Akali mid lane here, not too scared of a possibility. Support roam's coming out pretty quickly though. And honestly, I don't think there should be an overload on the invade. He does know that the smite was used. SOFM has smite, but can't see.
Phase rush, decent damage, ward control, back and forth. I like that. That's really smart. Chomp it, throw it out of range. No chance for SOFM to smite. Kills the control afterwards. Pretty well done.
Yeah, quite nicely there. The support roam pays off, Freak.
Yeah, it does.
You got jump to the top side. Red secured. SOFM will be pretty happy to take the Scuttle Crab, though, on his way out. And this does mean you will have 2v1 on the bottom side. Jackie Love's got double summoners, though, on the Ashe and level 6. And you can see the positioning on the mini-map. He's playing really safely back there.
So Angel is going to fight over this wave a little bit as Knight pushes it down. Farm pretty close between these two players. Ultimately, wouldn't be a CS difference to write home about. Plus or minus 1 if Angel gets the entire wave. Bot shoved in. Jackie himself actually has more farm, and that's with him dying, right? At level 2 and then not having the TP to rejoin the lane. So the bot lane is being well played here on the TES side. They brought this game reasonably well back. Still feels a bit Suning favored, and still want to see what their Jax can do, but now it's time for the top Herald to be attacked. That's actually Angel dodging every little piece of damage from Knight, but it's not going to mean much.
Yeah, and especially with Orianna on full mana items right now, they do not have a lot of power there. So even with the ward, you see Yuanjia just walk straight through mid, right back to bottom. They're like, yep, you know, we're giving this up. We're giving this up. Everybody is in accordance because Sword Art and Huanfeng had just also gotten back off of their reset.
You saw them trying to maybe bait a small engage at a Leona. Yuanjia just stayed in the fog of war, said if you EQ in, I will eat afterwards, and then we can re-engage with their summoners down, or at least your cooldown's gone. Didn't mean anything though. Bot lane's still about to lose his first turret, or a turret plate, I should say. Kar's just sticking around bot side, hits a Scry's Bloom to see if there's any wards around, or if Jarvan was nearby. He wasn't. Now he is. Ultimately, it's gonna be not too much pressure just yet from bottom side. They have to hand over blue first. Make sure it's not stolen by the red buff. That's just fine. But now here's the Herald summon in mid, and it's going to be just 2 quick plates. Angel could choose to share. Is he going to walk closer or not? He's kind of on the edge of plate range. There he goes.
Yeah, he's got it for sure.
Gets 160.
And honestly, yeah, trying to fund the Gunblade.
Ooh, they find the stun. They find a lot of damage. Good luck with this one. Huanfeng burns the flash into as well. And Karsa's here. Flashes in for the slow. They need the rest of the damage. The Q's going to land. Shutdown comes through. And Sword Art, the only one left alive, but they can go for the dive. They know they have Devour. They can keep him safe. No problem at all. Spits him right back in. The flash out of Sword Art. Oh, it's back for distance. Karsa can't get it, though.
Yep, not quite there with the distance. You like the going for the play, though.
Uh-oh.
On the top side, the reverse will occur.
Can 369 live here? Does not have his ult anymore. SOFM is here. Bin is here. They find the knockup. They might find the stun. But here comes the TP out of Knight, and there's just no dive to be had. I think even without TP, they couldn't have done it. 369 is too tanky.
That's looking pretty risky there. I think they're kind of happy to get out that cooldown and back away from it. Does allow Angel on that Akali to push mid, too, after sharing some of the money with that Rift Trail. He's going to be funding his Gunblade very quickly.
Look at the scoreboard. TES have tied the game back up off of a catastrophic early game that went 3 kills to 1, and like bot lane was sacked. They've caught up.
Again, as they showed in the previous game, they will not give up in these games no matter how bad it goes early on. Jackie Love in the brush, able to get the start on the Ezreal, and then flashes forward to finish this kill. And allow Karsa to rack in some of the money. So extra funds will go into the Graves here. And be able to have a bigger presence around this Jarvan. This is going to be a completely offensive look here for Karsa. We'll see what area he can actually make his play off of. Ashe Arrow right back up for Jackie Love.
Easy wave clear. Nice Blade of the Rune King completion already there. That's going to be nice, but Manamune Sheen is not far off in terms of power, so still a pretty close 2-on-2. Always optimizing around, maximizing ward gold. Yuanja always lets the AD carry get the last hit. Usually saves the control wards there as well. It might mean Karsa can rejoin that bottom lane to kill Graves. His most played of Worlds, and so far a great start. Sword Art roaming towards mid, goes through his own vision, but I believe spotted walking past the Drake. So they should know that he's walking towards mid. You can see Knight hugging the top side of the lane, and they don't know when Sword Art might recall, so he's continuing to play safe. Angel cannot force this aggression. Doesn't have the Cutlass done for the on-demand slow, so easy wave clear and Knight can walk away. And he can shoot the wall to Shep.
Dragon going to be started right back up for TES, though, and it's going to be completed recall for SOFM. That means they will be able to start stacking them.
Unless you get a Miracle Steal. I mean, Sword Art could ult. You know, there's always the chance. Now they know they see him on the ward as... Okay, easy smite. And I like the timing, though. If there's ever an early smite, you got the steal. And I think that's actually the best timing, because none of your spells do more than smite. So hope he screws up.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you're going for those ones early on, the damage of your ability is not really comparing to that of the true damage from Smite. Later on, you can get to different scenarios when you have AP mid laners getting tremendous amounts of burst, but Ezreal also not a really big cost to throwing that out early on.
TES right now get the raw stats dragons, though, right? Mountain and Infernal, they're just, you know, raw attack damage and ability power, armor, magic resist. It's going to help a lot considering the fact that, I mean, they're actually on kind of a stat stacking champions in general. So tend to like this quite a bit. You still got a very, very tight gold game, but I take the Dragons and more potential. Now Knight going to get found out. Can he get there in time? He's trying, and he chomps him, but there's still going to be too much damage. Stopwatch buys another couple of seconds, but how do you live? How could you possibly? Burns the flash, shock if not in time. Sword Art, though, will drop, and Uyanja finds himself the kill. What is up with Halo Blade supports?
They're able to buy enough time with the Devour, with the Stopwatch to get a counter kill for themselves. And as you're going over the Dragon setup here from TES, remember that TES are the ones with the 5-on-5 champions, with the setup here for fighting those later Dragon fights. It's Suning that are looking for the split plays. Suning with the Akali and Jax side lanes.
I think I figured it out, Kobe. Why SOFM keeps doing G2 Flare. He's representing his group. It's like, this is for G2, all right? They fell too early at the World Championship. This is for you.
All right, well, X-Flash into ultimate, into the knockup. Uyanja flashes forward for the Devour, gets him into tower range for a Stopwatch, and you can tell from the minimap, you know, nobody else was coming at this moment, but they buy enough time just themselves to get a counter kill, and it is only money, you know, into Tom Kench's pocket, so it's not the biggest deal there, but it does buy a lot of extra time. It does mean they don't have the extra support on the map for roaming around, for getting your deep vision, so you kind of take back some of the map control and some of the time as a cost for going for that mid play. As a benefit, though, now Knight has no Stopwatch, he has no flash, and you're facing a level 11 Akali, rank 2 ultimate here, ready to go, 4 kills on that Orianna.
Right now, top's being pushed in. Karsa's still sticking around to defend. Ben's like, yeah, we're good. I love dabbing Pangu. Blue handed over solo. Pretty easy there for Knight. Actually gets help from Uyanja. I am curious what item 369 goes for. I think it's actually not correct to optimize around passive upgrades because you're just an armor stacker this game. Akali will never target you, and I think you can honestly ignore Ezreal spells. So I like Sunfire Bramble Vest. I'm just curious what he gets next.
Yeah, probably we'll still see the Abyssal later as your little bit of magic, just because it's so efficient of an Ornn item upgrade.
Yeah, it's just weird spending and getting like 1,500 gold worth of MR that just isn't a useful stat. Like, yes, you will take some magic damage, but I'm actually not sure it's optimal. It's maybe a longer discussion.
We can place our bets.
He may do it.
I like discussions like this. You know, like they were mentioning the Shen itemization, whether you're going to go solo Q damage or team fight pro play cooldown reduction. I will bet for the efficiency of the Abyssal because you know you also have close range. You can make use of the aura for your ultimate for Orianna. Shockwaves to do a bit more damage. But what's your bet?
I mean, Iceborne? No, okay, there's the catalyst. So it is Abyssal, but I think Iceborne wouldn't be a terrible choice. Regardless, that's going to be turret damage. Angel can walk up and help finish this one. Karsa can look up for the wave. And actually, I mean, Angel had the chance to walk up earlier, but of course he has to respect what could have been the re-engage. And in a wave or two, they will knock this down anyway.
Yeah, and I think this is really important too. When you can open up, as we said, this mid lane for the Akali, this is your pretty decent point of power. Spellbook Knight has actually switched over to Ignite, Exhaust, Orianna, so he's going to be more fearsome than we thought as just somebody to try and pick on here.
Anyway.
Plus, he's got basically another summoner spell in his Seraph's Transform, so he's got the shield. That is a combat-ready Orianna freak.
Yeah. Burns away. Now he's just got TP. I think he just like walked up and ignited and pieced it out. That's a stun though. That is good damage. He can't burn the W just yet. He's out of health, and that's a kill for JackeyLove. How does Hwanfeng get away? He burns Arcane Shift. He burns Flash. He lives. Jarvan is coming, but no one else can do so. Everyone else has an easy TP stop in the kit, so they have to walk downwards. This is now called out. They know Akali pushed in the wave. Easy walk away for TES.
And again, this is calculated from TES. These are not, random set up plays. They continually have the brush advantage. JackeyLove fires these arrows off for bottom side because they know all they have to do is play to dragon fights. You're forcing a Jax team with an Akali to come 5-on-5, the Ornn Orianna setup. This is right into top esports game plan here. They're just full steam ahead. Yes, we're losing mid lane. Yes, you do have possibilities for outplays in 1v1 scenarios, in split push scenarios. But if we just keep forcing around bottom side, around these dragons, we will be able to pull you to us with the threat of the Dragon Soul. Cloud Soul, obviously not the best, not the greatest one or most powerful for them for combat, but still will be a decent chunk.
Sure, yeah. I mean, you still don't hate move speed, all things considered, and now you got the chance at a very, very early Dragon Soul in this game, and it's going to make things, of course, a little bit easier. Looking for a tower dive, potentially. This seems so difficult. I don't know how you finish this kill. There's, like, almost no way. Yeah, they can stop recalls, I guess, but, like, are you going to burn Leon ult for that? Probably not. Still, a lot of waves denied in bot lane. They've got to play super far back. Turret will be answered, or I should say finished, and that's 2 turrets to 0, and a Jax in the top lane is free farming. Yeah, sure, 369's held on pretty well as we get the replay of them fighting up there, burning the Flash. But Karsa's here now. I believe, yeah, he went by a ward. The Umbral Glaive got triggered off the fact that it only does that if there's a ward nearby. So Bin's like, all right, I see you. I'll walk away. I'll just put my new trinket down soon enough.
All right, so we are just going to have the throwdown then at the Dragon. And honestly, yes, they got 2 towers down here for Suning. But 3.5 minutes, that is your timer before TS are forcing at this Dragon Soul. So they really have to push into overdrive right now with these possibilities for these side lane plays. Things like forcing that flash out 1v1 from Bin are going to be where you try and make that punishment happen. Now you start roaming out Sword Art. He's going to be the kind of linchpin that brings it all together for you to bring the crowd control for the extra kills for this play.
Early QSS in for Hwanfeng. Needs to be able to survive Ashe arrows more defensively with the Iceborne as well. Though he is facing a lot of magic damage, since the Orianna and Ornn are going to probably contribute a fair bit. Regardless, still goes for armor stacking because of Graves and Ashe. I don't think it's wrong, just an interesting choice because you can go Triforce this game, I feel. Regardless, we already know the Catalyst was picked up. The rest of Abyssal Mask before too long for 369. We know Drake is in 230, and the Triforce should be done in time for Bin. Pros average about 400 gold per minute. That's an easy one to kind of keep in mind. It's 400 gold per minute, and in the course of 3 minutes, you get the 1,200 gold needed to get the rest of the item. This should be no problem for Bin.
How many times have we scrolled over Raptor Camp to see that? But here we go, top side. Angel gets a pretty nice chunk. He sees a Tom Kench and says, okay, fine.
Yep. Good move. And of course, we have a while till the Drake comes up, so he can go wherever he wants. Doesn't have to play around bottom side just yet. Karsa going to see SOFM. But that's kind of the benefit of the Cloud map, is you run really fast around here, and you can usually dodge these skill shots with the bonus move speed. That's an easy recall stop. Almost gets the ward in time, lets the 30 gold go to SOFM. He gets it anyway by being the sweeper, and they do it for round 2. But now blinding him, they could go for the engage. The 369 ult here. Is it a possibility to kill SOFM? He burns his smite to get the movement speed and walks away.
Minute 45 left on the Dragon Soul too, and honestly, the increase in pressure here from Suning is looking pretty good as they push in the bottom side. It was deterred a little bit top side when Tom Kench showed up, so Angel actually couldn't press any further forward on the Akali. I think that the ultimate will be up for the Dragon, though, so the attempt won't be super punishing if they decide to try and do the, yo, let's push out the side lanes and then collapse for the pincer.
Akali's going to feel safe like all the time here. You can take a little bit of damage and then gunblade it back up. It's not a big issue. Karsa, he wants to recall around now anyway, but Suning can try as hard as they can to knock down the rest of top lane before that fight happens. He might not get to spend the money in time and reset, but now SOFM wants to go to the backside. He's going to look for Knight, finds it, jumps right back out, burns the ulti. Shockwave only finds damage. Good reflexes, Wanfeng gets Arcane Shift up in time, but I believe now Jarvan will be ulti-less for when this Drake fight happens. Angel will barely have time to finish the turret, recall, and show up, and he won't have time to go for a flank.
Yeah, kind of interesting here, as mid lane priority will mean a lot leading up to the Dragon. Angel's going to push in top side. You have 30 seconds, so he gets to reset there. As you have to catch both mid and top side waves, this does give time for Suning to try and reset and bring their control wards over.
Yeah.
You say Uyanja already heading out on the Leona with his. Angel buys 2 more control wards for himself. They are prepared.
SOFM knows he can easily get away from a 369 ulti with the flag and drag, so that's not going to be an issue for him. But the Drake is up in 10 seconds. Knight has come down. Angel has recalled and come across the map. Has the finish Leandries. No stopwatches on pretty much anyone. So if you can find that kill, if you can isolate them, that's going to be one going through. 369 not quite hit, though. And here comes the potential fight. Jacklip a bit low. Uyanja the same. Looking for a slow up towards Angel. He's going to be okay. Bin still pushing the bottom side. And Suning right now in control of the various lanes and the jungle, but now this could be a target. He's already jumped away once. We've got a slow and a freeze frame on my side.
Yeah.
This is a tough one because the fight's kind of happening.
I hear it. We can maybe do it from audio. I feel like they caught up.
We got an Ash Arrow. It landed. They're trying the very best they can. I'm going to turn up my audio. Is it going to be enough? Flashes burn on one side or the other.
Burr. I don't know if live is also paused like us. Maybe we sound just ridiculous right now.
I think we let the game audio help it. Orianna dropped. That's huge.
Orange still alive. Jarvan ultimate. Oh,
and this is Suning looking great right now. Picking up several, but on the backside, Karsa's alive. 1v3. Can he kite it away? No, he cannot. Suning take the crucial ace right in front of the Drake.
Right before your eyes, Freak. What a play from Suning.
I'm expecting a replay out of this one. Don't worry about it. The Drake will be claimed. And the curse of Dragon Soul Point continues.
Oh my gosh, it actually is evolving to a curse over this series, as once again, TES got the 3 dragons stopped by Suning in the jungle fight here. Here's the replay. All right, let's go for real this time. Ornn went in. They had already chased them off the dragon, and so they did start it up, but Sword Art finding the engage here onto Knight, having to flash out. That was huge as he goes in here. It's only Ornn's damage on Wanfeng. He's going to flash over with the Graves to finish it off, but Akali and Jax with the flanks running amok in the back side of it for the entire time. And there was that late Jarvan ult that we heard deep into the fight that allows the re-engage.
And honestly, the carries dropped first. Ashe and Orianna died super early in the battle. Jackalip still had flash. Uyanja, I feel like he ate kind of a bad target. Kind of only the Jarvan was threatening, and now round 2 going to find even more. Nice knockup. SOFM says, okay, you've got backup, no big worries, but the Asher is going to find it. Another QSS burn, but they can find it with 369. Not quite the knockup, but SOFM running low on health. Baron helps. They find another slow. Wanfeng low on HP, and they find that kill right in front of Baron. The health bar is so low, and it's going to force the recall away. SOFM can barely fight for this. His smite is down. Karsa's will be up. 5v4. Can they do it? Does TES take this fight? 3K down, but up a member. When does Bin go in? When does the squad rejoin? SOFM taking red buff so he can heal. Knock up onto Bin. They find a bit more. Leona cannot find the stun. They look for more, though. It's on to Uyanja. He's not an easy target, and they're going to go for the re-engage. They're going to find the kill in a Sword Art. It's 5v3, and no one has found a kill, but they have gotten the Baron reset. And this means Wanfeng can come back alive, and he has TP. He can rejoin in 14 seconds. So they go for the ward clears, and Suning feels comfortable.
I like that, just poking them out, not committing to it, and allowing the reset here. Bin starts it back up after they clear all the wards, but he gets called off of it by the team. Maybe if you had like Death Dance completed as well, they try and force that, but no sneaky play there. That would be a bit of a flip, as they started to say.
Yeah. 3,000 gold difference, 2 Drake lead, but that I don't think makes up for the fact that Suning feel more powerful. Angel joined Suning to replace Knight 2 years ago. And right now, he's looking great. 5-0 in Game 4 of the World's Semifinals. Better mid winning right now.
Ooh. Yeah, Freak. Honestly, that last team fight in the jungle, that was so much for Suning. Turns out, the Angel of Death has come to Summoner's Rift, and he's come to send the souls of TES back to the fountain. 5 kills, 700 gold bounty on his head.
Nice
what
try
play from him?
Suning decides to walk sideways. Could have EQ'd and buffered it against the incoming arrow. Would have been stunned on the other side of the wall. Didn't need it. He's totally fine. Bin still farming in the side of the map. 1, 1, and 3. 2.5 items. The Aegis is in. You can see that turret loses health very rapidly, but he cannot tower dive Knight, so back he goes.
Okay, SFM getting a little deep once again into a risky position. See how he gets out of this one. EQ right over the Ornn, no problem.
Not a problem at all. 369. His second most played in summer was Ornn, by the way. Definitely, a quite comfortable pick for him. TES, they won the LPL playing champions like this, fairly often. He had a pretty big champion pool. Still played it several times. JackeyLove still farming, though. Still an incredible player. Has not had his best series, I want to be clear. I think he's really overstepped a lot of times, and we've had some mechanical mistakes from him. And that's certainly been a meaningful point here. Angel jumps back. This could be a decent target. Keep in mind, he goes in. Oh my word, that damage, he's dominating. JackeyLove oversteps again, and he drops the opposing mid laner. This could be even more. 369 burns the ulti. Is there even a play to be had? Angel jumps the wall perfectly on the Akali, a 6-kill assassin. JackeyLove, I think he was relying on Uyanja. Didn't burn the heal, just died in the belly.
Yeah, Angel not messing around here on the Akali, level 16. Now this is going to be the Baron start for Suning. Can they do it without JackeyLove, without the Ashe carry?
Sword Art is here to find the flank play and start the fight instead. Huanfeng over the wall. They got the flag and drag over here as well. This could be a team fight right now, 5v4. Can they get the stun? Not just yet. They're going to keep walking away. No pickups here. They will let JackeyLove respawn. He has arrow. And he has finished Infinity Edge, so he is on his 3rd major damage item. But they gotta keep him safe. Angel has been on point every single fight this game. Breaking 15.
Incredible game from him on the biggest stage with the entire world watching. Teleport now used for him to push the bottom lane just to get the minion wave in place first for this dragon. This is the thing. The dragon soul points don't stop coming. TES still on that dragon soul point. Okay. They are more down in gold this time, and there's the engage.
Stun, shockwave, big damage. Bin stays alive. A stun once again finds its target. Up at the top goes SOFM. Knockups even more. Here comes Akali over the top as well. Is it enough damage? Bin wants another. And JackeyLove drops yet again. They find kill 2. They will find kill 3. Suning will not be stopped. They will not be denied their vengeance from the regular season. And they will find another one. Now, Court, sure. Karsa finds a kill and a Sword Art, but it's a 3-for-1 team fight in front of an easy Drake and an easy mid tier 2.
Yeah, Karsa gonna get one back for himself, but the rest of Suning back off for the objective. Eyes on the bigger prize for themselves. Teleport's available on Bin, so Karsa can't pull any further heroics, can't go chasing anybody around, even the low health members, and that will be Dragon Soul number 2 stopped in the favor of Suning. As soon as Angel arrives, you know death will follow. He got there and he was able to chase down the dive onto Knight. He finds it. They take out the heart of the team fight here for TES once again. He has just been surgical. No death still left on Angel. And this is the original kill. Yeah. With that burn from the Leandri still. Goes down within the belly, still gets the kill. What crazy burst. Here's another look at the second round. Engage was onto Bin. They take out one of the big carries. The Jack's out of this fight, but the re-engage still. SOFM groups him up. 4 people there inside the Jarvan ult. And then out of it, Angel has his eyes on to Knight. Back to the Baron, though. Here's a big, important fight.
5v4, 5v5. Everyone respawns and comes back, but there's no Karsa. There is no smite fight. You got to win this one somehow by yourself. There's a smite on Knight, but he's not anywhere near this battle. Goes for it, can't find it with Shockwave. Re-engage towards Angel, forces him to flash away. Now it's Sword Art in the front line. He is running low on health. One more Q, that'll be a kill. 5v4, the chase. SOFM ults in, buys some time. TB comes back in for Bin, but it is still a 5v4. Is this a fight that Suning can win. 369, not an easy target. Jackie Love reasonably safe for the backside. Karsa back in. SOFM once again gets to safety. 369 does not have the ulti to re-engage, and a nice snipe from Ez means decent damage. Baron for a kill, you take that every time.
This is going to be, yeah, so much pushing power here with the Baron for Suning, and they've got the split push to do it. Yes, you don't have teleports, but you have very safe solo laners that can still accomplish it. And Huangfeng on the Ezreal, another safe carry, then go right up mid. They could push pressure all 3 lanes. Now TES, their eyes are getting so big at the moment, seeing the series slip away, seeing their world's run slip away before their eyes. After taking the championship in summer in the LPL, they have to make some tremendously big play right now. They have to try and catch SN off guard while they're split pushing. If they try and push all 3 lanes, they need to get a hard force. Jackie Love, Ash Arrow into Ornn ultimate to try and get some picks.
TES, you have to come back from 6,000 gold down. And with the Baron buff still on, we'll see how much more can happen from Suning Red Bull Baron. He is on a ward. He's going to be fine. Fighting over the big chicken. Takes it with Smite. Well done. Karsa still with a level lead. That doesn't matter. And no Ash Arrows coming across the map. All right. CC. I mean, he is actually very extended. If they can stun from Fog, they might actually be able to burn him down with Tom Kench stuff. But ultimately, Jackie Love has to be careful. Jackie Love will get devoured, will be safe, but that is an important cooldown missing, and mid lane tier 2 will drop.
Time is not in top esports' favor right now. As the 1-3-1 takes its toll, they close in on all 3. There it is.
Sword Art could be killed. He's going to run out of health. He's going to find a stun. It's not going to matter.
Pick.
Yes, turrets are picked off, but now can 369 find the re-engage? Can he get even more? SOFM going to kill the ward, but that is now flag and drag down. Still no play to be had. They're going to drop turrets on the various sides of the map. It's 6-0 in turrets, by the way. Bin is not an easy target either. They're just going to farm. They're going to look for Karsa. Can't get it just yet. SOFM going to dunk into this one. Ulti gets him to safety. 369 finally calls the play. They're going to get the knock-up. Can they kill SOFM? He's going to get right back out to safety. The cooldowns are short enough. They don't get more than some health bar done.
Baron still on for the members of Suning, so they keep up the pressure here, and there you go. That's why you get Warmogs. SOFM heals right back up after taking a brutal amount of damage on the previous pick. He can EQ over the wall again, heal back up with his Warmogs to stay out of combat, chilling in the breeze.
Yep. 369 has to go back to base to heal. Knight wants in, cannot easily shockwave Huanfeng. Of course, very easy to arcane shift that one, and have to, you know, just ignore that play. Bot lane nearly gone. Mid lane at basically 1/4. They are chipping this away, and now here comes the big play. Shockwave not going to land, but Yuanja's right behind. Nice R into E, gets on the other side of that play, and that means Angel has R2 if he needs it, but now 369 in a 1v2 top side. That turret will fall. Great counter punch by Suning. Ben and SOFM have no problem knocking down that inhibitor turret. Huanfeng low on mana, but still enough for arcane shift. Means he is safe, but the Ash Arrow is back up. Can they go for the play? Maybe smoke screen into Arrow. Now that this is down, you should try. You should try. I know he has QSS, but at least force the cooldown. No, going top side. They will find Bin. He has the ward, though. He kept it the whole time to make sure he can make that play happen, but maybe the dive can still happen. Ornhorn is up in a second. Drake is in 23 seconds, and Bin is likely to drop. Has to burn the flash now. Here comes the Ornhorn. That is the last ward down. This should be an easy knockup. This should be a very easy kill. Bin should always die. Shut down sadly goes to Tom Kench, but the base is in shambles. They are attacking the bottom side, and Ez ult is going to stop some recalls. It's going to stop 3 recalls. We've seen these plays at Worlds before. World-class AD carries, cross-map stopping recalls, and SOFM goes for 3 more because Suning are going for the Nexus. Karsa trying to stop with Yuanja. They will lose 1 Nexus turret. They find a flash slow. They find Huanfeng for some damage. 369 is here. Have Suning bitten off more than they can chew. 369 does not find the knockup though. He finds his health bar down to 2,000. Sword Art may be a target. Does have flash though. Can easily get over the wall. Not gonna have to burn it. 369 is low. Top and jungle still dead for Suning. This Drake needs to be claimed for TES, but they are going to first recall and get their health bars back. The timing is so tight though. SOFM is up in 15 seconds and Bin is up in 5, and Huanfeng is being allowed to take the Drake in a 3v5. Kobe, I've seen these plays before.
They can't do it. There's no way that TS can actually do anything about this Cloud Soul. It is denied once again. Suning also opening up the base with that inhibitor going down due to Bin buying time on the Jax. Yes, he's caught, but 2 ward jumps and a flash used by Bin. Then the ultimate interrupt on the recalls. Huang Feng and SOFM using his body on Jarvan to go buy that time to take down the inhibitors. This TES base is just held together by strings at this moment. They do have solid setup for the front line there. Orange trying to take up the turret and get some back door damage on it, but it's going to be hard to bully through.
Double lock it.
Jack's going for the split.
Yeah, he is. I mean, it's open inhibitor, or sorry, dead inhibitor, and only one Nexus turret. Bin can easily win the game if unanswered. This is a guaranteed requirement out of TES to try to handle that one. Obviously, he is ahead in the side lane. Guardian Angel not far away. 3 offensive items already in. He is gigantic. Knight can do his best to wave clear. That's not a problem. We can see that Maw had to come through for JackeyLove. He needed some MR to survive. Ezreal, Leona, Akali jumping on top of him. I mean, 4 deaths. With the Tahm Kench, it's tough.
It is so incredibly tough right now. You've got an inhibitor down. You're facing a 7-kill Akali split push with a Jax split push on the other side. Them having both of their teleports available, this is a doomsday scenario. As Suning have pressure on Baron, they clear out the vision, and they force TES to panic, having to deal with pressure on all sides of the map.
Suning looking to single-handedly take down the first and second LPLCs. JackeyLove barely lives. That's why I'm not going to find him. They get a bit of damage over the top, but they're not going to get the kills just yet. Karsa is going to die. They will trade back the support. Uyenja's here. Can he keep the teammates alive? Angel's in. Does not find the kill. 2 for 0 TES. 2 for 1, I should say. They will spit JackeyLove back out, but Angel finds R2 Flash and lands it on top of JackeyLove. Perfection into the E backwards. And now is there a re-engage? I mean, the carries are alive, right? Jungle plus solos, that's enough here. That's easy. And keep in mind, there was no smite for TES unless Knight spellbook's over, which he may have. This Baron is unsmiteable.
Angel is so good. Legendary now on the Akali. He left his Shuriken in the Shroud to take it back, knowing he was going to dive super deep there.
They're 2-manning it. There's no way they're going to stop this. I mean,
they've got it.
SOFM is so tanky and Bin does so much damage. And they're stuck in the base. This is Baron. This is Baron number 2. No problem at all. Suning on the precipice of not just knocking down JD Gaming 3-1, but knocking down top Esports 3-1 as well. Now looking for the attempts over the wall. They see it's at 1K. A random tongue lash is the chance, and it's not going to happen. Baron is claimed yet again. Suning this close to closing out the series.
What a story from them. What a climb for this Suning team. And they are on the precipice of upsetting now the #1 LPL seed after already taking down #2. Here's the dive. They wanted to take advantage of JackeyLove. Uyenja gets the Devour this time around, but Angel preps. He throws his Shuriken into the cloud, then uses his R2 to go for the execute, knowing he could just take his Shuriken right back out. Surgical maneuver, even with the Tahm Kench there protecting him. He takes down JackeyLove, setting his team up for the Baron. Magnificent performance from Angel, with the entire world watching, to get his team into the finals.
And don't let the scoreboard that shows the game time and the Drake count fool you, because this game is not close. It's 10-1 in turrets. Suning have had control almost the entire game. They have a single turret between them and victory. And this Nexus is going to be very, very tough to keep alive. TES must try. Death Cap upgraded. Void Staff, they find a stun, they find another pick. SOFM is gone before he can do anything. That is the makings of potential. He is dead as the Drake comes alive. If TES can somehow keep their inhibitors safe and keep the waves in an okay spot, there is no smite to contest Dragon Soul.
Lots of pressure, though, especially with the Baron still. They're just going to keep it up, even with SOFM down. 35 seconds left on his revive. With the Baron buff, you don't have to overextend to pressure these inhibitors. You see how safe they are. Just buffing up these cannon minions.
Top lane's not close. Bin just jumps 369 to half HP in about 2 seconds every single time. Karsa back on the map. I mean, can they even leave their base? There's so much pressure with the Baron buff on right now, and that's going to be on for a while. Even though you're 5v4 on the map, TES can't leave their base.
Just keep them corralled until your jungler respawns here.
JackeyLove tries to force the Arcane Shift by walking up for the attacks, and it's just not enough. Huang Feng just face checks and says, okay, sure, Q auto, and JackeyLove has to flinch.
I mean, he's got the safety, right? He's got his
TP
flash
coming.
up.
They're trying. for a little something at least. 369 is here. Tom Kench over the top as well. They're going to find a double stun, but this could be the fight. 369 finds a double knockup. QS has flash, comes out of Hwanfeng. Here comes Angel. Saves JackeyLove for a second, but Yuanzhao's going to be careful. Can they get round 2? They have the locket shields. Is it enough? JackeyLove kills Sword Art. As over the top finds 2. Angel is low. Can they find Angel? No knockup, but it's enough for Hwanfeng. He finds 1. Looks for another. They're going to get JackeyLove. There is no damage left. Knight has to do it all. They get Angel. He's got to run. Knight has to run. Karsa has to try. Can they get the damage? No one else is on the base. It is just a 3v3. Karsa drops. It's Karsa running away, but Knight is already gone, and this could be enough. Hwanfeng tries to take down 369 and does so. Karsa is gone as well. That is the ace, and Suning have done the impossible. G2 in groups, JD Gaming in quarters, and TES in semis. The most impressive run of Worlds so far, and it belongs to Suning. Their only foe left is Damwon Gaming. The hopes of a nation rest with Suning. You beat everyone else. You've got one test left. Can you crack under the pressure? Next week, we will find out. Suning will take down TES, and the hopes of the LPL will rest with Suning.
What an exciting team to watch. What an exciting story to follow here from Suning. All of the growth that they have shown, all of the hardships they have had to overcome. Absolute dominance here, exploding through the World Championship. For them to have this sort of improvement on the world stage just at the perfect time here, leaving no doubt after taking down LPL number 2 and LPL number 1 that they are the perfect LPL representative here for the finals.
No one on this roster has ever won an international best of 5 coming into this series. Sure, Sword Art's been to Worlds and he's been to MSI, but he has never found a victory until last weekend when they played JD Gaming. Everyone else on this roster, it's their first time at anything as big as Worlds. They took down JDG, they took down Suning, they took down Top Esports, and they have one test left. Can you beat the most dominant team in Korea? Damwon Gaming, the only other huge tournament favorite. And Suning have felled all the giants before. They just have one more to take down.
Whew. This is such a crazy story here for Suning, honestly. I mean, we already mentioned, if you take out Sword Art from this team, these are the first international games that any of the other players have played. They don't know losing at an international event.
True.
They simply have not experienced it yet.
It's been an impressive run, and of course, we'll have to wait until next week for the finals. It can't come soon enough. I'm excited for the Suning Damwon matchup. Now, we will take a closer look at Suning's win and preview the World Final, so don't go anywhere. Thank you. Peace.
Fast, I'm moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. Tell me better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. If you force, you go blind to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the 9 was coming in the rough, and now I shine.
No one can stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. With giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Shutting it down. Been in the grind.
better than time. I might just leave you behind. I'ma you stuck on rewind. You should quit sleeping on mine. You got your back on recline. When I damage your delicate spine. Please don't act out, I ain't surprised. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I gotta change teams. Niggas my self-esteem. Run it back, man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at the time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now, our eyes are wide open. We're running this world, we're keeping it turning. We're living like giants, yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants, with giants. Yes, I know we were weak, but we coming right back. This time we
And welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone. Suning is in the World Championship Final. They'll go up versus Damwon, but the absolute wealth of stories, aspirational moments, outplays, team fights in that series, and the growth that they've shown so far, it's mesmerizing. This doesn't often happen. It's really crazy. I have no words, so I hope you guys do.
Yeah, from 11th in spring to 4th in summer, through JDG, through TOP, the underdog story, the dark horse that is Suning, and just the fact that now they've shown so much versatility from them. The fact that it wasn't just the hard farming junglers that won them this series over top. They actually went back to the Lee Sins, they went back to the Jarvans, and they just showed that it's not just the meta that's perfect for us, it's the fact that we've grown as individuals and as a team that we can play together better, we can execute on these team fights. To be the best in the LPL, you have to be able to team fight. It's a team fighting region. You must meet a certain standard and a certain bar, and Suning met that bar today. They met that bar in the biggest spotlight, the world's semi-final, that trajectory, that $1,000,000 question that we asked at the start of the day. Would it be enough? And it was.
And I just think their mechanics were so clean. Every single game, their team fighting was crisp. Mechanical plays that you wouldn't expect, that kind of shut down the opponents from being able to kind of mismatch or counteract your plays. And I just think that they were flexible in draft, they were really good in fights. I think that they played so well to the win conditions, and their win conditions in fights especially, and I think that Bin on the side lane was such a huge threat. The Wukong, the Jax. There was no way for top esports to find a way to deal with it. They tried picking tanks, they tried matching with carries in the Renekton, they tried grouping more and forcing fights, but it just didn't work.
And now you have world's first time for everyone except for Sword Art going to a world final to defend the LPL championship. If they win, that's 3 different representatives to take home a championship. Victus Gaming, FPX, and then Suning, if they win.
A couple of things here. All the rookies at their first world championship, right? But Sword Art, you know, we talked about this story versus Karsa at the beginning of the day, and we saw Karsa there afterwards. Absolute heartbreak for him. And on the other hand, a Sword Art who, for so long, you know, they were just the Korea killers when it was down to the Flash Wolves, building this path and crafting this, and now bringing these rookies to a world final, but also bringing himself to a world final. A great aspiration of his. It's just incredible. Frost, can you kind of button up Top Esports then? Because they were the chosen ones, right? They were, I guess, if you look at all maybe fans' expectations, the ones that were supposed to be in the final.
Yeah, and I think there was a lot of expectations on Knight, and while I think he was solid, I don't think it was the Knight performance that people had dreamed it to be. I think that last team fight, unfortunately, is maybe the one that he'll be remembered for, the late teleport into the sombrero of the Orianna, and it just felt like in a situation where, you know, top are supposed to be this massive threat from the dominant region with such a powerful mid laner that it's Angel that goes legendary on the Akali in the game, that like threw down the gauntlet and was like, fine, play Orianna every single time. I'm taking the step forward while you're taking the step back.
Angel.
Yeah, and I think if you look at top esports in general, they were the ones carrying the torch for the LPL, right? They came in as a first seed. Everyone thought they were the tournament favorites. And I think you highlighted it earlier on. The 2 things that shifted was Suning grew and the meta changed a little bit. So it just fits, it fits Suning so well that like SO families carry junglers, the flexibility, you see the top lanes for Bin, stuff like this is just so flexible. And I just think that even picking out Jarvan in this last game, I thought it was a horror pick, but he just made it work so well.
And he's also our Oppo player of the series. Believe me, this was a difficult one. It went between, you know, Bin, Hwanfeng, Sword Art, Angel as well. But in the end, the guy played River Shen, the guy played Jarvan, the guy played Spirit Visage on everything. His versatility is just insane.
Exactly. Like, I know, guys, you're thinking, but Ben, his Wukong game, his Jax game, but
Also,
Ben was the beneficiary of the work that SOFM was putting down. Shox just said it. The versatility of the picks, the fact that this man can make things work that no one else can make work. His jungle pathing, his decision making, that game that snowballed out of control for the Jax, that was off of the back of SOFM. This guy, top 5 in the Vietnamese server, top 100 in Challenger on 100 ping. Banned from playing because he was too young and too good, now gets to play first import into the LPL, and it's just smashing it in his first time in the world.
Yeah.
It is about damn time for Style of Me.
We're talking about these the LPL fans, of course, the ex-LMS fans.
The VCS
let's talk about the
losing
VCS
it.
fans, about the Vietnamese fans who, of course, couldn't have a representative here in terms of the teams. SOFM is now holding that torch. He said in an interview in the group stage, I just want people to know who I am. I just want people to know my name.
Oh, we know.
And you're in the world final.
Oh, we know. His mechanics are so clean. I can't begin to describe it. Even the small things on tanks like Jarvan, the taunt flashes. Most Jarvans, they EQ in and they ult, but he just flash ults, EQs out, gets a 4-man basically jail on the whole of top esports, just sits there looking at them with his, just pressing S, not moving, just looking at them like, enjoy that. It's just so clean.
I mean, we can talk at length about all of these members, and I'm sure we're going to underrate someone, but a lot of respect for every single one of these players who made it happen today.
I do have like one final button up, and it is a bit sad, but I think it does speak to the emotion that we saw on stage from Karsa in particular, and I think you said it really beautifully before we even got on air, Shox. You know, Karsa was supposed to be on 2 teams now that were supposed to win a world championship, RNG and now Top. He was the first one to leave the Flash Wolves. I used to call Swordart and Karsa like the $1 million friendship, because people were just throwing so much money to try to cannibalize the LMS and pick these guys apart, but they always stayed together. And then Karsa decided that enough was enough. He needed an international success, and he left first. And now for Swordart to be the guy that takes him down, now enters the world final, like, it's so bittersweet, but ultimately, like, this is why when people always ask, like, is esports a real sport? I don't care about the conversation of like the physicality of it. It's like these types of stories, these types of emotions, these types of arcs that I think for me makes it, you know, seeing Karsa on stage, seeing Swordart now go into the final, that is a story that is, you know, 10 years in the making close to.
It's crazy. It's so insane. And we haven't even gotten to the matchup versus Damwon and the fact that now the LCK will try and take the title back on LPL soil next week. But that's why we have cooldown. I think we're also going to have an interview with Swordart. So that'll be all from us here in Berlin for now. As said, we're going to give it over to Dash and friends for World's Cooldown after this. Crazy stuff.
Lovely.
Jake from State Farm. I would like to formally extend my gratitude for the Russell rate on my insurance.
Do you mean surprisingly great rates from State Farm?
I don't believe in accepting help, but I'll make an exception.
Here's the deal, Russell. There's no special rate. These prices are for everyone.
With the oak and the eagle as witness, consider us square. I made that from memory. I know your face that well.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete, seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
Up to Worlds Cooldown, presented by State Farm. Your one-stop wrap-up for all things Worlds, and we have come to the conclusion of our second World semi-final. So that means only one series left to go in this World Championship. But to break down the happenings of today, I've got Azael, Raz, and Lyric joining me. Top Esports, Suning, the regional matchup. I'm coming to you first, Lyric. General impressions of the series, as this was the 1 and 3 seed from the LPL.
Honestly, I'm just completely blown away. A lot of people might not know this, but Suning actually finished 11th place in spring. So going from 11th to a world finalist in only a few months, great adaptation, great individual play. I'm honestly just blown away.
I mean, and Raz, let's talk about the journey that Suning has already had to take, right? We talk about them overcoming JD Gaming now into Top Esports, so having to overcome some of those barriers that, again, regionally, I think expectations were they wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, because, I mean, I think the caster said it really well in terms of just the team development, and Lyric could attest to this, the development that the team had, not even just like talking about how they performed during spring split, but in summer split, I think they had something like an 8 series win streak. Like something bizarre as that, but that was like near the end of their split when they were really kind of getting it down pack. And just hearing that the rumors behind the scenes were that they were scrim gods, or at least they were doing real well in scrims, but then being able to get that on stage, we're finally getting to see that. And then in group stage, they really showed the world like a spark that what they were capable of doing when they ended up taking first seed over G2. And people were really starting to talk about, and I was really starting to wonder, like, what would happen if they were to go up against their regional opponents. I still thought JD and Top Esports would beat them, but I was proven flatly wrong, and that development came through.
I mean, I think that the development of this team really is the story. And to me, you know, one of the biggest indicators of this is not just the top lane side. You know, that is a big story there, because I do think that in the LPL, Bin did struggle against the truly elite top laners, against the, you know, the Zooms and the Shy and players like that. Sometimes they would create advantages, but they couldn't close it out. But now in Worlds, we're seeing, you know, the emergence of Huangfeng, who had been kind of, I think, like a footnote in a lot of, you know, people talking about and summarizing Suning coming into Worlds. You know, he had been good, and most people talk about him like, oh yeah, he's a good team fighter, right? And that's kind of where their discussion about Huangfeng would end. But he has just emerged as this true insane carry threat throughout the quarterfinals, throughout the semifinals. You know, he has been going up against some of the best ADs in the world and smacking them down. And I think that takes a lot of the pressure off of Bin to, you know, sometimes he doesn't have to be in this position where he's over-forcing and trying to close out games for himself. And we have Angel in the final game here absolutely dominating. Like, it is truly a team effort, and it is them, you know, overcoming some of the barriers that I think were set for themselves in the LPL.
The growth continued from spring to summer and even through to the World Championship, and it continues to even in the semifinal. We're going to break down each of the games as they happened over the coming minutes. But before we do that, I thought it would be nice to take a look at how the series concluded. After Top Esports tried their hardest to keep Suning out of their base, Suning secured their drive to victory by Dragon. Brought to you by Mercedes-Benz. Raz, take it away.
Like, what part do you want to break down? Because at the very end, like, I loved how Top Esports were fighters at the very end of it. Finding an opportunity to get a pick on Suning when they were on Dragon, but still Suning being able to outplay, the Jax being a part of the play. Orianna had to follow late because she was always afraid of Jax just staying there and ending the game on the split push. So it was just an insane game ending that lasted for about like a solid 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, this was pretty crazy, but man, Knight's TP was so late, and then when he arrives, he goes for the blind flash sombrero, the self-ultimate over the wall. That whiffs too, and that is one of those fights that you are going to run through in your head every day for the next year. Yep. Like, maybe every day until you get to the World Finals and actually, you know, have a chance to surpass what you've done, because Knight has been so incredible. And, you know, people think of him as like this brand new guy, but this is a time MVP winner in the LPL. You know, he was the MVP last year in summer. He's the MVP this year in summer. You know, he has been competing at the absolute elite level in the LPL for a long time, and he has been considered better than Angel for so long. And in this pivotal final game, Angel heavily outplayed him, and in the pivotal fight, he's late to arrive. He misses all his abilities, and the series ends, right? That is something that I think is absolutely heartbreaking for a player of that caliber.
Yeah, and I think Knight just had a underwhelming tournament overall, right? It wasn't bad. He had some good moments, but it wasn't that Knight that we saw in LPL that we were expecting. Another thing with that last fight was just the fact that Hwanfeng was left untouched the whole time, throwing out those Ezreal Qs over the wall, hitting the ultimate. And I mean, you can't just leave Hwanfeng to his own devices because he's shown this tournament he can just, step up when the time is right.
Yeah, I just do want to say, because this is what, players can fall into this trap of thinking about that one moment and not really taking a step back and thinking about the series as a whole. Because that entire series, that even the beginning portion of the game, yes, that is true. There were a lot of problems that got them to that point to begin with, right?
Yep.
And I do want to focus on the team aspect of it, because that it was pretty much they just got outplayed multiple times, multiple points in the series. And I thought there were really 2 players that shined from Suning that I really enjoyed watching there, and it was SOFM and Hwanfeng. I know we spoke about Hwanfeng already. SOFM just had the best. Karsa, who I think didn't really have that well of a series. Same could be said for JackeyLove as well, but I thought that SOFM came in and really solidified him as king. I thought that it was great that he was able to get player of the game, because regardless of whether he's playing a carried threat or a tank like J4, it was insane to watch him play.
I mean, I agree with you completely. A game is not one play, but I just know from my entire pro gaming career, I literally have tournaments from over 10 years ago where I still remember one specific moment in a game that we lost or a series that we lost, and still over a decade later, I'm still like, damn it, why did I do this? What am I doing? And it's one of those things. Oh, my cat just jumped when I clapped my hand.
I thought that was your table slap. I was like, my goodness, there was some force behind that.
He's like, damn it.
My cat just jumped. But it's one of those things, man, where it just sticks with you. And even though you logically know there's all these it's a whole decision tree, right? It's everything that led up to that thing. It's just those are the moments that really do stick with you and resonate with you, I think, as a pro, where you just are like, I had the opportunity to do something here and I failed.
100%. I mean, and you would, and in some senses, you would expect nothing less from a pro, right? Because all of these guys are playing at the highest level, so they do hold themselves to the highest standards. And I'm sure that final fight will be replayed multiple times, even though, as you say, Raz, it was a 4-game series. There were many opportunities throughout all of the games here for both teams to take it, and so we'll dive straight into game number 1, the first of which Suning picked up.
This one was interesting because, if I remember correctly, Top Esports had a pretty huge advantage of this game where they were playing towards bot side pretty heavily. And actually, Suning was messing up because they tried for a solo dive bot and failed in that respect. We're trying to get a place through Wukong and then even failed because when they were trying to crash the wave, Jace TP top side and evened it out. So Top had a pretty large advantage for a good portion of this game.
I feel like a big thing for me was when I was looking at a lot of their Drake setups going into this game, they were actually doing pretty all right. Their vision control as well, they were denying vision. And a lot of the times that Bin was on the flank, they actually knew. They had complete vision. They could have even played a bit more patiently. But, I mean, TS aren't known for playing patient, and it looked like it was almost always execution failures that led to TS kind of losing control of this one.
Yeah, I agree completely. I was tweeting about that during this first game. I was very frustrated by the way they actually performed around those dragons, especially the second one, to me, was very egregious, where they actually have, 369 fighting Bin over the wall, and Bin actually used the first charge of the Wukong ultimate. So there's only a handful of seconds you have to wait until he can't actually do it anymore, and then you can fight. They just had to play it slow. But at that exact moment, when they see this happening and he pops his Wukong ult, JackeyLove flashes forward in range of Bin, and Bin just flashes over the wall, uses a second charge on JackeyLove, and they get the easy kill on Jhin, and that decided the game. That was, the Dragon fight, that was the Baron, and I do think that, Top really lacked patience at critical moments in this, and I think those 2 Dragon fights exemplified it.
Raz?
In this series, they lacked a lot of patience. More often, I would say, for JackeyLove, because there was even a Dragon fight that I was watching. It wasn't in game 2, but for me, I was watching, and I was literally just saying, just don't E over the wall. Just base. Yeah, exactly. I was like, I know. In through it, just to see if he can get a kill. Obviously, the guy has flash. He flashes away, and then JackeyLove dies. And I'm like, there are some points in the game where it's maybe you can get that kill. But really, you should always take, in those moments, the guarantee advantage, keep it, and try and deny. Denial is probably the biggest point when you have an advantage that is so key. But then, of course, you give the opportunity to the enemy team to come back. And so I felt like I was pretty disappointed in JackeyLove in particular, but actually was really, really impressed with how Suning was able to play when they finally got advantages themselves.
Yeah, well, let's talk about where some of those advantages maybe came from, because while we will get to that game too, and we will get to some more of that impatience maybe coming out of top Esports, I want to focus in on the top lane matchup. It was a big discussion coming into the day. 369 was everyone's focus, one of the main focuses alongside Nuguri coming into the tournament. But Bin has quietly, or not so quietly in recent weeks here, been making a name for himself on the world stage. And you can see there, of course, with jungle proximity, a lot of help coming out of SOFM in order to get that top lane rolling.
And that's what I wanted to highlight here. That was a lot of jungle pressure that we were getting towards the top side to get the Wukong ahead, and it was not as successful as like they would have wanted it to be before the dragon fights happened. Because you have 3 kills, an insane gold advantage towards the Jhin, your bot side is getting incredibly ahead. How does the Wukong actually get back into this game without having that team fight, right? You need to have that team fight set up, and a lot of the times with your bot lane being able to be freed, top esports bot lane that is, they have the vision set up that will be free from, Yu Yanjia being able to do just that. And then, of course, like with how Jace played out that laning phase with almost no jungle pressure, I thought he played well. I actually thought he was getting a lot of damage off, and he had a few kills off the mistake that Bin was making. So in terms of like what were you actually getting off of your investment, I thought top for the first however minutes before the Drake fights ended up happening was much happier.
A stronger start, but the composure was lacking in the later moments of the game. Today's State Farm assist of the day, though, goes to Karsa on Lee Sin, where he turned kicks into kills for his team. Azael?
Yeah, Karsa is such a clean Lee Sin player. I don't think that he had his best series, but in this game, you saw the playmaking that he had. You saw the ability to make things happen for this team, and they do eventually chase down, assisting not only with the kick, but with the shockwave delivery there from Knight and getting that big kill onto Hong Kong.
Raz, I would give one of my kidneys to be able to make a play like that one time in my life. Like legit, I would just give it away. Let me do that once.
This is one of those moments where you just want the laws of equivalent exchange to exist. Maybe the cost would be too high, but I want Lee Sin mechanics. Give that to me. Because like even in that same game, the Warthog kick that he had on Orianna to get that pick, they won that game off of like multiple insane performances off of Karsa. So that was insane. You know, give him Lee Sin every game if he's going to perform like that.
Yeah. Well, and again, I think that puts even more of a spotlight on the performance that SOFM was able to put up today as, again, that Oppo player of this series in handling Karsa. But rolling ahead to Game 2, I want to come back to you, Lyric, because this was the one game that Top was able to pick up in the 3-1 series. How did you feel about their approach, and what was different in allowing them to secure this victory as opposed to in the other games?
It's actually pretty strange because when we started this game, I wasn't feeling too hot on what TS was doing. We saw that early play come out around bot where they were trying to get the pick on SOFM. I don't understand how they thought they'd have the damage there between Ezreal, Lee Sin, and Leona. And we saw that Suning were actually getting a bunch of advantages. They had a pretty good scaling comp, a great front-to-back team fight with the Ornn in there. And then we have the fight that kind of blew Raz's mind a little bit, but the great thing was TS started off in such a good way. They found a nice pick coming out from the likes of Yu Yanjia and a great barrel coming out from Bin. And it was this, what is it, the soul point curse that we saw start going on with this series.
Yeah, and even though I kind of harped on JackeyLove and his moment in this game, for me, Suning had the far more egregious moments. They had a composition that honestly should just, if they have an advantage, if they have the goal lead, they should just pummel Suning. Suning won't be able to really do much in open team fights against them. My biggest issue were with how many times they ended up picking solo fights. There were instances where I was pretty upset with like how SOFM, after Drake, he would like try for an easy kill on Orianna and then gets picked off, and it happened to him again around the red buff area. There were multiple moments where I felt like if Suning doesn't go as Rambo as they did and had slowed the game down, this would have been their game.
Yeah, I mean, they were one dragon from Ocean Soul with an Ornn front-to-back teamfight comp, right? Like, They were always overextending for these picks. They're looking for like long-range Ornn ultis right before Dragon is spawning and things like this. Like all they really had to do was actually be the first to play and set up around it. But I think this series was so much about, you know, less that it was like flawless games and more about capitalizing on your opponent's mistakes. Because when the teams are actually playing at a really high pace, when they're playing very fast League of Legends, very aggressive League of Legends, they're just going to be mistakes. And oftentimes the team that comes out on top is the one that capitalizes better on it. And I think this game, you know, was a very representative of that, where Top was able to punish, you know, the misuse of positioning, the misuse of cooldowns that was actually coming out of Suning despite a comp disadvantage.
Yeah, one thing I really loved about, just a small thing that I really loved about it, it was a setup towards the Soul, and us like Sword Art just literally couldn't get a base off. He wanted to base late, but then Kartsa saw him on map and then just kept canceling him out. So by the time he actually got his base off, like Top Esports had full control of Dragon, and it would be really difficult for you know, Suning to ever get control back. I love that part of the game.
Yeah, and that's why I think the last thing to hit right, since this is TS's only win, is we saw a lot of great, even mechanical plays coming out around that point where Jackie loves, you know, Ezreal Qs, the Karsa Sonic waves, like I highlighted with 369 hitting that amazing barrel, which pretty much ended up chunking them out so they can get that dragon. It's like TS showed in this game that they definitely still could compete in the series. And I feel like this was a good game overall from most of them individually. I just feel like the team play wasn't there early on. And as you know, Azale highlighted, the comp exactly wasn't the greatest.
100%, 100%. Even though it was Top Esports that takes game 2, it was Suning's SOFM who proved that every second counts as a perfectly timed Kindred ult helped turn the tides of a fight. Made possible, of course, by the Cisco network.
Yeah, and so, you know, you're doing Dragon. All is good in the world. A lot of damage across the Orianna ultimate, just being able to nail it. And then the Kindred ultimate to keep yourself alive. This is the moment I was talking about. This made me mad.
Oh, God.
Take Dragon and go back to base.
We get an every second counts, and we get a Raz is pissed off. I love it. All in the same replay.
Goodness. I was like, I think this is that moment. Hell yes, it's that moment.
Jackie Love goes from the best AD in the world to the worst AD in the world with one press of an arcane shift.
What actually blows my mind about this is that it seemed like after this team lost to V5 in LPL, Jackie Love, like, he learned. He, like, turned it off. He stopped going for these type of plays. And I don't know what happened, like, coming into Worlds after groups where he looked like by far the best AD carry. Against Fnatic in this series, man, every time he gets on Ezreal or any champion, even the Ashe and, like, later on in the series, he always was just somewhere he shouldn't be, always walking too far forward.
I can tell you what's happening, man. He's picturing Jackie Love, Smurfs at Worlds montage.
Yeah, I was having that thought. I was like, I wonder if it is that feeling that he needs to do just a bit more to get them over the hump, right? We just kind of talked about how, especially in this series and when we watch these LPL teams play, there are going to be mistakes, but that's because they're forcing their opponents to interact at all points in the game. And so I can imagine an individual feeling the weight on his shoulders and saying, okay, I need to make the play. I see those low health bars. I could pop off and have the montage, get the MVP, and push us into that World Final best of 5.
And that's the thing, right? Because, like, he's had that happen before. Like, the highlight moment in his career on Invictus Gaming was that flash forward. Something like that where, you know, if you hold those feelings and you're like, I can win a game with this. I can put us into a finals with a play like this. Then, yeah, I agree. Like, those kind of moments really, it feels like you're on that adrenaline. Only problem is it's just a little bit too much.
Well, and it's just disappointing because, like Lyric said, it felt like he moved past it. And I'm not even just thinking about, like, the V5 game and post that in the LPL this year. I'm actually thinking back to when he won with IG, you know, the World Championship that year. In spring, they lost in playoffs with him, like, this Caitlyn play that is, like, seared into my brain, where he's flashing past the tier 2 tower to try to hit a Piltover Peacemaker, misses it, and ints from full to try to kill this one play that was, like, not even worth going for, even if it worked, and it didn't, and they lose the game off of it, and they lose the series off of it. And to me, that was, like, so indicative of Jackie Love at that time in his career, you know, in spring of that year before he won the World Championship. And then it was like, wow, look at him in summer. He's really, like, curbed that edge, and he's playing so well. He's riding that line so well, and now he's the world champion, and he's never going back, and here we are. And it feels like he's kind of regressed a bit because you need to have trust in your teammates. It's not as though he's playing with a bunch of schlubs. He's playing with friggin' Knight and 369, and like he's surrounded by these incredible players. And I think at times you have to curb that aggression a little bit because it's risk versus reward, and it's just having faith in your teammates to do their job and play to your win conditions.
Yep, today it wasn't there. Today he felt like he needed to do a bit too much. Rolling ahead to game number 3, another one that Suning was able to pick up. Let's start taking a look at some of the highlights and the way that this one broke down.
There's actually one thing I really want to touch on with this game that was really critical was we saw the Renekton versus Jax in the top side, and Jax actually has lane prio for the first 3 waves, but we saw 369 going for these heavy trades, and I'm guessing it was a plan by TS because we saw Karsa go and invade the red buff, and they tried to plan this level 2 gank top. But guess what? Bin respected the gank. It allowed SOFM to come in and invade the enemy jungle, and it led to that disastrous top 2v2 where Suning pick up 2 kills, and the game looks hard after that.
Yeah, I mean, I was honestly really disappointed by the pathing here from Karsa. Like, I just didn't really think it made that much sense to go his own red to enemy red. If you want to do a red invade, why not just start there level 1 and actually just try to steal the red away with topside prio, you know, early from the Renekton if he's going to be playing aggressive. Because he did this path and he did it so late, and then he did it so it felt like almost inefficiently that, you know, he's on his Gromp, and Shen is arriving at level 3. He's a full level up. He doesn't even have a smite. He loses that, and then they have this dive that basically just decides the entire game off of it, because off of that, not only did he put himself way behind, he pretty much entirely ruined 369's game, right? Because now you're way down on a Jax in the early game, and you're heavily outscaled by him in the 1v1. So 369 was pretty much screwed right from the get-go in this one.
Yeah, Raz, River Shen got off to the races basically because of that play, and then of course a top lane snowballed as well, to Azael's point.
Yeah, the fact that all of this happened at the exact same time as your Caitlyn died twice really early on for, you know,
losing the 2v2 straight up.
Losing the 2v2 and also just off of not respecting Leona and Fog when she comes back into lane. Like, these kind of things are just insane to see. But yeah, that one was wild. But you're right, the game is ruined off of what is your Lee Sin pathing. Because if you're Lee Sin, you're going into enemy red, and you're just trying, like, I can see it if you're trying to push Shen off topside, using your mid laner to do that, or at least their prior to do that. Like, anything to make it so, you know, you don't lose. The time that you lost going in for an invade and then going back into your own camps isn't that large of an issue. But yeah, Shen just said, "What's up? I'm a level above you, buddy." And then just and one thing that, like, Renekton versus Jax, yeah, Jax will lose out in the early portion of the game, but like, he just literally had a 1 lane off of that. The lost wave that preceded it, it was insane.
Yeah, I think I'm coming to you with this, Lyric. I think 2 things. One, I don't think it's surprising that SOFM had such a great effect on the game. We definitely, when looking at Suning, target him as one of the players that will pilot the team one way or the other to a win or a loss. But also, again, the way that the top lane came into it. I want to talk about that first, but then I think for me, the surprise is the bot lane of Suning this entire tournament, and the fact that on the flip side, while SOFM is doing this work, building these statistics on the top side, the bot lane is completely self-sufficient.
Yeah, and this is what Suning have been great at all split long, is, again, leaving Huanfeng and Sword Art to their own devices. And we saw this in the semifinal, that didn't work out, right? Huanfeng and Sword Art got absolutely dismantled by JackeyLove, but that didn't happen this time. We saw that JackeyLove and Yanja weren't exactly on the same page. JackeyLove kept coming to lane solo, like Raz said, allowing for that Leona play. And it was just great to see that Huanfeng and Sword Art were ready, were like cognizant of how JackeyLove was going to be playing so aggressively this time and be able to punish these plays, because we saw Huanfeng's damage that game. It was absolutely insane. And again, it's great to see him step up, but also Sword Art take on this leadership role and be an active playmaker for this squad.
Yeah, and Raz, I think for me, this just highlights again how much expectation can shift when you get to the day. A single piece performs differently than the way you expect. If you expect that bot lane to go top side, go to top every single game, and in fact, now Suning is the overperforming or outperforming bot lane, it warps the entire series.
Yeah, and I just want to the stat that hit me coming into this series is the fact that Huanfeng and Sword Art get the negative jungle proximity difference. Like, they get the least amount of jungle pressure than any AD or like bot lane, if I remember correctly, in the tournament. Like, at least like up until this point of the tournament. It's insane to see that. Bin gets a lot of the pressure, for sure. Angel's naturally going to be they're gonna be naturally playing through 2v2.
SOM's Krugs get a lot of the pressure.
There we go. There we go. SOFM, if he wants that, he's gonna get it.
Proximity with the Krugs, very high.
Very high.
And they are able to just perform bot lane to an insane degree without the jungle pressure, which I enjoy to see. Like, they're great weak side, and it seems like I just want to see them become the strong side. I want to see them get the pressure because they're performing so well in their 2v2 consistently that it's insane, like, how many tools Suning have.
Without a doubt. Now, MasterCard is still tracking the CS champions here at Worlds 2020. G2's Wonder continues to hold his place on top of the table, but Suning Xuanfeng was able to crack the leaderboard and take second place with one of his games today at 430.
You're telling me G2's in the finals?
Is that what I'm hearing? They're atop of something, my friend.
There we go. We got them.
I mean, I'm curious to know whether or not anyone thinks that G2's or G2 Wonder's CS will be broken here, even in our finals, because I think the way that the games are trending, I'm not so certain anything's going to extend to the distance that allows someone to get this, Azael.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be broken. I think that, you know, as you said, it feels like the pace of the games are accelerating quite a lot, and it doesn't feel like Suning is the kind of team to just play like a slow, steady game against Damwon and have one of those 40, 50-minute games where you have, you know, these 440 CS marks broken.
Yeah, I mean, Lyric, we just had a 7-dragon 4th game, and yet the CS lead wasn't broken. So I think that's indicative of the fact that the teams still in the tournament prefer fighting a little bit more than CSing.
It actually makes me kind of interested, though, right? Because when we were having LPL versus LPL, I knew there would be more fighting. Suning against Damwon, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a bit slower than today. But, I mean, man, we're not hitting Wonder's numbers. We're not hitting those.
No.
Yeah, those numbers aren't getting hit.
Okay, all right, there you have it.
Yeah, I was about to say the only thing that I want to put out there is that when Damwon gets an advantage, they're holding on to it. You're gonna lose that fight, and it's the game's over. So like, it's not going to those late games.
We're gonna preview that series as well as talk about Game 4 in just a moment. But MasterCard will be rewarding viewers with drops when the minion champion is dethroned. So you're definitely rooting for it if you want some drops. Be sure to keep watching at watch.lolesports.com for a chance at some free loot. On the other side of the break, we'll cover the final, where we've got some the final exciting game of this series and send off Top Esports and look ahead at next week's final. As we go, we'll hear from one of MasterCard's fans of the decade, Stefan from Guangzhou. Special thanks to all the fans out there who keep the esports stream alive.
I started playing League of Legends since 2010 when I studied abroad. I met lots of friends on this game from all over the world. We play and watch the championship together. And at the end, I just want to say thank you to all the LPL players. You guys are such a legend. And legends never die. LPL, 加油!
Welcome back to World's Cool Down, presented by State Farm, where we're putting a capper on our semifinals by taking a look at that fourth and final game. And it was an epic one, to say the least. Suning taking it in solid fashion with a wild team fight to end it all. But let's take a look straight from the start here. Azael, we were kind of losing our minds over this play.
I mean, this is honestly a pretty insane game, and it started very, very early. And especially after Suning had been kind of dominating, you're like 2 minutes in the game, you're like, oh, it's actually over. Suning just won. You know, top or behind again. What is happening?
And yet, Raz, there was the comeback, right? Again, that initial play with 3 early kills going over to Suning felt pretty doomed, and yet Top found a way to fight their way back into it, even in some cases, arguably a winning position that Suning then had to recover from.
This is just a really scrappy game. And I love to see it, especially when Top knows that they need to do whatever they can to bring the game back. And so, like, a lot of these scrappy team fights that came out, Karsa finding a way through the back line, like, something like this, you need a certain level of creativity. My only issue, one person was left untouched that was finding his way back in these fights. Angel was a beast. Angel is insane on Akali.
Yep, and I wanted to add, right, the thing that sucks for TS about Raz saying this was a scrappy game is when you have champions like Akali, Jackson, Jarvan, they'd much prefer a scrappy game over that, you know, controlled 5v5. So Suning, you know, we're in a great position for this. And I want to touch a little bit on Angel because if people only followed LPL recently or in summer, they think, okay, this guy only plays control mages. Back in spring and in solo queue, I think for his whole career, he's been all about assassins. He plays Kassadin, he loves playing Talon. Like, this guy can do it all, and this is his comfort zone, so it was so nice to see.
Yeah, like, following his career, he's just a great team fighter. Like, he does have a larger champion pool than people give him credit for. I think it's very fair to believe that Knight would destroy him this series. Like, that's what I expected, because I think Knight is just on a different caliber talent. But Angel has different tools. And the fact that they're now, just from watching this game, more flexible, that they don't need to necessarily give it all to SOFM. SOFM is willing to then play towards his lanes. And you know what? Angel's paying it back. It's amazing to see.
I mean, he 100% popped off in that series. That one death came very late into the game because I believe he was 8-0, you know.
Yeah, that was the final fight.
Exactly.
Oh my God, someone scratch it out. Scratch out that one death. I don't want to see it.
He doesn't deserve that death.
It's okay. One death doesn't ruin your KDA. It's the second one.
That's a good point.
That's true.
So he's fine. He'll still chalk that one up as a W. He's going to the World Finals and heavily outperformed Knight in that final game. And I do think that, you know, this is one of those situations where it's like such a different perspective when you're looking at this series compared to when they played in playoffs, where it was always Top who actually, you know, picked for counterpick in the top lane, played heavily towards top lane, got advantages there, utilizing Jax, utilizing Quinn. And I thought we were going to see a bit more of rinse and repeat of that, of Karsa actually, you know, playing for 369, getting him advantages over Bin, and just trying to allow, you know, Jackie Love to be down there doing his thing in the bot lane, very similarly to how they did in the LPL. And it was not that at all, right? We saw them actually, for the most part, it was 369 blind picking and getting counterpicked, and it was, you know, the pressure coming from SOFM. And I feel like I'm kind of surprised that Top didn't expect that, because that is pretty much always how Suning plays. They always go towards top lane. They, you know, Bin is always going to be playing these aggressive carry styles. He almost never plays a tank. Yes, he played Ornn once in the series, but it was like the first time in the last 38 games or something like that he played a tank. SOFM is going to power farm and gank top. Like, you know what they're going to do, and Top dismantled it in playoffs, and for whatever reason just didn't attack it in the same way here at Worlds.
And I think that the one thing that I always enjoy in picking apart team kills, like if it's LCK, but more often LPL, because they can be a lot more bloody, is the idea of overthinking, like that regional familiarity that comes into it, and then just kind of like changing your strategy coming into a series. Because I definitely saw something to that nature. And I also saw a lot of overthinking from Karsa's early pathing in like 2 games, actually. that made it so these games they felt unreachable right from the get-go. So yeah, like immediately what comes to mind is like Royal Club, going through OMG and EDG, like these, like that back in the day. That's now we're reliving that. It's coming through. But for me, there is a great degree for Suning that they developed to get to this point. So I give them a lot of credit.
I mean, I think it also highlights the importance of remembering that the world stage is different than the regional stage. In part due because of the time that elapses, right? The fact that you're interacting with these different regions and you're being exposed to new play styles and strategies. And so often we see teams that are, discounted coming into the World's tournament, level up over the course of it and end up throwing somebody, for a loop in some best-of-5 series. But with this, Lyric, I think it's important for us to talk about Top Esports and their thank you, and their departure from the tournament. You heard Frost say it. There is this hyper bittersweet element as Karsa exits and Sword Art moves on to the finals, as well as just from a whole team perspective, Top, the #1 seed from the LPL, just missing the mark.
I want to hit that Karsa point for a bit because I actually tweeted it out today that Karsa's resume is actually probably the best resume of any jungler like ever. He has 7 domestic titles, MSC, MSI, IEM, Rift Rivals, Demacia Cup. The only thing this guy was missing was a world championship. And on TS as a whole, I do feel like you have to be disappointed in the results despite them being a semifinalist because, again, this team was supposed to be the best team in the world, at very least, top 2 with Damwon. And the fact that they look shaky today, they look shaky against Fnatic, we didn't see the highs they showed us in LPL, I think it is a bit of a sour note for TS despite being a top 4 team in the world.
Yeah, I feel for Karsa there because it's not the first time, as you mentioned, like RNG had those same aspirations where they were seen as the world's favorite because they were on that golden road. MSI, multiple titles at that point, even a gold medal. Even a gold medal at Asian Games. And then they come to the event, and it all goes downhill. And now, I wouldn't say he's reliving it because he went to the semifinals and he was just so close to being able to nail, get that ticket to Worlds. But you saw the emotion at the end of the series. So I do hope that he stands right back up, gets back on it because he's an insane performer, and he always delivers like Lyric says. The man does it. He just needs to do it at Worlds.
Well, in reference to that forever friendship, before we do look ahead at the finals, let's hear from Laure, who caught up with Sword Art to talk about securing a spot in the World Finals.
And thank you very much, Dash. Laure, here the great story continues for Suning, who reached for the first time the World's Finals, and I have Sword Art with me to talk about this victory. First off, congratulations on reaching your first ever finals as a pro player. I guess this must have been an extra special series for you, given the Flash Wolves reunion with Karsa here. So tell me, how did it impact the series for you?
那首先恭喜你们获得本场比赛的胜利，也是你第一次作为职业选手进入到了世界赛的决赛舞台，而且这也是比较特殊的一场比赛，因为你也是和卡萨作为闪电狼的老队友重逢在了半决赛，所以说它会不会让这场半决赛对决变得格外的特别呢？或者有些影响？
就跟卡萨打的话，可能特别想赢他吧，因为以前跟他打，其实我都是输多，对，然后就是也努力了很久嘛，然后这次总算赢下来这样。
So play against Casa, I really desire to win because for our head-to-head record, I'm the one that I always get the lose. So this time I also put a lot of effort in, so I really want to grab this win.
I can imagine it was a very personal victory. But talking about that last game, you were ahead, but it feels like it took you guys a long time to finish the game. How do you explain that?
那我们再说一下本场比赛的最后一局对决，好像你们在前面是有一些优势，但好像也拖了很久才最后拿到了胜利。那能问一下当时怎么样的情况吗？
我觉得最主要是因为 TES 他们的整体配合也更好吧，所以我们可能中间也没有办法那么轻松的拿下来这样子。
I think the main reason is top esports, it really have a very good team synergy. So it's kind of hard for us to just grab the win.
And you were the better team in the end. Now, when we talk about Suning and the improvements over the year, you started in not a very good position in the LPL, and now you look stronger than ever. What is the biggest improvement for Suning, and how do you explain your success at Worlds?
那就是说到苏宁这一年的成长，好像你们刚开始在 LPL 没有非常的强，但现在你们感觉是比所有的人都强。那你觉得是怎么样会让你们得到这样多的一个成长
呢？我觉得就是刚好我们5个人是非常合适的吧，就是有些比较有经验啊，然后有些操作都很好，而且最主要是大家都非常的努力，所以我们才能走到今天。
I think we are the suitable 5 persons, and we just met each other. And some of us are very experienced, and some of us are very good at mechanics. So I think that's the reason for us to make these improvements. And also, all of us were really working very hard. I think that's why.
It's the perfect mix. Then now, focusing on you, after so many years, you finally reach a Worlds Finals. How proud do you feel right now? And give me a few words about Damwon for the finals.
那你现在也是终于进入到了一个世界的总决赛，而且是就决赛的舞台。那你对自己有多么样的一个骄傲的感觉？而且最后能不能稍微简短的评价一下 DWG 呢？
我记得是今天早上吧，然后我看到那个 TSN 的比尔森退役了嘛，对，然后我就感觉更多是我非常想要现在就证明我自己，因为我也打了非常的久嘛，所以我觉得就是这个机会来临了，我一定不会把它放过这样子。然后跟 DWG 打的话，因为平常跟 Ghost 交流的也蛮多的，对，所以我觉得比赛应该会挺精彩的，至少不会是3-0这样子。
And I think this morning I have read the news that and TSM's mid laner, Beerson, he just got retired. So I'm very touching because I played League of Legends so many years, and this finally I got the opportunity to stand on the final stage. So I just don't want to miss this opportunity. And in terms of the Damwon Gaming, I think I'm quite familiar with the Ghost, and I have lots of communications with him. I believe it will be a very exciting series, and it may not end with a 3-0 scoreline.
Oh, we'll see about that next week. But first, thank you very much for the interview. And yeah, Beerson is something that shocked all of us, I feel. So I'm glad you get the opportunity to reach the World's Finals. Sword Art, thank you very much. And Wendy, thank you so much for the translation, as always. And that's all for me on this side of the ocean. So back to you, Dash. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura. Hitting me right in the feels there, Azael. Did not expect a Bjergsen call-out, but I think that idea of legacy, the idea of accomplishment and what you want to achieve as a pro player at the forefront of his mind here as he reaches that next level, stepping onto the World Final stage.
I mean, you just know you want to make the most of it. Like someone like Sword Art who has been around for so long and who has been good for so long fully realizes that you might never get this opportunity again, right? It's his first time making it to a semifinals. Now he's here in the World's Finals. He wants to take hold of that opportunity to make sure that he has no regrets, right? Because looking over at a player like Bjergsen, you know, people might say, why is he talking about Bjergsen? He's talking about Bjergsen because Bjergsen has been around forever also, right? And he kind of missed that opportunity, and he doesn't want that to happen to himself. And we also saw, you know, Carson in tears as he was exiting the stage. It's that same feeling that all of these guys have and can relate to, where you're at the top of your craft for so many years and you're chasing this dream, and it feels like for him it's now within reach.
Yeah, I mean, everybody gets touched with that same news. Even waking up in the morning, that news was huge. I don't know if anyone's a UFC fan, but hearing from Khabib, like performers at the top of their game, hearing and seeing someone take a step back like that, you see yourself in them, and you don't want to step down without getting that big accomplishment, and it means the world to them being in the finals and not losing this opportunity. So for Sword Art, being in the finals versus Damwon, I know people all think that the chip's all against them. He wants to make the best use of that time and bust the ass off, put as much effort as you can to be able to get it.
Lyric, he's the closest he's ever been.
Yeah, and it actually really blows my mind coming from someone who saw his career firsthand as I coached in the LMS, started in season 3, so he's been here a long time, actually attended Worlds all the way back then, stayed in LMS longer than he could have. You think Karsa went to LPL in 2018. Sword Art really wanted to bring the Flash Wolves to Worlds. And, again, he held on for so long to accomplish that dream, eventually had to realize I couldn't do it in LMS, goes over to LPL, and I don't think there's anyone more deserving, especially, again, with his tenure and with his personality, because this is a player with a lot of, charisma and passion.
Yeah, well, if he's going to do it, he's got to do it against the LCK's #1 seed, Azael. They've already gone through one of the tournament favorites. This is one of the others that has been most talked about. Let's preview this series. Suning, Damwon Gaming.
I mean, Damwon just looks like such a behemoth. They have felt unstoppable. They have not really felt challenged at all throughout the entire World Championship. They've only dropped 2 games on their way to the World Finals. One was after they had already locked first place to JDG, in that group stage. And then they had that one kind of blip on the radar against G2 where G2, did get that 1-3-1 style, was able to play side lanes and able to take them down. But besides that, they cruised through G2, they cruised through DRX, they have been so stalwart, and it is really hard when you don't have any footage of them losing games to really kind of formulate a plan and to say, all right, well, what is the weakness you attack, right? It's just so difficult because they haven't really shown any besides maybe playing too slowly. Maybe you're going to try to scrap it up with them or try to emulate what G2 did in playing side lanes, but these are very hard things to do.
Yeah, and what you just saw on your screen right here is, I think, one of their biggest attributes as a team. Like, the series that we saw was very scrappy. The team that had the vision advantage tend to throw it away for what would be like a solo play. Damwon do not do that. When they have an advantage and when they have firm ground and fog of war advantage, they play patiently, and then they will try and find the setup to punish. They're such a smart, well-calculated team. And on top of the fact, look at him!
Oh, and they can meme with the best of them.
The most savage PM I've ever seen.
I love it. I love it so much. Lyric, what's your opinion here on this series and Damwon particularly?
Damwon really scares me because they kind of came in and were everything I expected JDG to be, but even more tempered and more patient. The way I like to describe Damwon is that they're truly a team that doesn't do anything without purpose. Like, everything they do, it always leads to either them stealing a camp, taking a buff, taking Dragon, getting vision. This team is just so disciplined that it goes back to what Azael was saying. I don't know where you attack them on the map. I think Ghost has been looking absolutely insane. Ghost and Barrel, that they were supposed to be the weak side of this team, but they've been looking absolutely insane in that 2v2. Man, Damwon, their flashbacks, like the Samsung Whites, the SKTs of those old days. It's gonna be rough for Suning. I'm at a loss for words.
I think the one thing you're kind of holding on to if you are, a Suning fan, is that maybe the other side of the bracket was just a lot weaker, right? Maybe Damwon didn't look pushed because the opponents weren't as strong, right? And I think people may take some offense to that, but I definitely think it's fair to say that Damwon was massively stronger than all the other LCK teams, both regionally and at Worlds. I think that is for sure true. I think that G2, had a strong tournament, but I think that G2 last year was a much stronger team comparatively than they were this year, right? And I think that's fair to say also. So, that is kind of doing some of that, I don't know, you're carrying over results, but I think that's kind of the hope, is that, all right, well, Suning had tougher competition. They had to beat G2 in groups and JDG in quarters and top in semis, and maybe that is kind of them being forged in the fires of competition here and going to be able to come out, at a higher level than what Damwon has faced thus far.
Rez?
I feel like I'm in a car that doesn't have wheels to it, that's just accelerating forwards, doesn't have brakes, and all.
How's it accelerating with no wheels?
It's a ghost car. All I'm asking for, all I have been begging for, is a non-3-0 final, and the car is just heading towards the 3-0 cliff. I just want it to stop.
You don't
I want it to
Suning
turn.
takes a game?
Not a game.
Whoa.
It's not a game, and that's damning.
So then here would be my case. My case is that that has been the sentiment that so many people have shared about this team already throughout this tournament, and they have constantly surprised. And so I think already there's a whole lot of buildup for what Damwon is, and no doubt they are a phenomenal team. No doubt they have crushed their competition up to this point. But I think you cannot count out a Suning that has surprised us all tournament long, Lyric.
Yeah, and one thing I love about Suning is not only like their adaptation in drafts from game to game, but they're one of the only teams that when it comes to mid-game, I've seen can play around like all 3 lane setups. They can 1-3-1, they can play around 2 lanes with a pick comp. They did today with the Ornn where you just force 5-man mid. Like they have so many different tools to win games. They can play out any sort of team composition, and that is a place where I feel like Damwon haven't really been pushed. You know, G2, I don't want to say play a one-dimensional way because G2 is very creative, but it's like you know how G2 is going to play. They knew how DRX was going to play. They already played them in the Korean final. So I definitely feel like this will be a new challenge for Damwon that they haven't had to face yet.
I think this kind of reminds me of last year's Worlds where FPX did surprise the favorite in G2 because of the early game aspect that they had, right? That one thing that I underestimated was the fact that they just had a stomping early game that they could really turn, like that they can snowball. In this case, Damwon hasn't been challenged in the early game.
Damwon won in 19 minutes, by the way, in that last game. So their early game was pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. It's a pretty good. They have not been challenged. And that's the one thing that I'm really hoping for is that at least for the first 10 minutes of the game, that Suning can really be able to pick up an advantage, at least through their jungle and SOFM and Huanfeng in their bot side. Like, if they can concoct early game advantages through level 1s, I don't give a damn. Just start throwing stuff at them, right? Across the aisle. I want to see that because Damwon needs to be put in a position where they have to claw back an advantage.
Yeah, in no way am I trying to suggest that Suning is the favorite going into the finals. In fact, I do have Damwon picked as my favorite to win the finals within my pick'ems.
Me too.
And talking about those pick'ems, yeah, big brains over here with his only 2 choices. Okay, with the finals matchup determined, we have one more chance to predict the outcome in Worlds Pick'em, powered by Alienware. Head on over to lolesports.com/pick'em to make your guess. In addition to the usual prize of every ultimate skin, those who can still manage a perfect pick will take home an exclusive Alienware Aurora battle station. The Suning upset broke over 180 perfect pick'ems, and now only 12 remain. Only 12.
I'm one of the 12 for sure.
No, you're not.
I'm
yeah.
I'm not supposed to verify, but
nobody fact check that, right?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Mine have got to be perfect.
I wish you the best of luck for all those of you who are still in the running.
Thanks,
for the rest of us, it's all about the bragging rights and getting points for those precious Poro icons. Be sure to lock those votes in starting today at 4 p.m. Pacific. 12 people have managed perfect pick'ems. That's fascinating.
Yeah. Only 11 others. Wow.
Yeah.
It's really
do you have like a club meeting? Do you guys meet regularly, Azael, the perfect pick'em crew?
Yeah, we'll have
literal other world champions.
Old school, pop up on the walkie-talkie, have a little chat about how it feels. It's pretty good.
My goodness. I do think one final thing we should reference here, Lyric, is that we are on home soil for the LPL in looking to defend the world title. But you're looking at the favorite again being the team other than the LPL team. So just give me a sense, regionally, what the expectation is there for the LPL to continue dominance while the LCK is looking to take it back after a number of years of being outside the spotlight.
I'll say this is probably the year where fans will be most forgiving. I don't think any LPL fans expected Suning to be in this position. It's going to be amazing for them to see, again, all the rookies, all the homegrown talent on this team. But as long as Suning put up a fight, I think fans go home happy. But of course, like you said, it is here in China. We need to go home. Why am I saying we? I'm just an English caster. Suning need to bring home the trophy.
There it is. Before we call it a day, let's jump into our world's honors for the day, where we give a Feels Good award to those that deserve it. Raz, I'm kicking it over to you.
All right. Before I move on to my honors, of the 12, which one actually had Suning winning? Dash, I'm going to put you on the spot. You don't have that information, I'm assuming.
What do you mean? How many of 12 have she?
Which have Suning winning?
Correct up to this point. Yeah, up to this point.
No, but like Suning winning worlds, I mean. That's my main point.
Right, you have the option. You have the option to change. You have the option to change.
Oh, okay. Hot damn.
Once that.
Anyways, I'm just going to go.
Part of the 12.
Yeah, no, Raz gave up a long time ago, clearly, when he got something wrong in the quarterfinals.
I'm a loser. It happens. All right. I'm going to go straight to my honor. SOFM, I'm going to give that guy his respect. He had an insane tournament long. I've had him as my top 3 jungler alongside Canyon and, of course, self-made from Fnatic, I thought performed really well up until this quarterfinals. And so I think SOFM in this series, of course, being able to get player of the series, has had an insane performance, is able to actually secure an advantage. And even in his J4 game, basically won his top laner of the game in the first 4 minutes. It's insane to be able to see the journey that he's had up until this point, but he's really taking the opportunity and he's running home with it.
SOFM stepping up in a big way. Azael, how about you? Where are you throwing your honors?
For me, it was Bin, because I think Bin was able to defy some of my expectations coming into the series. I didn't think he would hold up against 369, and to be honest, he was the much better player. You know, I didn't think that they would be able to make the most of the advantages, even once we were in those games, like the Wukong game where he's way ahead, but top have the advantage in mid and bot. I still didn't think they would be able to execute, but they found the way to do it. So I do think Bin is really deserving of a lot of credit for the growth he has shown from the LPL to the playoffs and now to the World Finals.
Well, last but certainly not least, Lyric, who are you giving an honors to?
Look, I got to give mine to a man who's cut from a different cloth in flashes for his jungle in the final game. Goes to Huanfeng. Had a pretty good series, right? Great team fighting. We saw those damage numbers coming out. We talked about in semifinals, they did not do well against JackeyLove Nuyanja, but this game they were finding those early kills in lane. And just seeing his journey from series to series has been absolutely amazing. We said coming out of groups, JackeyLove was the best AD carry at this tournament, and Huanfeng is now the one who shut him down.
I'm just asking for another Jhin flank in the best of fine finals. That's all I want. A reprisal of the enemy-based Jhin flank. Huanfeng has been an absolute treat to watch all tournament long, so I second that honors there. That is going to do it for us here. So for myself, the casters, the remote broadcast crews from all around the world, thank you so much for watching. Enjoy a look back at the semifinals with our Axe highlights, and we'll see you next week for the grand finals of Worlds 2020.
Hello and welcome. The semifinal matchup between Damwon Gaming and G2 Esports. Canyon still dashing in. He wants a little bit more. Going into Brooks. Look at that damage. Canyon taking names left and right. Damwon Gaming sweeping G2 off the map. To go forward is going to get dunked right back down, but is pretty tanky at this stage of the game. Ghost going to try to finish the job, though, because this is massive. They've taken the Baron. They can turn right to Soul. This is everything for G2. The TP now coming in, but it might be too little too late. He can't cancel that one. Showmaker on the way in. He takes Leon. Oh, there's a potential here for a massive turn, but it looks like it might not matter because the Zenith Blade connects. Caps is on the way in. He tries to get it. Showmaker trying to turn it right back around. That's the shutdown onto Caps, but it is enough. No, G2 stands strong. Big Ezreal damage. Showmaker all alone means he takes the full brunt of that assault, and now they're trying for the follow-up. Yanko sleeping forward, and that's going to be it. Showmaker just in the midst of the meat grinder. G2 now pressing forward.
Very nice. It was a slow push. They're now looking to repeat dive on Ghost.
Going to go in. Mickey can block a little bit of damage, but does he have the mana to actually block anything? Mickey is going to get traded back. Minion's going to finish the job. That's a double kill for the Ashe. Absolutely blasted here in the exchange. Does not block all the damage. Kindred now coming in. Mickey's pretty much going to have to re-engage to save his teammates, and that's now Ghost on a rampage.
Own trap. Looks like they're going to catch G2.
Looking out. Barrel trying to find a priority target to stun. Perks for now untouched. The rest of the team now leaping out. Caps trying to jump back in, but how much damage can he actually get done on the backside of this team fight? One getting taken down. That's Mickey out of the fight. Wonder stepping forward. Caps in the middle of everybody. Curtain call, but who's actually going to go down? Caps running for the hills. Shuriken flip takes him out to safety, but the flash in. The point blank shot from Canyon to finish the job. The polymorph as well. Wonder going to get taken down. G2 on the cusp of elimination as Damwon Gaming are going to take their time on this finish. One more death for Mickey X. 3-9-4 as Damwon Gaming move to match point. There's a lot of questions coming to this series. Damwon Gaming, they proved themselves in groups. We'll hold that thought because Wonder now in trouble, pulled back and taken down. That's going to be one tower. Damwon Gaming could look to force a second one here. The delayed snare now coming out. Caps off to the side, but that's going to be the next tower. Leaping forward. Yanko's taken out. Caps off to the side, but the team can just turn and collapse. Mickey and Perks in no position to contest. Caps will just blast going out to safety, but they're just going to break the inhibitor. It's 18 minutes into the game. G2
they're going to end the game.
Getting taken out. 18 minutes and 30 seconds, and this is not the way that Europe expected it to go. The greatest team Europe has ever produced falling flat here in Game 4. They look to G2. They take their time with it, but they sweep aside the LEC, and for the first time in 3 years, the LCK will advance to the World Final. They're here to fight, and next weekend, they will be here to take a shot at hoisting the Summoners Cup.
And Carson down to 800. In comes Bin for the knockup. Doug puts him away. Looks for the re-engage on the back line. They've shut down JackeyLove. Bin Feng doing the heavy lifting. Can he do the rest? He puts the team into it. Knight flashed the way to the wrong side of the map. Knight going for the kill. Come on, Feng. Okay, gonna burn the ulti quickly for health, but now Karsa gets the kick flash backwards. No way out, finds it slow. They might get more. Sword Art does have flash if he needs it, burns it here, but Knight is still in the chase. They're gonna have more damage. The Q comes through, and it's gonna finally get picked up. Knight gonna find the kill. Can they get the damage? No one else is on the base. It is just a 3v3. Karsa drops. It's Karsa running away, but Knight is already gone, and this could be enough. Huan Feng tries to take down 369 and does so. Karsa is gone as well. The hopes of a nation rest with Su Ning. You beat everyone else. You've got one test left.